demons in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain. In the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain. In the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. The shadows glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams. World of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers scatter fights, streaming through the endless nights. Triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Past the streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Faces bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are laid. Ghosted tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud.
All right. Okay. No in-game sound. Why no in-game sound? You'd think I'd be able to remember how to fix this, but actually, I think I remember. I remember. There we go. That should solve it right there. Yep, 100%. I don't know if any of this shit's connected. We'll find out.
You're just a fat kid. Sorry about that, fatty. Dumb, he's just a fat kid. Aren't you?
Well, we got the cutoff one done. Now anybody else that plays it will get the full sound alert. And it turns out that I was just really blind yesterday and too impatient to notice that my car was right down the hill, right down there. Wasn't that far away. This turns out I was tired and blind. So, anyway, that was yesterday. I was tired. I admit it. Was tired and Let's do some scary holiday stories.
This happened back in the early days of my childhood. I was maybe 12 years old at the time, living just outside of a major city in Australia. It was Christmas Eve, and unlike other countries who have their white Christmas, Australia's Christmas is smack bang in the middle of summer. So, less unless for some reason, which 90% of households do not. Since it was a Christmas time, it was around school holidays. Much less
Missed my turn.
It didn't actually take us too long before we wanted to leave, since the sun was setting, the pool was getting a bit too cold for comfort. We placed towels around our dripping bodies, waved goodbye to the staff at the entrance to the pool, and began the trek home. It usually didn't take us all too long to get home, but today, my friend had the brilliant idea to take a shortcut, which in turn actually ended up taking us twice the amount of time to get anywhere in our house. He then joked, saying, "At least we know for next time." I called him an idiot and said that we better be home by dark. So, we were now getting really close to my house, and it was in fact dark out by this time. My phone was dead, so I was trying to speed walk as fast as I could, as I knew my parents would be wondering where we were. This shortcut that we were on took us through some very dark and isolated streets. These suburban roads were narrow with streetlights and stretched apart, leaving long dim spaces of darkness. This was when we heard a car pull into our street. It was about 100 meters behind us. As it got closer to one of these streetlights, we could see that it was a rusty blue van. And wait for it, covered in Christmas decorations. We immediately laughed and exchanged peculiar glances. Our faces turned to a more perturbed nature when the van started slowing down as it approached us. We heard a husky voice call out to us. I didn't quite hear what it said, but he was clearly trying to get our attention, and he definitely had it. We finally got a look at this guy, and wow, the smell was the first thing to hit our senses. Try to imagine rotten bananas mixed with a heavy scent of alcohol. I don't know why I said bananas, but that's honestly what it smelled like. He was wearing a Santa hat and asked us if we had been good this year. And then he reached into the back of his van and pulled out a red box that had been wrapped like a Christmas present. He then gestured for us to come closer. We said that we really needed to be going as our parents would be wondering where we were. He then pulled the greasiest smile I've ever seen and offered to give us a lift back to our house and not to extraordinary chamber. This guy must have been pretty intoxicated to think that this was going to work on us. And we said no thank you, as our house was only a few blocks over, and we sped up the pace. We thought this would make the guy go away, but he slowly cruised on the right side of us, trying to persuade us to get into his van, saying that he had loads of presents in the back that he doesn't know what to do with. My friend started getting a little impatient and told the guy that we didn't want his greasy presents. But this seemed to make him upset, and he told us that we would be on Santa's naughty list. He then drove 10 meters in front of us, swung his passenger door open, and said, "Look, the present is on the seat. If you take it, I won't mind." We were now about staying as far away from this guy's van as possible, staying off the path that I knew was locked as we were walking. When we had reached the point where we had been walking past the van, I kid you not, we heard someone sneeze from the back of the van. My eyes locked onto his and I pulled my phone and said that I was calling the police. He spat on the ground in front of us and sped off down the road. We then bolted down a side route I knew took me directly to my house. Our adrenaline kept us feeling like to run all the way home. But when we got to my driveway, we agreed not to tell my parents that they wouldn't let us go out there if they knew what happened. I kind of wanted to tell them, but my friend insisted that we should just keep quiet and never take that shortcut again. We never saw the man again, and I hope no one fell for those presents he was offering. I was just home for Christmas and was reminded by my father of a
Pervs.
story that he had told me once before. My father had moved to Manhattan from Peru in 1970. One night during this time period, he was out at a bar with his friend Carlos, also from Peru.
Creepy
Sometime
pervs
they were approached by
trying to
Carlos,
molest your
a
kids.
nice-dressed American man.
Need to get their necks cracked and their heads split open.
After a while, the man invited them back to his apartment,
Freaks.
somewhere on the Upper East Side, to keep drinking and hanging out. My father instantly and instinctively was not into this idea. But Carlos, who was drunk and chasing more free drinks, stupidly insisted that they take him up on it. They arrived at the apartment, and after an hour or so, Carlos had passed out, sitting up in the man's reclining chair. Everything had been fine, but my dad was never comfortable with the idea, and now knew that it would be even more complicated with Carlos passed out. He went to the bathroom for a minute to splash some water on his face and sober himself up. When he stepped inside, he immediately noticed a large pair of scissors sitting at the sink. They were way larger than any normal household pair, and he compared them to something that you would see at a hospital. He told me that at this moment, his entire body was overtaken with instinct, and something inside of him made him pick up the scissors and put them many ways to his pants behind his back. When he walked back out to the living room, he found the man with his hand tied to Carlos's leg. He asked him what he was doing, and he said that he believed he was going down. The man told him to just relax and keep drinking, but enough was enough and my father was insistent. At this point, he said the man's face dropped and his voice lowered, and his whole demeanor changed. "You're not going anywhere," was the man's reply as he produced a large knife from a pocket of his own. Upon this, my father pulled these scissors from behind his back and locked eyes with the man. They stood tensely for a moment as my father explained to him in a few words or less. "I've got scissors and you've got a knife. If you come for me, I'm getting you too." The man, realizing his comment, put the knife down and said, "Get the heck out." My dad shook Carlos awake, practically carrying him to his feet, and pushed him out of the door, never taking his eyes off the man or his hands off the scissors. He said the man stood in the door and glared at them as they backed down the hallway to the elevator. I work at a beauty store, and today, an older man with a white beard came in. I greeted him and asked him if there was anything that I could help him with. He stuck his hand out and said, "Hi, I'm Santa Claus." I go to shake his hand and I laugh uncomfortably. And as I try to pull my hand away, he stops shaking my hand and just holds it. He proceeds to tell me about how he's popular in the next town over as a Santa Claus, and how their local beauty store knows him very well. He held my hand for a solid 2 minutes as he told me about his stories of being Saint Nick, And he finally let me go after I tried to pull him away several times. And then finally asked me where the colored hairspray was, so that he could make his beard appear whiter. After helping him, I took him to the register to ring him up. And as I tell him his total, he hands me a card with a picture of Santa Claus on it that said, "Happy Holidays" on it. I take it and say thank you. And he pulls out another card, but keeps it face down. He then says, "Now this one is my pride and joy. When I give this to you, I want you to keep it for yourself and not show anyone. Not your husband or your boyfriend. Nobody." I was so uncomfortable that all I wanted was for this man to leave the store. He made me promise that I wouldn't show another soul, which made me even more uncomfortable. I nervously take the card in hopes that he would leave sooner. I quickly turn the card over and glance at it. I'm thankful that it was just a picture of a wax bottle that said "Pride" and a dish cleaning bottle that said "Joy." The jokes seemed like innocent dad jokes until what he said next. He then proceeded to ask me how long I'd been working there, what days I work and what my hours were. And I just answered by saying that I'm not sure over and over again, since I find those things to be personal information. He then asked me how many other girls work at the store. I told him that I didn't know. As I had told him his total for the third time, he finally hands me the money. As I give him his receipt and his items, he then asks me if I'm married. I tell him no, but that I do have a boyfriend, and he says to me, "You should just stay single. That way, you would be able to please every man." I look at him in disgust and I tell him,
Gross.
"Okay, sir, you have a nice day." And then he looks me in the eyes and says to me, "You stay safe out there. I'm serious." And then walks out the door. Dear Mr. Santa Claus, the only person that I need to stay safe from is you. This happened to my very close family friends on Christmas Day a few years ago.
Yep.
I used to
Give me
babysit
fire
for
logs.
this family starting at around age 12, and I later housed and dog sat for them months at a time all throughout my 20s. This story is particularly creepy for me because I have spent a ton of time alone at their house. So, this family is going on a stereotypical Christmas Day evening in the family home. It's winter and so it's very early. It's a drizzly, wet, foggy night outside. It's a large family and in their 20s and 30s, most with jobs out of state. But everyone has come home to be together for the holidays. Siblings have a busy plan with their Christmas loot. TVs are on. Christmas music is playing. There's being cooked and eaten. And there's a lot of laughing and talking. And this goes on for many hours. The youngest daughter spots her dad is standing in the middle of the courtyard outside in a black hooded sweatshirt. The hood is over his head, so just his mouth and chin are visible, and he's just looking at her. She casually calls over to her mom, who's in the kitchen, to go check on Dad because it seems like he needs help with something on the road. Except Mom says that Dad is in the bedroom taking a nap. Mom and his sister quickly come to the realization that there's a creepy total just staring in at them, not moving. On Christmas Day evening. And as you can imagine, the family collectively poops on the chimney for Santa. They proceed to alert everyone in the house, run around checking the locks on the many sliding glass doors and windows, and they wake up Dad. In the meantime, Black Hoodie Creep can see everyone's movements because the house is pretty much completely glass window walls. This guy continues to just stand there in an intentionally creepy, Jason-like pose and not moving. Except now he has a sinister smile on his face. It's obvious that he is enjoying being caught. At first, the family thinks that it might be a practical joke. The family members start to call out things to intimidate him like, if this is a joke, it's not funny. We already called the cops. We have a gun. But the guy just keeps standing there, smiling and not moving for a long time. And then suddenly, he rushes up to the glass and starts pounding on it, not saying a word. His face is still obscured by the hood. Obviously, he is intentionally trying to scare everyone, if not to break into the house. And now the family really does call the cops. After pounding on the glass for a good while, he runs and hops the fence near the home's trash cans and heads to the neighbor's yard. The
Gross.
neighbors are also good friends, so the family calls them and let them know what is happening. But they never see the black hoodie man. The cops arrive within minutes, take these statements, check all the neighboring houses, but they never find this guy. Not long after, the family had their courtyard area completely remodeled, including a new security and light system. The scariest bit of the story for me is that they had no idea how long this guy was just standing there, watching them enjoy their Christmas. Some bonus details as well. The home where this took place is in a quiet, upper-class neighborhood. It's a square
Leather
home with an
vest.
interior square courtyard situated on the edge of a steep hill, with a busy
I don't know if that's
six-lane road.
sellable, but
It can be very
we'll
difficult to
try.
scale and scale the back wall to access the back porch area. It's even harder to escape down without falling into the traffic below. It would also be hard
We
to
are
exit the neighborhood unless
just
people
barely
stop
starting the
and
exploration of
these
this
audio
map,
files.
so
The home is angled in such a way that the wind blows right through it.
haven't been on Boredom Hub in a long time. It finally made a comeback, and I've been meaning to spend more time on it, but haven't
The home's like
had the time
many traditional Japanese homes.
to spend on it.
Doors attached to
So
each
we
section
started playing on it last night.
leading to the square middle courtyard.
I thought the Ada despawned on the 3 a.m. restart. Turns out
If someone is
I'm
going
just
to
blind.
at night, it is very easy to see into all areas of the house without being seen through the reflection of the lights inside. However, the
Like
courtyard
that.
does not have some dull footway lighting. The home is beautiful, but they have some creepy art, including stone statues of children playing in the courtyard
There now.
and a collection of cringe clown art
Sure
that was so
can.
popular in the 80s. Also, their senior dog used to growl intently at empty hallways in the middle of the night. It probably was just blind or deaf, but it's still freaky. I was often unnerved while house sitting for them, even before this happened.
Sure can.
Impossible to climb over, and a wooden gate, which is possible to climb, leading to the trash can and storage adjacent to the neighborhood. These are the to the central courtyard.
Oh, Klein Trader is way,
This guy was a crazy
way up north. So we'll just
being not until kids.
let's go like we're going to Berezino.
Was never revealed to the
Just head over to the coast and head up the coast like we're gonna go drive to Berezino.
Where some guy was squatting in nice homes, counting on the fact that people won't be home for the holidays, and they possibly decided to have some fun with his family once he was spotted. I seriously doubt the single guy was planning to actually take on a family of 6+ adults. I haven't stayed alone in the house since, as the dog that I used to watch passed away some time ago. I would love to hear your thoughts or reactions to all of this. When I was 17 or 18, I was driving home from a friend's house after a movie marathon. It was around 1 a.m. when I left, and I had a decent drive to go. Not quite halfway, my gas light came on. I had had a few creepy
Snow,
gas stations.
snow, snow.
Middle of nowhere, as a 110-pound teenage girl. In the end, I think if I wasn't so cautious, I would have been kidnapped, or worse. The first gas station I came across was well lit, and in a pretty open space. I drove up to the pump and looked around my car mirrors before getting out. As I was starting to put gas, this normal-looking guy comes out to the gas station shop and starts smoking a cigarette. And the pump kept clicking off and not working. So I started messing with it, trying to get it to pump. And this guy starts watching me, laughing. And I assumed that he was laughing to himself, watching a teenage girl trying to pump gas. After maybe a quarter of a gallon, I gave up and I moved to a new pump. After this point, if I didn't do absolutely everything I did, I would have been screwed. When I got back to my car, I locked my doors just to drive to near the pump. I checked all of my mirrors before getting out or shutting off my car again. It was an old 90s Beetle that didn't really start for me. That's when I saw the guy walking up to my car. He was smiling, walking up to the driver's side window. Not wanting to be next to me, I rolled down the passenger window. He paused a little bit, then smiled to himself and walked to the passenger window. He stuck his head all the way inside the window to talk to me. Hey, I know this seems really weird, but I promise I'm not a creep or anything. And my car broke down. He points to a red SUV, and I need a ride home. It's just a half mile up the road. I'm sorry, but I don't know you.
Only half a mile? Walk it, bitch.
I thought it was pretty weird as I was walking up there, but it's only half a mile up the road. I'm totally stranded. I wish I could help you, but I really don't know you. Yeah, I got you. If you had a truck or something, I would offer a ride back. But sorry, no. All of a sudden, he yanked at my door, but I had locked it before. And then he reached for my inside door and opened my window. But my car was still running and I slammed it first and peeled out as he opened the door. The car taking off, I slammed it shut and I split off. I called the police after I got away. And they looked at the gas station cameras and right after I left, he got into his red SUV and drove off. If I hadn't locked my doors the second time, I would have been screwed. If I let him come to the driver's side window, he could have grabbed me. If I had shut my car off, I wouldn't have been able to drive off in time. If I didn't double check my mirrors, I would have been outside my car when he came up to me. I remembered something that had happened to my best friend and I a few years ago and figured that I might share it here. While my best friend at the time and I were seniors in high school, around 2016, we went on a weekend trip to visit my grandmother a couple hours away from my town in Georgia. The town that we lived in was comparatively small for the state, but one of the biggest towns in the Raleigh. But we had to travel about 2.5 hours through tiny suburbs, redneck towns to get to my grandmother's place. We were on our way back home when we had to stop at a gas station, literally in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking cornfields, cotton fields, streets with no signs of lights, not even stop signs, and definitely no cell service. The convenience store attached to the gas station had a couple snacks inside, but looked deserted from the outside. All the cars were people inside, and we didn't bother to get anything other than gas. I paid with my card mainly because I didn't want to leave my 100-pound friend alone in the car while I went inside alone. I think the car pulled up on the other side of the single gas pump while I just started pumping gas. Because of everything I had read on the subject, I always had a weird feeling in the decided to stay alert and stand outside of the car with my driver's side door open so my friend could see and hear everything going on. A thin, late 50s-ish older man got out of the car and seen a thief hanging up a cloth and standing beside his car while
Oh, there's a special clothing trader.
he watched out
Okay.
and moved himself around my car door to stand within a foot of me.
Okay. That's, I'm guessing that's where we get the Boredom Hub clothing.
Without me having to hold it. And I immediately placed myself between the opening of the door and the man, and prepared to either shut the door with me inside it, or even slam it behind it to protect my friend if necessary. And I calmly told him that it was fine, thank you. He looked me up and down with the corner of his lip tilted up and said, "Pretty girls like you shouldn't be out here all alone. You definitely shouldn't have to do this by yourself. Let a man help me." And he covered my hand with his own as he reached for the gas bulb that I was holding. And I jerked my hand out from underneath his and then slammed my car door shut, thinking the last thing that I wanted him to do was jump in my car and drive away with my friend in the passenger seat. Orange flags started tinting red, and my usual overly polite demeanor turned serious as I remembered something that I had right here. That said, it was better to be safe and to seem mean rather than be polite and uncomfortable. So I responded and said, "Sir, get away from me. I can pump my own gas and I've already said no thank you. Leave us alone." He didn't move, only raised his chin and managed to make eye contact with me, all lips till gone. I stared him down and figured that I'd gotten enough gas to last us enough time to get the hell out of wherever we were. So I maintained eye contact, pulled the nozzle out, and basically threw it back out of the pump before getting in my car, and drove away before he even moved. As we drove away, I glanced in the rear view and saw that his car wasn't even being filled up with gas, telling me that he was driving by and decided to outlay a damsel in distress out. My friend was shaking the whole way home, telling me that she would have just let the man pump the gas. But I'm just glad some of the confidence that I had gained from myself helped me stay attentive and respond confidently enough to get out of the situation. On Memorial Day of this year, I started working at one of the two gas stations.
And we've got a reindeer pelt to
20 miles outside our
sell as well.
My town is basically
Forgot about that.
civilization for about an hour if you're traveling on the highway. So we get a lot of traffic. We also have a lot of regulars. We have people we know by name and people who we may not know the names of, but we recognize them and the transaction will go a lot quicker if I just ask, "Do you want some cigarettes today?"
Way the hell away from the trader.
Most of these regulars are very kind to us. One even threatened to beat a guy up who came in and tried to grab my coworker's hair when his card was declined. The person involved in the story was supposed to be one of those nice people. He was a guy whose name I never knew. He mostly came in during the shift, and I usually saw him when I was about to leave. I work second shift. For the sake of the story, we'll call him Matty. He was always very pleasant and always struck up a conversation when whoever was checking him out. The one that I remember most vividly was us talking about all the reviews and sequels Hollywood keeps churning out. And I want to work my way to the film industry someday and become either a writer or a director. And we were talking about how I could start putting together the sequel to TV. Yesterday night, I was cashing out my drawer after third shift and checked in and was not his drawer. We had both been off for 3 days and we were trying to catch each other up on what had happened over that time. It was all gas station related things like how someone had reported that the bathrooms were gross, instead of asking someone to clean them, and how one of the pumps had a card reader issue. And suddenly, the third shift guy brings up this open murder case. A woman from the town about 30 minutes up the highway had gone missing a while back. and then had been found dead in a washing machine that had been crudely dumped into a pond. He then brings up the fact that Maddie was a prime suspect in the case. Maddie was a bit of a druggie, to put it lightly, and had some shady connections. Evidently, there was a rumor that he was into some messed up stuff in the dark web, and had some very brutal connections through there. And I knew Maddie had a drug issue, as he had told said third shift guy, one of my second shift coworkers, about some of his rehab experiences. But I had no idea about these shady connections. One of the third shift guy's friends had also been put through the ringer by the cops, as he had gone out with the victim on a date only 2 nights before her disappearance. He wasn't ruled a suspect after a lot of questioning and looking through the evidence. Maddie evidently told the other third shift worker that he was going out of town for a little while a few nights ago. I don't know if that part is true or not, as it was passed on to me by a second shift worker who likes to gossip about everything she can. If it is true, I would definitely think that he had something to do with it. When my dad told me that I would meet some whacked individuals working this job, I believed him. I think this just signals that statement to me more. This happened a year or so ago, so forgive a lack of specific detail. One day after work around 4 or 5 p.m., me and a girl that I worked with decided to go see a movie. It was a rough shift, and her and I felt like a movie would be nice. She asked if we could stop by her house so she could change clothes from our work uniform, and I said that was fine, since it was maybe 5 minutes away tops. We stayed at her house for a bit. We ate a quick snack, and then we got in my car. She asked if we could stop at the gas station by her house so she could grab a Red Bull. And once again, I was fine with that because it was right by her house. I drove to the gas station, and the only parking was on the east side of an abandoned car wash next to the gas station. And to form a better image, the gas station and car wash were right next to each other, both entrances facing the same way. It was entirely dark outside. The gas station was a fairly run-down one, and didn't have any lights at the gas pumps like most do. So it was pitch black except for the light coming from my car. The semi-truck was on the side of the gas station, and it had cones indicating the area that would inhibit the driver to do what he needed. So I assumed the parking spots wouldn't be too close, and I parked. My friend got out and went inside. I decided to stay in the car, since she would only be a few minutes. I locked my doors after she got out, as it was a force of habit to do so. I went on my phone for a bit, and after a couple of minutes, I saw a light flash on in the driver's side mirror of my car. I turned to look, since it was pointed in my direction. The truck driver had a flashlight pointed at my window, and just held it there for a few seconds, and maybe 20 or so. I was kind of freaked out, but I assumed he had a reason for doing so. He then began walking towards my window, still with the flashlight on. I rolled down my window no more than an inch, assuming maybe he was just going to tell me to move my car. He stopped when he got 2 to 3 feet away from my window, and then he turned around. At this point, I was pretty scared, just because there was no reason for what he did. So I just rolled my window back up and waited for my friend. I'm still watching the guy just in case, and I see him rummage around in the front part of the semi-truck for a bit, and then he stops and turns back to my car. There was something in his hand. I'm not sure what, and I'm glad that I don't know. He began walking towards my window. He was saying something inaudible, and it was at a rather loud volume. He got to my door this time and tried to open it. He tried to pull the handle a couple times, but he couldn't open it. And then he started to pull more aggressively. My friend luckily came out of the gas station and was walking towards my car. She looked scared. I was scared, and the guy saw her coming to my car. and he walked quickly back to his truck, and I drove away as quick as possible. I'm not entirely sure what happened or what was going to happen. The only theory my friend had was that maybe when he saw that I was a girl, the first time that he had the flashlight, he assumed that I would be a good target to kidnap or put into something worse. And that's just a theory, though. I'm glad I won't ever have to find out what he was doing. This isn't too climactic, but it did open my eyes to what people are capable of doing. So, one day about 2 years ago, I was at my house with my younger sister and her friend. We were about 20 and 21-year-old females. We were hungry and we decided to go out and get some sushi. On the way to the restaurant, I noticed that I was low on gas, so I stopped to get some. I pulled up the pump and parked the car. I went into the gas station to pay while my sister and our friend waited in the car. As I was walking across the parking lot into the store, I noticed a man staring at me with a creepy smirk in his face. We made eye contact and he yelled across the parking lot, "Hey beautiful, why aren't you smiling?" I didn't respond or even acknowledge him. However, a young woman who witnessed this said to him, "Do not tell her to smile. She doesn't have to do anything to you." To this day, I think about that woman. I thanked her and continued to walk into the store. As I stood patiently in line, the same man walked in. He came right over to me in line and started to touch me. He was rubbing my arms and lower back, and I pulled away. I said loudly, "Get away from me, I don't know you. Don't touch me, or I'll defend myself." Other customers and the cashier were watching us, and I caused a scene. He whispered in my ear and told me to shut up, so people didn't think that he was a creep. Suddenly, the man ran out of the store into my car with my sister and friend still inside of it, so I ran after him. He opened the car door and started to say something to them when I yanked him back so hard from his shirt collar, and I punched him in his face. He proceeded to call me every other name in the book, but he left us alone and got in his car and drove away. I'm much more aware of my surroundings now. So, this was 2 years ago on Halloween. I had just discovered this sub about an hour ago and decided to post my own encounter. My best friend and I were leaving a club in Dallas and we stopped at a gas station to pick up some snacks and refreshments. This guy comes up to me and tells me that I look pretty. At this point, I'm drunk and I'm not worried about a dang thing, so I thank him, smile, and continue looking for munchies. He starts to follow me through the gas station, but I kind of shrug it off. Me and my friend Payne are walking out when he comes up behind us and asks where we're going. At this point, I'm thinking, screw off, dude. We say curtly that we're going home and he seemed to take the hint, and he screwed off. We started to walk down the street. My friend was planning on driving us home in my car since I was unfit to drive. My friend wasn't 21 yet, so he hadn't been drinking. We were about 3 blocks from my car when we noticed a car driving really slowly behind us. We glanced back a few times and realized that it's the guy from the gas station following us. We decide that it's not a good idea to leave it back to my car, so we turn around and walk a different way back towards the street where the clubs are. He makes an illegal U-turn and follows us. He then rolls down his window and shouts to us asking if we need a ride. Then politely I say, "No thank you, we're good. We just made a wrong turn." But he continues to follow us. We speed up our pace a bit and he speeds up too. He calls out to us again through the passenger window asking again if we want to ride. Then I tell him to please stop following us or I'm gonna call the police. He then calls me every name in the book, and then he speeds off. Luckily, after that, he left us alone.
Still looking for an SA-58. Where's that at? I know I put it in. There it is. There it is. I found it. Also, a Pioneer mag in here somewhere. There it is. There we go. That's better. That's better. Taking me a minute to get my brain back. Boom booms. Sniper rifles. Ooh, I can sell fireworks. Christmas lights. Sell the Christmas lights. Save those. Sell the papers. For $2. Hate that you can't sell the big fucking kit shit here. Save all those. Save all those. Mining. I don't have anything for mining. Clothing. Do I have any clothing stuff? Sell. No, I'm wearing those. Wearing that. Wearing that shit. Wearing this stuff. Oh, hunter vest. Sell that. Sell those boots. Sell the boots. Movies. Nope. Keep all that. Anybody throw anything in the garbage today? Rob the trash cans. Wait, is that a fridge in there? Guessing that's just decorative. Just decorative. Yep, it's all just decorative. Just for show. So I can't sell BC gear? Um... Oh, that's got some stuff in it. We don't want to throw away those items. NBC stuff. I need a fire to cook some reindeer. Unless I can drive up to it's a hunting trader. Oh, it's way over there. How far away is that? Oh, that's way over there. That's way over there. That's way over on the other side of the map. That's ski resort? Or something? Yeah. No, that's not. I don't know. Way up in the hills, I know that. Way up on the hills.
Has a dark side. Today we're wrapping up 2024 in style, sharing with you 3 of our favorite stories from the year. On top of that, a little bonus, 3 tales coming straight from our Patreon-only patrons exclusive vault. So there's a little something new for most of you. To all the current Patreon supporters, a big shout out. Thank you for having our backs out there. Just a heads up to you, mine is important. And in my opinion, darkest side of every town for 2024.
Okay.
Every town has a dark side. Having an open mind is important, and in my opinion, as well as according to the research, it is a telltale sign of intelligence. When someone's open to ideas, as I'm sure you are if you're listening to this, usually means they're the type of person who actually listens when we talk and can engage in real, meaningful conversations. They don't lose their temper if they disagree with something. They think about it and take in the information. They can admit when they're wrong and apologize. And all of these open, mindful traits I bring up because really, they boil down to one thing: having the understanding to know that you don't know everything. And despite many, many people pretending like they have it all figured out, that's just an act. We're human, so by default, I can assure you, we don't know a whole lot of things. I mean, just go back to the year 1900. We're still using horses and donkeys as our primary means of transportation. The first motion picture, the one of that guy riding a horse, had only been invented 10 years earlier. The Wright brothers were still 3 years away from flying. While we've certainly come a long way since then, we still have really far to go. It's in our nature to like to think we have the answers to the world figured out. There's a real sense of comfort there. However, any intelligent person knows we have a lot of work left to do. And so today, we're talking about some of those things that appear to be happening and yet we have no answers for. Specifically, honing in on the great state of Alaska. There are countless stories of unsolved mysteries occurring up in the great north. Missing people in planes, creatures, many stories of shapeshifters. So, what gives? You might think that a lot of the legends of strange encounters would just be stories and folk tales, but oddly that doesn't appear to be the case, and the hard data shows this. And to put it in context, in Alaska since 1988, more than 16,000 people have disappeared, which is a huge number. For every 100,000 people in Alaska, 164 of them have gone missing, which is far higher than any other state by a long shot, as the 49 other states average out to just around 6 people missing per 100,000. Those figures aren't skewed for effect for the sake of this episode. It's a fact. So the question then becomes, what exactly is going on in Alaska? Hey guys, it's Andrew, and thanks for tuning in.
Bigfoot. That's what's going on in Alaska.
Appreciate you being here.
Maybe.
So
I
know what you're
don't,
thinking.
I don't know.
Of course, Alaska has the most missing persons cases. It's the harshest landscape. The terrain and weather is so unforgiving that it makes sense. While I agree to a certain extent, it seems like a person every other day of the year just up and vanishing is quite a lot. It feels like that's a bit abnormal. While you may not be sure how to feel about it exactly, the people who agree, the ones that think there's something else much stranger going on in this place, are the ones we should probably be listening to. And that's the natives of Alaska. People have lived on this rocky and icy patch of land going back 14,000 years. And through the generations, they've experienced the same things we see today. And people went missing back then, as they do right now. The ancestors have had strange encounters and stories to tell, same as many people do now. And while today we can sort of turn a blind eye to the reality of what's happening in Alaska, because we can fill the void with all the other information in the world. Back then, they couldn't do this.
Gonna cook this because I don't think I'll make it over to
And from that came their tales of creatures and beasts and demons. They weren't just
Trader
making up
in
these
time.
stories for no good reason. It appears they were actually telling the truth.
do. Plus, we'll get warm while we're cooking the reindeer
At 3
meat.
o'clock this morning, the steamship Portland from St. Michael's for Seattle passed Puget Sound with more than a ton of gold on board and 68 passengers. That was a headline from the Seattle Post newspaper back in 1897 that set in motion the Great Alaskan Gold Rush that would continue on for roughly the next decade. And people from all around the world flocked to the state in a bid to strike it rich, and a man named Harry D. Culp was one of them. As his story goes, Harry was living in a lodge out near the city of Wrangell, Alaska, with a man named Charlie as they tried to find their gold. But aside from a few small claims, For the most part, they were striking out and needed to widen their range. And Charlie had gotten some intel about a possible gold deposit out in the Thomas Bay area, which was around 50 miles north of Wrangell. Without many options, he decided to pack up some supplies and set out to go find it. He had planned on being gone for around 3 months, but just a month after leaving, he abruptly returned. Visibly shaken, with no gold or supplies, he told Harry why he came back. Once Charlie had made it out to Thomas Bay and searched for the half-moon-shaped lake he was told about where the gold supposedly was. Near the base of a glacier, he found it. Shortly after settling in, he saw something terrifying, something he had never seen before. In his own words, he described what he witnessed out there on the frozen tundra as a hairy pack of devils.
Told you. Bigfoot.
Charlie watched them for a few minutes,
Well,
trying to figure out what exactly they were.
North American
There's lots of
abominable
different kinds of
snowmans.
canines up in Alaska, and of course bears, but these things were different than that. They looked to be some sort of a mix between a human and a monkey. Their bodies were covered in hair except for where they had large scabs and open wounds. And from what those were caused by, I have no idea. A sense of dread washed over Charlie. He quickly tried to pack up his gear to leave. When he was taking down his tent before he could pack that up, they spotted him. In unison, a pack of wolves, these little devils, came charging for him, letting out screams and cries along the way that was so visceral it made him delirious. Charlie took off running towards his canoe. At one point, they got so close he could actually smell them. The stench was so awful and foul it made him ill, but the adrenaline overpowered him.
70
And
grand.
to his canoe before they could catch him. Shortly after pushing off the banks, he passed out, only to wake up hours later, floating in the bay, at which point he just headed back to the home base down in Wrangell. This story of what happened to Charlie has become fairly well known among those in Alaska, especially the ones down in the southeastern portion where the story took place, but of course, it's been met with a lot of skepticism over the years. But what's interesting about that skepticism is that it comes from people like you and me, or those who are new to Alaska. But if you ask any natives, those whose generations have been on that land for thousands of years, they don't think it's a strange or fantastical tale in the slightest. They very much know it's real, and in fact, they have a name for this creature that Charlie encountered: the Kushtake, also known as an otter man or the slime man. The Kushtake gets its name from the Tlingit people whose territory covers southeastern Alaska, which is mentioned just so happened to be in the very same area that Charlie and Harry were in. The otter men are said to be shape-shifting creatures that can easily look like another fellow human being, but when alerted, shape-shift into large, hairy, humanoid figures that resemble something like a giant sea otter. Charlie described what he saw as half monkey and half human, so could it be that he came face to face with a gang of Kushtake, and what he really was looking at was half human?
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Most natives in the area, even today, will tell you that they fear these creatures more than any other animal, more than bears or wolves. The simple fact that not only can they trick you, but also only tend to harm you. It's said that they can mimic the sounds of a baby or a woman's cry to help lure people straight to them. But if they see you first, that are known to approach people in their human form to either offer assistance or pretend to need help themselves. In either case, they'll walk their way further into the woods or away from their intended destinations, at which point they'll either rip them apart and devour them if they're hungry enough, or transform them into another Otterman. If they do this, then that person can no longer reincarnate, their soul forever trapped as an Otterman, which translates to a more modern
Dang,
idea of
holy
what a
shit.
demon or the devil does. Just instead of trapping a person down in hell, the person is now trapped inside this creature. Now, there are lots of stories of people encountering shapeshifters, not just in Alaska, but really everywhere. For a lot of people, it's hard to take those stories seriously because, well, we're talking about creatures that can shapeshift, so no real explanation needed. But, as I mentioned, if you keep an open mind, perhaps there is something to it. And while I was working on this story, strangely, or perhaps serendipitously, I came across another story. That was a good example of what could be a shapeshifter, an Otterman, or demon, whatever you choose to call it. This is a weird one, and it hits all the right points. It comes from a man who was on the podcast Radio Rental recently. If you haven't listened to Radio Rental, then you're a lucky dog because it covers some crazy true crime and strange stories as told by the people that experienced them. Check it out when you can. And you can hear the full version of this story over there that I'm about to tell you, which I do highly recommend you do. Now, other than the location, which comes from the northern part of Alaska, even though they don't mention it directly, it sounds like a crew of workers came across one of these Kushtaki, and had they not been so lucky, one of them could have easily been hurt or killed or transformed. The storyteller explains that when he was in his early 20s, he did some work up along the north slope of Alaska for a wireline crew, which were the guys who were in charge of maintaining oil rigs. In the area where they were, it was a place you could only access in the winter because from their base camp to the petroleum reserve, they needed to drive 60 miles across an ice road. And it was only in winter, when the ice was hard enough, for them to safely make the trip. So it was January, mostly dark up in those parts for the majority of the day. 15 degrees out, and then there was this road and not much of anything else. No settlements or towns. The trip took roughly 3 hours because you can't go more than 20 miles an hour on those ice roads. About halfway through the drive is when they caught something in their headlights. As they got closer, they could then see it was a guy, just shuffling along the road, staring blankly ahead. Once they got a good look, they could see it was a white guy, meaning maybe they could understand finding a native up there who was out and about.
Yeah, you can sell them. I think you sell them.
Possibly
and,
they had had a snowmobile accident, but this man was way out of place. On top of that, he didn't have the proper attire at all. He was wearing just sneakers, jeans, and a hoodie. And the other eerie thing was that he didn't look like he'd been out there in the elements all that long. Almost like he teleported there, or, in our case,
No, I don't think
shapeshifted.
so. I think that's junk trader items. Let me pop over there and double check for you.
They pull up to this man who isn't even acknowledging them, just staring ahead as they ask him if he needs help. With no answer, even though they saw no sign of an accident, they thought maybe this man was in shock. One of the strangest
It
details was that
disappears.
this guy smelled awful, emanating this garlicky and acidic stench, which was especially odd since smell doesn't travel so much in cold conditions. The crew couldn't just leave him there. I mean, there was nothing for 30 miles in either direction, he'd certainly die, and so one of the passengers eventually reached out to pull him inside. It was at that moment that the wandering man turned, grabbed the guy's forearm incredibly tight, and let out a guttural scream that the storyteller described as ungodly. He wouldn't let go and kept screaming, so they just peeled away as fast as they could until he released. They talked about going back, but it was a scary situation, so they decided just to forge ahead and let the guards know so they could go check it out. The guards did eventually, and found no sign of this person anywhere, no footprints, no nothing. And so, getting back to the Otter Man and the similarities, here you have a person who looks in need of help, smells terrible, and lets out a guttural cry. All things the natives described, as well as similarities from Charlie's story back in the 1900s. And if those stories aren't enough to show you that something weird is most definitely going on in Alaska, then I want to hit you with some of the hard data. Because these facts are an anomaly in and of themselves. As I mentioned earlier, for no clear-cut reason at all, Alaska's missing persons rate is astronomical compared to the rest of the U.S. So for context, Massachusetts sits at the lowest end with 2.74 missing people for every 100,000 people. Followed by that on the low end is Rhode Island at 2.57, and then Iowa at 3.28. And on the highest end, you have the state of Hawaii with 16.68 people missing per 100K. Following that up is Oklahoma with 16 and Arizona with 14. Every other state falls somewhere in between except for Alaska, which has 173.5 people missing. So you have to ask yourself, what exactly is that all about? That man from the oil rig specifically mentioned that he wondered if what they had encountered was some sort of demon.
You saw them at a concentrator.
In October of 1972, a small private plane heading from Anchorage to Juneau, carrying 4 people on board,
Hunting?
vanished without a trace. Despite a huge search effort because the occupants of the plane were government officials and congressmen, nothing was ever discovered. Ultimately, that was the start of the talk surrounding the Alaska Triangle, which, much like the Bermuda Triangle, is an area that covers a large chunk of Alaska, where people go missing and planes disappear without a trace. And people like to label these triangles as if the shape itself has something
Correct.
ominous about it, but really, it's not about the shape, it's just about defining an area where unexplained things happen. Some explanations that are attempted on why bad things occur here are because of magnetic anomalies, aliens, otter people, and more broadly, the devil himself. But really, nobody knows for sure, and likely, that's how it will stay. After all, who even said we were supposed to have the answers for everything? And really, if we did, wouldn't that take a lot of fun out of living?
The Cui twins.
In essence, what the natives named Kushtaki thousands of years ago, I believe is what we're calling the Alaska
I
Triangle
mean, we
today.
could be twins.
Yes, they're two completely different things, and that one is a mythical creature and one is a set of coordinates on a map, but they are the same thing. They're just names assigned to explain the unexplainable, and to give us context in order to wrap our brains around all the things that fall outside of our defined knowledge. So, you can call it what you will and believe in what you want. But remember, keep an open mind out there, because these mysteries, regardless of what's happening, sure are fun to talk about. Every town has a dark side. Urban legends have a way of sticking with us for reasons beyond just being a good and often weird story, because typically they share at least some part of an authentic truth in them, and often it's something specific to a region, and so the legend is able to endure through the generations. And sometimes these legends cover stories of real people that died under strange or tragic circumstances, and so now their spirits haunt the building, a town, or road. Sometimes they're about creepy creatures that lurk in the woods, having been seen by many, but yet the hard proof remains as elusive as them. And then there's the scariest kinds of urban legends, the ones that revolve around real-life missing persons cases and murders. And that's exactly what the story of Cropsey is all about in our focus today. Hey guys, it's Andrew, and thanks so much for tuning in to this week's episode of Everytown, where today we're looking deep into the legend of Cropsey, the boogeyman, for lack of a better term, that haunts the woods of Staten Island. His story is one that everyone who lives there has heard. It varies a bit in details depending on who you hear it from, but all the tales about Cropsey share the same base about an escaped mental patient who now hides in the woods and only comes out to prey on little kids. But unlike many urban legends, this one has a lot of hard evidence behind it, and it was created in real time over the course of several decades as a way to try and help explain away the strange vanishings and serve as a warning for young kids not to wander too far from home. Not only is this urban legend completely real, but surprisingly, the stories that people tell about this man around their campfires is nothing in comparison to what actually happened in real life. This is a story behind the urban legend known as Cropsey. The New York City metropolitan area has a population that's hovering around 8.5 million people. Those individuals live in one of the 5 boroughs: the Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Staten Island. Each has its own identity, own unique neighborhoods and cityscapes. Staten Island is the southernmost borough, and part of what makes this place unique, other than being the hometown of Pete Davidson, is that right in the middle is a huge swamp of woods, a nature preserve known as the Staten Island Greenbelt. It covers 2,800 acres, making it one of the largest natural areas within the 5 boroughs, and it essentially wraps around the city streets in a full circle, just like a belt, hence the name. Many houses and apartment buildings run along the edge of this wooded area, and so you could be on a densely populated street one moment, and then just walk a few blocks over and find yourself in the woods among a seemingly endless stretch of trees, swamplands, and open fields. And I bring this up because it's from this setting, the forest, the Butt City streets, and more importantly, the old Willowbrook School, and the urban legend of Cropsey around it. And every single one of us has an instinct we have, and it's been put in place to help us survive. It's an evolution in biology that is as simple as it gets. That gut feeling warning us not to go out into the woods alone. And it makes a lot of sense because when we get lost out in the woods or injured from falling, and of course, there's wild animals out there too that can kill people. There's also the most dangerous animal of them all, other humans, possibly with bad intentions. So when looking out into that vast void, our brains tell us to stay put. Just stay near your home and your chances of survival increase exponentially. So stories can be found in every single culture covering this idea. The legend of Cropsey is no different. It's essentially parents, uncles, and older siblings passing down the story to not go into the forest of Staten Island because a boogeyman lives there. And if you're not careful, well, he might get you. The story of Cropsey came into existence in the early 1970s.
Cropsey.
It centers around a deranged psychopath that lives in the woods only to come out at night to prey upon unsuspecting children. It was a warning to not play alone on the playground. Never talk to strangers, because if you do, you may become the next in a long line of Cropsey victims. This man was said to have been a patient at the old Willowbrook mental institution before he escaped, only to settle down by himself in the woods. And Cropsey has scars on his face and unkempt hair, and often will be seen carrying an axe. If you wander into the forest and come across him, then it's likely already too late. Cropsey will drag you back to the now abandoned asylum and torture and kill you in horrific ways. In some versions, there's more of a refined story about a man named George Cropsey, whose own son was kidnapped, never to be seen again. This incident sent him into a dark spiral where he lost his mind completely, retreated into the woods, and would come out to steal kids off the streets as sort of a replacement of the child he had lost. So if you lived on Staten Island around the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you no doubt heard some version of this urban legend. But the truth is, this was much more than just a story. It went much deeper than our inherent fears of dark woods and the unknown. This entire thing was based in reality, as there were several missing persons cases on Staten Island that cropped up over the years that remained unsolved. It would take years for a good chunk of the truth to come to light when we discovered that the real-life boogeyman haunting the community of Staten Island was just a man named Andre Rand. And his story was more insane than what I've come across, as this guy was weird and sadistic, and his story reached every tip of the island. As it would be revealed later, the man strategically set himself up to be able to pull off his crimes in new locations, making it hard for police to hone in on him. And the expansive Staten Island greenbelt was Rand's dumping ground, and many of the bodies are still believed to be hidden to this day. Born Frank Rostam Roshan on the island of Manhattan on March 11th of 1944. And as a side note, he later changed his name, so don't get confused later on. And Frank's father passed away when he was 14. Right after that, his mother was committed to the Pilgrim Psychiatric Center in Brentwood, New York, which is located in the middle of Long Island. And Frank and his sister would visit her when they could, but they also had to essentially grow up on their own and make ends meet as teenagers. While Frank's childhood clearly wasn't the best, he wasn't abused or mistreated by his parents in the typical way you find with many criminals. Oftentimes, the darkest of madmen were born that way, coming from backgrounds that would be devastating to any young, developing child. But Frank, it appears, was just broken. A bad egg, if you will. From time to time in this world, that's just how they come out. There's no rhyme or reason behind it. By the time he reached his early 20s, between 1966 and 68, Frank got a job working as a custodian and orderly at the Willowbrook State School. And this school catered to educating and taking care of children with
You're just a fat kid.
Huh.
Sorry about that, fatty. Dumb, he's just a fat kid. Aren't you, fatty? You're just a big old fat kid. Here's some chocolate, fatso.
The school was
Chocolate.
opened in
Hi, Looney.
1947, shut down for good in 1988. With regards to the
How
prospect
you
of
doing,
opening,
homie?
in many retellings, this school was the setting.
Doing all right?
In their stories,
I hope.
the Willowbrook Mental Institute. At 25 years old, in
Huzzah!
1969, Rand was up in the South Bronx, up to no good. And there he enticed a 9-year-old girl to get in his car, at which point he took her to an isolated parking lot.
Been lurking since you started.
Once
Been
there, he
busy at
undressed
work.
himself
Yeah, I kind of
while in
figured
the
that.
process of removing the child's clothes.
I seen you was
A
in
car drove by,
the.
and
You was
stopped
here,
inside.
but you wasn't saying anything, so I just kind of figured you was
For that
working.
crime, as he was clearly caught red-handed,
You're all good.
Frank
You-
pled guilty.
There's
and
no
sentenced to 20
requirements for you to
years, where he
talk.
ended up serving 16
It's
months.
okay. It's okay to be a lurker.
Once he got out, he wanted a fresh start.
I don't mind.
This is when he legally changed his name to Andre Rand. By his late 20s, he was working odd jobs, handyman-style work, like painting houses and cleaning up schools. Anything that he could grab quickly and then leave behind easily. And he chose to do all this on Staten Island.
Oh, there's a train up there too. Shit. We'll go to the special clothing trader. See how much it costs to get better
One of the
clothes.
first missing persons cases in the summer
We'll
of
probably die up here or
1972.
something.
5-year-old Alice Ferrero was playing with her brother in the lobby of their apartment building, which is located on the 600 block of Tisson's Lane.
We'll probably die over here.
It was around 3:30 p.m. when the brother went upstairs real quick to grab something. When he came back down,
Oh, it's so foggy out.
the family searched the neighborhood for a few hours, figuring she had wandered off, but by 6 p.m. her mom reported her missing to the police, and since then, Alice has never been seen again. Authorities thought maybe it was the dad at first because he was divorced from the mom, but he was cleared as a suspect pretty quickly. There were no other suspects because there was never and still isn't any evidence pointing to anything happening. But interestingly, it would later be found out that our
Think
boy,
there's a
Andre
garage
Rand,
over here?
previously known as Frank, who so happened to be doing one of his paint jobs in the exterior of that exact apartment building during that summer. Another interesting tie in this story is that of 18-year-old Audrey Nirenberg, who lived in Brooklyn and was last seen on July 5th of 1977 after heading out to the store to grab a pack of smokes. Audrey suffered from a condition called hebephrenic schizophrenia, so she had been dealing with that all while growing up, spending brief stints in various hospitals and taking medications to control it. An interesting side effect of the disorder is that sometimes it can cause the sufferer to get disoriented, and, as was the case with Audrey, repeat actions or tasks they had already done. So, for example, a person with this condition may go to the store, and as they're heading back home, get disoriented, forget that they were going home, and head back to the store to repeat the task again. Well, the very night before she vanished, Audrey and her family had headed to the Jerry Lewis Theater on Staten Island to catch a movie. And that theater just so happened to be located adjacent to a campsite that Rand was known to visit fairly often. It's believed that if she had in fact retraced her steps, as she had done before, back to the theater, then it's possible she crossed paths with Rand.
500 grand, 500 grand, 1 million.
Now, Rand by this time was known around town as being a bit of a transient. Despite having a home, he would camp often at makeshift sites he had set up in and around the woods. In 1979, he was accused of having some unwanted relations with a 15-year-old girl, but charges were never pressed, so it was a he said,
250
she said
grand
situation.
for a 100 slot best.
So while there were rumblings about him and people may have kept their distance, he
50
was
slot
viewed
belt
as a
for
town
200 grand.
His aunt lived on the island, and like I mentioned, he worked odd jobs around there, so for better or for worse, he was a part of the community.
Okay, so we need lots of money.
But his main camping site that he had set up was one that nobody knew about for many years. And it was located out in the back of Willowbrook State School, somewhere in that expansive forest. It was as if he liked to keep his eye on the place ever since he had worked there all those years back. Had authorities known about his spot earlier, they probably could have caught him, but they didn't. And as a result, Rand literally got away with murder from several of them.
Okay, off to the hunting trader.
In the summer of '78, 44-year-old
Go
Shane
sell
Williams,
our
who worked as
reindeer.
a nurse at Willowbrook, was last seen
How was my
he was
Christmas?
home around midnight.
Christmas was good.
Around 3 weeks later,
Got to
his body was
see
discovered in a shallow grave
my
right
family and hang out, and we had good food.
She
Had a
was
really
extremely
nice
deaf,
dinner,
and because of her age and because a body was found,
and
it looked random, as if it was
uh,
connected to other missing persons cases. That
got to
is,
see my brother for his Christmas vacation. He came down to see his girlfriend and to visit for a while, so that was kind of nice too. Catch up with him a little bit.
Was headed into work early one morning around 6 a.m.
But yeah, it was nice. I had a nice Christmas. How was your Christmas? How did you do anything special for Christmas, or did you work right through it?
Come on, come on. Followed by Atlas. No, you'll beat me. I was the man asking for a race of some sort, or was she saying he'd literally beat her up? We don't know. It was still dark out and the streetlights were off, but right after that conversation, the woman heard Atlas scream, and then she was gone. They called the police, who came to the scene. On the driver's side of her car, they found Ethel's pocketbook and 3 buttons from her.
Worked right through it since I lost a week in Tennessee.
And then, about 75 feet away,
I'm
they would find her
playing
car
major
in
catch
the
up. Yeah.
While there was an extensive search for
Well,
her,
how was
there
Tennessee
was no
though?
sign of Ethel.
I mean, was it worth it? Was it worth going to Tennessee
Both of
for?
these cases were at the time an unsolved mystery to authorities. They never had
I'm
a
guessing it was probably
suspect.
worth
In
it.
hindsight,
Otherwise, you
Ethel
wouldn't
was
do it.
finally caught for
You know what I
some
mean?
crime. Authorities connected the dots. Rand's next act would be something he ultimately paid the price for, but this too took a few decades before it could be pinned on him. And it happened on July 15th, 1981. And that day, 7-year-old Holly Ann Hughes was sent by her mom to a local deli just 2 blocks away from her apartment complex so she could pick up a bar of Ivory soap. And she was last seen at around 9:30 p.m., but she never made it home, and no one knows for sure what happened to her. But eyewitnesses said they saw Rand driving around the same store Holly was in before she disappeared. Rand had a noticeable green Volkswagen, so he sort of stuck out. Police would go on to question him and search his car, but they found nothing inside that would lead them to believe that Holly had been inside it.
3 days, then one more
Rand's
day.
aunt, you see, lived in the same building complex as Holly, and so
End up staying for a week, waiting for the guy to make me an offer.
He played hide and seek with Holly earlier in the day,
Enough
but
for me
I
to
had no
close
idea what
shop.
happened
High
or
6
why she
figures?
vanished.
Little leery about that kind of phrasing. I'm gonna offer you stupid, crazy money. Yet it's not that stupid and not that crazy.
Also named Holly, received a phone call from a man who called himself
Believe
Sal.
it when I see it.
Sal told her that he had her little girl, and that if she
But then
wanted to
again,
return
I have
safely,
trust
then
issues,
she'd need to do
so
some lewd acts in front of a camera in order to get her back. Sal and Holly set a date to meet up at Penn Station. She brought with her 2 detectives, but Sal, of course, was a no-show. But when Holly was given an audio recording of Rand's voice for comparison, she said that was definitely the same man that had called her, but again, this was not enough evidence at the time for police to arrest him. Around this time, another layer was being added to the urban legend of Cropsey. Around the U.S. was a wave of people being concerned about Satanism entering the fabric of our culture. And Cropsey, it was said, may be into that too, using children for sacrificial purposes. Also, underneath the expansive plot of land that the Willowbrook School sat on were a series of tunnels that some said Cropsey would use to pass around his victims to other homeless and mentally ill individuals living there. About a year and a half after Holly disappeared, Rand then did something very strange. He got his hands on a school bus and pulled up to a local YMCA where he picked up a random group of 11 kids. He fed them a meal and then drove them to Newark Airport. He was caught there, and while none of the kids were harmed, you have to wonder what his whole plan really was. He never told anyone, but for this crime, he would serve 10 months in jail. And then, just 12 days after he got out, 11-year-old Tia Heese Jackson, who was living with her mom and 3
I
siblings,
could have swore I had
a hotel because their house had caught fire,
good,
headed
clean
out to
kid.
Crown Supermarket to run an errand. It was at around 1:30 that afternoon, and Tia Heese's mom was
I'm
taking a
gonna.
nap when a neighbor gave her some money and sent her to pick up some chicken wings. When her mom woke
Go
up
grab
around
me
4
some
p.m.
chicken
and heard the
wings.
sound of her daughter, she called the police, but the little girl was never heard from again.
You take
then you know
bones anyways.
Rand
Might be able to
had
sell
his
them.
campsite set up at the Baron Hirsch Cemetery, which is less than a mile from the Mariners Harbor Motel. Rand went on to be interrogated.
Oh, I can't fucking.
Ultimately, no charges were filed.
Doesn't have that? Shit.
But his luck was finally about to run out in the same place that all this started, Willowbrook State School. Rand seemed to like those.
I could have swore I had a good
July
cleaning
9th,
kit.
1987, 12-year-old Jennifer Schwieger, who attended the school, was reported
I
missing.
do.
No one saw her leave or knew where she went, so police searched the area around the school. And eventually,
Yeah, I believe it when I see it.
some freshly moved dirt in the woods out back. Underneath it was the body of Jennifer. A further search for evidence around the body then brought authorities across Rand's makeshift campsite. And suddenly, it all clicked. And they had found the man who had been victimizing the island for decades. They had found their boogeyman, and they got Cropsey. Rand was charged with the kidnapping and first-degree murder of Schwieger, for which he received 25 years to life. It opened the door to all the other cases against him, but without the bodies, none of them could be pinned on him. The easiest one to get him
I heard
was
another
kidnapping
piggy.
Polly Hughes, and in 2004, they got him on that, and so jail. And right now, at the age of 79, that's where he sits. And so, urban legends always have some bit of truth in them. This one has a whole lot of it. And Cropsey is much more than just an urban legend, which is why it freaked out so many people that heard the story of the man who was taking people at will. It was based around Andre Rand, a bad man whose true story is much darker than anything anyone could ever create. Every town has a dark side. The story that we have for you today, in its simplest terms, can be described as a man who by day was a respected community member, and by night, a psychopathic serial killer. And for years, he preyed upon the city of Indianapolis, looking for his next victim, for which there were many. 24, in fact. Those are only the ones the authorities know about. Herbert Baumeister was an entrepreneur and family man with 3 children, but in the darkness, he had a big secret. One that was so insane, you'll probably never see anything like it again. Hey guys, it's Andrew, and thanks for tuning in to this week's episode of Every Town. For today, we have one of the wildest stories, in my opinion, we've ever covered. It's so crazy, the entire thing sounds completely made up. So, let's get into it. Head on over to Indy and learn all about Herb Baumeister, his Fox Hollow Farm, and the I-70 Strangler. It was the night of July 22nd, 1994 in the city of Indianapolis, Indiana, when 33-year-old Roger Goodlett left his mother's house to head out for a fun night in town. He was headed down to 16th Street to a gay bar. It never crossed anyone's mind in his family that this would be the last evening to ever see him walk out that door again. Because Roger never came home that night, or the following morning, or any other day after for that matter. His parents reported him missing, of course, but police dragged their feet on this one, as they had so many others before. So Goodlett wasn't the first. He was just one of many young men in this very specific area of our beautiful country who disappeared.
Whoa.
Going back more than a decade before that, there were many stories of young, often gay men who had vanished without a trace. Authorities were aware of this, suspecting that someone could possibly be taking them out
They
of
were
service.
aware of it and they just didn't give a fuck.
But at the same time, there seemed to be just enough differences to not allow all the dots to be connected. Some bodies were discovered, others still just missing persons cases with no sign of where the individual was or might have gone. They also happen over a long period of time. Years would pass, and then another missing persons case. Another dead young man found along the side of the road. And on top of all that, the truth was that investigating these cases wasn't the police's top priority. They weren't interested in looking into these disappearances precisely because the victims were gay men. And they believed that being in such a conservative city, all of them had likely fled to a more liberal place to live their lives more openly. And their rights back then were not nearly as respected as they are today. And some people, both in law enforcement and within the community, were quite happy to have them leave, one by one, no matter what the circumstances. But as the cases mounted, the chatter couldn't be ignored. And somebody was hunting down these men, and it wasn't because he hated them, but because he hated himself. And finally, in 1994, something changed in this entire case. A story that simply couldn't be ignored, and it blew the whole thing wide open. And that year, a man named Tony Harris called up the police, said that he had met someone terrifying who called himself Brian Smart, though he didn't think that was his real name. The two had met at the 501 Club in downtown Indianapolis. Tony was the one who approached him, and they started a pleasant conversation. Brian said he was a landscaper from Ohio, and that he was in town preparing a half-empty house on the outskirts of the city for a family who would be moving in soon. As the night progressed, he then offered to take Tony to that house for a cocktail and a swim in the pool. They got into the car, and there was a little something in Tony's mind that had him at least aware that what he was doing was a little risky. Brian made several turns as Tony tried to memorize the route to the house, but after a while he just lost track. But they arrived at the property, no problem, safe and sound. And Tony could see it was an elegant house with a farm out back. It was sprawling. They parked the car in the garage, at which point Brian told them they needed to go downstairs to the basement to get access to the indoor pool area. It was dark and creepy as they maneuvered through the underbelly of the estate. And then, when they eventually got there, Tony saw several mannequins in various poses around the water. Some of them were sitting in chairs, others hung on towels or sunbathing. It was weird. Seeing Tony's look of shock, Brian said, "I feel lonely here. They keep me company." He offered Tony a cocktail, but he refused, not wanting to drink anything, aiming to stay sober through whatever might happen that night. It was a strange situation that Tony found himself in. He wasn't sure if he was overreacting or his gut was giving him correct information. God trust Mr. Smart.
Always trust the gut.
To keep the party going and his guests relaxed. He stepped out of Tony's sight for a moment, and when he returned, he seemed calm and happy, and Tony was sure he had taken some sort of drug. They continued on with their conversation, which put Tony at ease. Eventually, the two started skinny dipping, when things took a dark turn and everything changed. Brian said he had learned a new trick and wanted to try it out with him. He mentioned experimenting, autoerotic asphyxiation, and he found it to be unbelievably satisfying, and Tony should try it out with him. The asphyxiation would be done with a hose, while he pleasured himself. And Brian lay naked on a fold-out couch in the next room and called Tony to the side. Tony went over and began to cut off his air supply as instructed while Brian touched himself. And when he was done, now it was Tony's turn. And Tony laid down while Brian squeezed his neck, only he took it too far. And Tony fairly quickly couldn't breathe anymore, starting to black out. Cleverly, he decided to fake passing out, closing his eyes and relaxing his entire body. The trick worked. Brian let go. He then whispered Tony's name and Tony impulsively opened his eyes. Brian tried to act natural and pretend to be surprised, saying that sometimes accidents happen with these things, and that he was sorry. Using all the persuasion he could, Tony would go on to convince him to take him back to the city, and managed to escape that night. The near-death experience left Harris traumatized and convinced that Brian was a deadly predator. He finished by telling police that he believed that his good friend, Roger Goodluck, who had gone missing earlier in the summer, may have had a similar encounter with Brian, only he wasn't so lucky to get away. With this crucial lead, the investigators intensified their efforts. They now had a name, at a witness who knew him up close. Nothing in their database pulled up the name Brian Smart, so it wasn't that easy. And Harris, more than 6 months later, finally see Brian Smart again in August of '95. Followed his car, noticed the license plate. This small act allowed the police to finally find a real name. Brian Smart's identity was revealed as 48-year-old Herbert Richard Baumeister. But Tony's story didn't align with who Herb was, not in the slightest. Baumeister wasn't just a respected businessman in the community, the owner of 2 successful Save-A-Lot thrift stores in the area. He also wasn't gay. He'd been happily married to his wife Julie since 1997, and together, the couple had 3 lovely children. And as you know, though, looks can be deceiving, sometimes very deceiving, and as it turns out, Herb wasn't just a good old-fashioned family man like he had everyone believe in. And he was living a double life. And he was such a psychopathic killer that he may have killed upward of 25 men.
Holy shit. That's a lot.
Born in Indianapolis on April 7th of 1947 to a well-off family where his father was a successful anesthesiologist, Herb's childhood seemed uneventful at first glance. Nothing probably would have even been noted about it if he'd just been a regular guy, but of course, this man was far from that. He showed some disturbing antisocial behaviors from a young age. For example, he had a strange obsession with bodily fluids and enjoyed thinking about tasting human urine. He acted these desires out on a few occasions. He would go on to get in trouble in school for urinating on his teachers' desks more than once. Also, like so many other serial killers in this world, Baumeister demonstrated cruelty towards animals, finding pleasure in playing with dead creatures, and posing them in various unnatural positions, just like his mannequins back by that pool. His behavior worried his father, who secretly had him undergo mental evaluation as he grew up, with a diagnosis being fairly alarming. Paranoid schizophrenia and antisocial personality disorder were a part of who he was. Despite this, though, Baumeister never received proper psychiatric treatment to address his growing deviations, and he just shoved them down, pretended to be something he wasn't, hence why he was so good at living this double life he had created. Hindsight is 2020. Back then, no one could have imagined what this teenager would eventually go on to do as an adult. And socially, his odd behavior made him an outsider. At North Central High School, where sports were big, Baumeister didn't fit in with the popular crowd. And he kept to himself, spending long hours alone without making friends. These behaviors and social rejection shaped his troubled mind. Baumeister became a misfit who gradually developed a dangerous, disconnected personality from reality. And after a failed attempt at college, Herb struggled through various jobs without finding stability. And his inappropriate behavior often got in the way of work. Once, while working at the DMV, he did something that showed everyone his truly disturbed nature. Baumeister once again urinated, this time on a letter addressed to the state governor himself. And this messed up act not only solved the mysteries of who had vandalized his supervisor's desk weeks earlier, but also cost him his job. After that unpleasant episode, Baumeister found a job at a local, humble, secondhand store. Trying to turn his life around, he stayed there for 3 years until he finally decided to strike out on his own, open his own business in the same field. Thus, the first of the Save-A-Lot chain of stores was born, and things began to improve for him, as he had learned to hide his dark side very well from the outside world. The sales were good, and encouraged by the initial profits, Baumeister and his wife Julie decided to expand operations by opening a second branch. But with that money, the family also bought an impressive dream property, Fox Hollow Farms, in May of 1988. At first glance, the mansion was a real estate gem. Built in 1978 and situated on over 18 acres of wooded, rolling grounds with a private pond, the opulent estate featured 4 bedrooms, 10 luxurious bathrooms, and an overwhelming 11,572 square feet of living space. The details spoke of true wealth: an indoor swimming pool, fully equipped bar, and luxury features unmatched in their class. Additionally, the residence boasted a detached 5-car garage with a second-floor terrace, perfect for social events. It was so opulent on the one hand that Herb saw it as something else. With so much space to work with, his wife and kids could be in one part of the home, completely unaware of what was going on in another section, so it was perfect. Unfortunately, this period of prosperity was short-lived, and soon mismanagement caused the business to crack. Financial difficulties created increasing tension in the Baumeister marriage. Julie began spending weekends at her mother-in-law's apartment to escape the situation, while her husband stayed behind, claiming he needed to tend to the stores. What she didn't know was that during this free time, Herb wasn't going to work or staying home trying to figure out the next move to right the ship. Instead, he went to a whole bunch of gay bars in the city. And there he met and enjoyed himself with gentlemen, dancing to the booming bass under neon lights where he could finally be who he wanted to be. Whenever he could, he would choose one of them. Typically, they were between the ages of 20 to 35. Being a successful and more experienced man, he would seduce them with tricks and promises, convincing them to come back to his luxurious home with a pool to continue the party in a more intimate venue.
Oh, God damn
Few
it.
refused his invitations. Once the victim entered the grounds, their fate was completely and inevitably sealed. Upon arrival, he would invite them to relax and offer them a drink. While preparing it, he secretly spiked their drinks with drugs without their knowledge. And as they took effect, his unsuspecting victims became defenseless, and Baumeister showed his true and sinister intentions.
It's toast now.
Though, sometimes his hands as the deadly weapon, he ruthlessly strangled them. That's how he liked to do it, ending their lives in the cruelest of ways. After that, especially when his wife and kids were away, he then burned the bodies to erase any evidence. He then buried the charred remains all across the vast grounds of his property, where his children used to play in the afternoons, and they were undoubtedly walking all across these young men. And this was Baumeister's M.O., which he had for years. He wasn't always this clean about it, but that's because he didn't always have Fox Hollow Farms. But by now, he was to the point where he felt like he was untouchable and impossible to catch.
Hopefully I got the bear too, but I doubt it. And I just might bleed out.
Ultimately, it was that decision that would lead to his end in more ways than one. By By mid-1996, the house of cards Herb had built up was all but collapsing. And following Tony's lead, and after verifying the license plate registration, the police arrived at Fox Hollow Farms to find out just what exactly was going on there.
Well, I didn't get the bear.
And Julie answered the door, where they requested permission to conduct a thorough search of the Baumeister property. They wanted to see the pool area, those mannequins, perhaps the hose. Over the couple adamantly refused. Since the police didn't have any solid evidence, that meant
The bears on here do
warrant,
hit and runs,
so they
by
left.
the way.
Not before warning Julie about the possibility of her husband being a serial killer. Initially, Julie dismissed such an accusation entirely. She couldn't believe that the man she had built a family with could be capable of such a thing. However, the idea then began to take hold on her mind. She thought about how just a couple of years ago, it was a disturbing memory, one where a young son came home after playing in the woods with a human skull in his hand. Faced with the horrifying discovery, Baumeister had tried to calm the family down with an unusual explanation. He claimed that the skeleton was part of an anatomical display belonging to his father, a respected doctor, one he used for dissection to better understand the human body. Julie accepted this explanation reluctantly at the time, but now doubts about her husband's true nature started to bother her. And she had also grown accustomed to something at this point. However, now it seemed really strange. That in over 25 years of being together with her husband, she could literally count on both hands how many times they had been intimate with one another. Back at the police station, as detectives looked into Herb's past, their suspicions grew stronger and stronger. They found out about his mental disorders, the urination, a brief stint in a facility shortly after getting married. But they still lacked the evidence they needed to get the search warrant. Tense weeks passed until finally in June, an unexpected turn of events occurred when Julie abruptly filed for divorce and then called the police to search their home. Herb wasn't there at the time. He'd gone on vacation to clear his mind, and Julie wanted to know the truth. On June 24th of '96, investigators conducted a thorough search of Fox Hollow Farm. And there they uncovered a gruesome killing field. Eventually, fragments of human bones belonging to at least 11 individuals were unearthed. The remains, which included charred bones, fragments, and body parts, were a macabre discovery that horrified the locals. To date, 12 victims have been officially identified, each with a personal story, violently cut short.
800 meters.
Among them was Jeffrey Jones, 31-year-old who was reported missing in August of '93. Jones was identified through advances in forensic genetic genealogy, bringing closure to his long search for his family. Other identified victims included Alan Livingston, who was 27, Emmanuel Resendez, who was 34, both missing in '93 in the Indianapolis area. And 20-year-old Johnny Bayer, Richard Hamilton Jr., 28-year-old Stephen Hale, and 28-year-old Alan Broussard. Roger Goodlett was also discovered. 45-year-old Michael Kern, 34-year-old Jerry Williams Comer. All these men shared similar physical characteristics and lifestyles that ultimately made them targets of this serial predator. But as it turns out, unfortunately, these men are just a small part of both
well, it's not really that surprising that it looks similar to Arma, considering that Daisy was an Arma mod.
As the investigation into the disappearances and murders of young men in the Indianapolis area progressed, police started to find unsettling connections with other crimes that had occurred nearby years earlier. And this wasn't just a random accusation. The patterns and methods used by the so-called I-70 Strangler seemed to match the crimes now being uncovered related to Erb. For over a decade, this unidentified predator had stalked in the shadows of the city, carefully choosing his victims from among the young and vulnerable men frequenting gay bars. His crimes were brutal. He lured his victims, presumably in a similar way, with promising drinks or drugs, taking advantage of their needs, only to subject them to a ruthless death by strangulation. The mutilated bodies were then discarded in rural areas along Interstate 70, earning the killer his chilling nickname of the I-70 Strangler. The first victim was Michael Petrie, a 15-year-old boy whose naked body was found.
Runs with a gun in hand is different from standalone.
Taylor, a
This
23-year-old homeless man.
this is
discovered life
standalone.
forms at Weasel Creek in July of '82. Soon more followed. And 22-year-old Mick Riley.
This is basically standalone.
After he was last seen leaving a gay nightclub with a mysterious companion.
I mean, it's got mods on it, but it's
In
still
total, at least
just
9 more young
standalone.
men found in the area, having been killed in the same type of way, brings the I-70 Stranglers total to at least a dozen confirmed victims. Authorities have been searching for clues about the identity of this ruthless killer. When they found the bodies at Fox Hollow, the similarities were too much to ignore. A key witness, who was once shown Erb's photo, claimed to have seen Baumeister with victim Michael Riley just before his disappearance in '83. And furthermore, the murders attributed to the I-70 Strangler seem to have ceased around 1991, same year Baumeister established Fox Hollow Farm, as if he had simply changed the location to dispose of the bodies. Though, as of right now, the case of the I-70 Strangler is still open, with no clear proof that Baumeister was the one behind these awful crimes. When Herb found out what the police had found on his land, well, he knew he'd finally been caught. Faced with arrest and the chance of being charged for his awful crimes, Baumeister decided to run to Ontario, Canada in July of '96. And there, at beautiful Pinnery Provincial Park on Lake Huron, he pulled out his .357 Magnum pistol and took care of the root of the problem. In his 3-page note, written on a yellow legal pad, Baumeister expressed regret for ruining the park and failing at his marriage. He went on to describe mundane details of his journey, like his last meal, a peanut butter sandwich, also finding the right place to end this story. However, he never admitted to his crimes, not once, or mentioned any of his victims. He avoided that altogether, as he had done in his life, without ever having to admit to the evil side that lay within him. Even though Herb is gone for good, efforts to bring closure to the victims' families continue even to this day. Because after all, his property was sprawling. So who really knows what lay underneath its grounds? Today it remains an active investigation site. Recently, on May 21st of 2024, the Hamilton County Coroner's Office announced a major breakthrough in identifying some more victims who have been unknown until then. It was actually through this effort that Jeffrey Jones was finally identified as one of the victims. And there are also 4 more DNA profiles that haven't been identified yet, making the total presumed victims 12 at the farm. And what's worse, authorities have found over 20 spots on the property that might have more human remains, adding to the 10,000 bones and fragments they already have. So, how many more men fell victim to Herb's twisted axe? Maybe time will tell, but maybe not. There is a good chance that out there, no one will ever find a thing, no matter how long they look. It's a truly tragic tale of what this man did, but it should serve as a cautionary story to all of us. But he was a true monster who hid behind that respectability, showing us that appearances can be deceiving and that real demons, very much so, walk among us every single day. And they could be your coworker, your neighbor, friend, even your spouse. And don't let it get you down. Just be aware that the next time your instincts tell you something, well, you should probably listen.
Always trust your gut.
Bonus number 3, Haunted Ohio River. Flowing right through the heart of the American Midwest, the Ohio River might appear tranquil on the surface, but beneath its calm waters lies a history riddled with dark tales, tragic events, and eerie mysteries. And this river, stretching over 980 miles, has been a silent witness to everything from bloody battles to unexplained disappearances, making it a subject of fascination for those drawn to the darker side of history. The Ohio River was pivotal during the early expansion of the U.S., serving as a natural border and a crucial route for settlers moving west. However, its strategic importance also made it a focal point of conflict between European settlers and Native American tribes, earning it the nickname River of Blood due to the frequent violent clashes along its banks. There's no telling how many lives were actually lost, but to get a nickname like that, it had to be a lot. As a result, it began to take on a sort of haunted life of its own. And adding to that lore are scary true stories, like the disappearance of James Booth in 1971. James was a local businessman who vanished after a meeting in Cincinnati, last seen walking near the river's edge. Despite extensive searches, neither Booth or his body was ever found, sparking theories ranging from accidental drowning to murder. And then there's the ghostly remains of the USS Sachem, a ship once owned by Thomas Edison that was later abandoned near the Kentucky shore. Now, this creepy place has become a hot spot for paranormal enthusiasts. Those exploring it have reported eerie noises, unexplained lights floating, and a feeling of being watched. The Mothman sightings, of course, in the 1960s, happened just across the river in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. This winged entity, which I'm sure you're familiar with, is perhaps most famously known for being associated with the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge, which ran over the Ohio River and killed 46 people. And a lesser known, but equally chilling legend is that of the Singing River near Ripley, Ohio. Locals claim on certain nights one can hear soft, haunting melodies emanating from the river, believed to be the spirits of those who perished along the banks, lamenting their untimely deaths. The Ohio River, with its sweeping currents and scenic blends, holds within its depths stories of mystery, the paranormal, and death. From historical bloodshed to modern-day mysteries, the river is like a murky archive, holding on to the secrets of the region's past. Bonus number 2, Annette and Karina Malinowski. On a cool autumn morning in Mount Holly, South Carolina, 11-year-old Annette Malinowski stood at her usual bus stop, her loyal dog by her side. It was the spooky season, October 4th of 1988, and like most mornings, she waited in the same spot for her ride to Westview Middle School, where she was a 6th grader. But at 7:20 a.m. when the school bus pulled up, the only trace left behind that she had even been there was her dog, sitting patiently waiting for the girl who would never return. Annette had vanished without a trace, but what makes her case particularly messed up isn't just her sudden disappearance. It's the haunting connection to a mystery that began almost a year earlier. Annette's mother, Karina, had disappeared from the exact same town the previous November. Karina, like her daughter, vanished without warning or explanation. Her car was found parked at the entrance of Mount Holly Plantation, a sprawling 6,000-acre property where her husband, Steve, worked as the caretaker. Other than the car, though, she left behind no clues, no final messages, and no clear indication of where she had gone or not.
3 minutes to
Until
restart.
the family tried to pick up
Time to
the
log out.
The absence of the mother lingered.
Wow, that was really
At first,
close.
No one knew where Annette could have gone, but hours later, a discovery would add a dark twist to the already haunting mystery.
I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be right back. I want to pause this though, because I want to hear the whole thing.
Dad
Kind of wish this had the teleport on it. Kind of wish this had the teleport on it.
Dad, Mom came back. I have to go with her. And give the boys lots of kisses and hugs, and also you too. Love, Annette. And the note was actually written in Annette's handwriting, confirmed by experts. It raised a whole lot of questions. For one, had Karina really returned to take her daughter away? Or was Annette forced to write the note by someone with far more sinister intentions? Despite the note's message, no one saw Karina that morning. In fact, no one saw anyone approach Annette at all. The witnesses who passed by the bus stop that morning saw the young girl standing there, but there was no sign of a car or person picking her up. Suspicions immediately fell on Steve, Annette's stepfather and Karina's husband. According to family members, Steve and Karina had argued frequently before she vanished. Some of those arguments had even turned violent. There was gossip of Steve's drug addiction, and one of the Malinowski boys even recalled the constant tension between his parents. Steve, though, claimed innocence from the start. He maintained that Karina left after an argument in 1987 and that he had no knowledge of her whereabouts or his stepdaughters. After Annette disappeared, Steve moved to Florida, relinquishing custody of his 2 sons to the foster care system. The boys, too young to remember much about the turbulent events surrounding their mother's and sister's vanishings, were adopted and grew up disconnected from their past. In 2000, an anonymous tip led investigators to search a location in Sumter County, where it was rumored a body was buried. With cadaver-sniffing dogs, the police combed the area, hoping to find answers to the long-standing mystery. Once again, the search came up empty. Authorities have never uncovered any concrete evidence linking anyone to the disappearances of Karina and Annette, yet investigators believe foul play is likely. And many suspect that neither of the 2 females ever left Mount Holly Plantation alive. That Steve had taken them out so that he could start his own new life. And putting his boys in foster care not only adds to the believability of that motive. To this day, both cases remain unsolved. Bonus number 1, the unknown expedition. In the early 1980s, a chilling discovery by an American research team deep within the Antarctic interior occurred when they stumbled upon a series of abandoned Soviet camps, eerily well supplied yet devoid of any human presence. And this mysterious find has since been dubbed the Unknown Expedition. This concerning discovery took place during a routine research expedition by an American team whose primary mission was to study the geological and climate conditions of Antarctica. While crossing the frozen tundra, that's when they came across a series of buildings and small camps that clearly had been set up by the Soviets. And inside they found large quantities of food and fuel, enough to support a team for several months. Advanced scientific instruments were in there as well, consistent with those used in the late 1970s and early 80s, and all were left intact. Personal belongings, too. Items such as clothing, notebooks, and even personal letters were found, adding a poignant touch to the mystery. And everything was remarkably well preserved, a testament to the frigid and dry conditions of the Antarctic. However, there wasn't a single person around. No soldiers, no scientists, no researchers. Whoever was there had just vanished. They didn't take all their stuff with them, suggesting it probably wasn't a planned departure. And so who was actually here? One of the most perplexing aspects of the Unknown Expedition is the complete lack of official documentation. Neither Soviet records nor American archives provide any corroborative evidence of the expedition itself. Given the Cold War context, there is speculation that this camp might have been part of a covert operation. Those living here may have been set up to be involved in espionage activities, and as a result, their mission was kept secret from both American and Soviet records. In that same vein, the camps could have been established for highly classified scientific research that both governments chose to keep under wraps. There may have also been an emergency that forced them out and a subsequent cover-up. An urgent situation might have necessitated a rapid evacuation, leaving behind the well-supplied camps, and both Soviet and American authorities might have decided to keep the incident confidential for political or strategic reasons. Some speculative theories, of course, dig into the realm of the paranormal, suggesting that encounters with extraterrestrial beings or unknown phenomena could have led to the team's disappearance. But, more than likely, there's something real-world about this. What's most interesting is that despite the sensational nature of the discovery, it received little attention in scientific circles or even mainstream media. It was just a blip on the radar of news stories back then, even though its implications were massive. You'd think that the fact that no bodies were found would create a bigger mystery, which it is, and yet I'm sure this is likely the first time you've ever heard of this story. This silence has only contributed to this tale's relegation to the fringes of Cold War lore and conspiracy theories. Man, why it was set up, and what happened to its inhabitants, well, it's likely something none of us will ever know for sure. So there was the darkest side of every town for 2024. Hope you all enjoyed it. Stay safe out there and watch your backs. Remember to come back next week for another episode filled with scary, strange, and mysterious stories. Because you never know. Maybe your town will be next.
This time of year, and there was the ever so slight chance that enough people would die for his life to be saved. Around unbelievable things happening during Christmas. The walls of Daniel's room mirrored the beauty he gazed out longing. But the room he was in was more of a prison than anything else. The blinding white walls did not have the splendor and beauty of the snow-lined surroundings. Instead, they seemed to represent...
Okay. See if I can make it back down from here.
Hospitals, regardless of the time of year, are never nice and comfortable places to be. While not as comfortable or warm as his room back home, Daniel's family had done all they could to decorate the hospital room and make him feel more at ease. As much as they didn't like to think of it, the reality was that this room would be the room that Daniel lived out the rest of his life in. Mitral valve disease had stolen the dream of growing up and living whatever life he could possibly have. The doctors had told his parents that they could possibly prolong what little life Daniel had left in the hope that he would receive a heart from being on the transfer list. There were other candidates higher up on the list than Daniel, but the doctor had passed a comment that deaths increased dramatically during this time of year, and there was the ever so slight chance that enough people would die for his life to be saved. Hope goes hand in hand with faith, and Daniel's family prayed around the clock for him. His mother and father never left his side, and his relatives were in what seemed like a rotation regarding who visited him. There was never a moment that the room was not filled to its capacity, a dim murmur as everyone said their own prayers. The funny thing about prayer is that anyone can do it from anywhere in the world. While you say a prayer to bless your food, someone thousands of miles away could be praying for the exact same thing. Someone who shared a prayer at the same time was a gentleman by the name of Keith. Keith, too, sat praying for his life that same night that Daniel did. The difference in their situation was that Keith's actions were the cause of his soon-to-be death. Having been convicted of multiple counts of murder, his date with the gas chamber had arrived. He clutched his rosary and begged the Lord to spare him. His screams rang out in the halls of the penitentiary, dim lights flickering and fellow inmates shouting obscenities. The room Keith was in bore absolutely no resemblance to the room Daniel was in. Midnight was the time set for Keith to pay for his sins. He could do nothing but watch the clock as the seconds brought him ever closer to death. Keith hoped that praying as much as humanly possible in his remaining time would prompt God or whatever higher being to save him from this situation. A shaded contribution to comfort him and pray for and with him. "Save me, Father," Keith shouted at the figure as it walked past his cell. It seemed the priest wasn't going to stop for him, so hopefully the priest heard him shout and will pray for him. Seemingly following the priest that walked past him, a guard opened the slot to his cell and pushed a tray with food in. Keith's Last Supper.
I thought that was like a Christmas tree or something right there. It's just an orangey tree.
Keith opted for a dish his grandmother would often make for him. A medium-cooked steak topped with pineapple and a side of chunky cut fries. It was a strange combination, but Keith loved it. Drifting in and out of consciousness, Daniel noticed a figure in the corner of his room. His room was quiet and seemingly devoid of the usual crowd that stayed with the poor child to bring warmth and comfort.
Stealth moving down the road.
Armed with pressed against his hands as she clasped them. Daniel could make out the shadow a little better. There was what seemed like a distinguished light surrounding the head of the figure. The light, for some reason, cast no illumination on its face. It was almost as if the lights did not shine, yet somehow it did. With a fever boiling him, Daniel was consumed by his vision. He could feel energy radiating from where the figure stood, and this gave him what felt like an immediate boost in energy. "Ask God to help me, please. I don't want to die," Daniel implored the figure in the shadows. "What's wrong, love?" Daniel's mother asked when she heard him speak out. "There's an angel in the corner. It came to visit me," Daniel explained. "I asked it to ask God to help me. Everything will be okay," he finished. Before his mother could reply, Daniel fell back asleep. Wondering what he was talking about, his mother turned around to see who he could have possibly been talking about. With the family having taken a break from the room to eat and clean themselves, the room was empty, apart from Daniel and his mother. She figured he must have had a fever dream. Getting up to straighten the crucifix hanging on the wall that seemed to have been knocked by one of the relatives and now hung upside down, his mother's prayers once again commenced. When Keith once again opened his eyes, the first thing he did was look to the corner for his perceived guardian angel. To his disappointment, the only thing in that corner of the room was a table and the wall ornament made to remind us that Jesus died for our sins. No angels in sight. As the family began to pour back into the room to resume their vigil, the doctor walked hurriedly in and asked to speak to Daniel's parents. Fearing the worst, they trudged out of the room and stood with their doctor in the blindingly bright hallway. "I've got some great news," the doctor began, all the while checking his watch. "What? What is it, doctor?" Daniel's mother asked with hope. "We may have found a donor," the doctor said with the biggest smile on his face. The grief-stricken parents couldn't form a word to express their thoughts. The doctor gave them a minute as they sobbed and cried from joy after feeling so hopeless. "It could not work out, unfortunately," the doctor said. "Our primary fear is that Daniel's body will reject the heart. There is also the issue as to where the heart came from." Daniel's dad replied before the doctor even finished the sentence. "Why would we care where it came from as long as it will save our boy?" "I feel obligated to tell you who the donor will be. You can then discuss it and let me know what you think. It's nearly 11. The heart will be available after midnight." "Why on earth do we need to wait until midnight? Why can't we begin the procedure now?" asked the worried mother. "You see, that's the thing," the doctor began nervously. "The donation will be coming from a convict at the state penitentiary. He is awaiting his sentence, which is scheduled for midnight. Following that, the organs that are to be donated will be extracted, and the process for distribution will be done. Who it's from doesn't matter in the slightest. Some good will finally come from someone who has obviously committed heinous acts, stated the now hopeful father. As long as you're sure, the doctor replied. I will update you as I hear more. Keith was almost at complete peace by the time the officials strapped him down to receive the life-ending cocktail. The curtains were drawn so the gallery could look in and Keith could look out. A voice boomed from the speaker in the room. Do you have any last words? It asked Keith. Keith looked into the audience and felt the tears begin to flow. As he began to formulate his final words, he noticed a figure near the back of the room, almost completely obscured by shadows. Please save me, Keith said with his last breath. With a new lease on life, opening gifts on Christmas Day seemed almost irrelevant, because the heart he received was indeed a Christmas miracle. Toys paled in comparison to a life-saving donation. Ripping off the wrapping paper to expose the various toy cars and video games, the smile on Daniel's face warmed his parents' hearts. He was still in the hospital recovering, but the promise of living a longer and fuller life made the stint of recovery that much easier. He could grow up and do anything he wanted. The imminent threat of his heart being unable to supply his body with oxygen was no longer a worry. The nurses were overjoyed with Daniel's recovery, and the staff on all the floors of the hospital knew him, as he would often go on accompanied walks or wheelchair rides to get out of the confinement of his room. Picking up one of the toy lightsabers, Daniel begged to venture the halls and fight the enemies, quote-unquote. Being 3 weeks post-operation, Daniel was by no means completely able-bodied, but he could sort of hobble on his own at a very slow pace. His parents cast a slightly worried glance at each other, but ultimately nodded in approval and requested that Daniel did not venture far. His current nurse aide donned him with a panic button hung on a lanyard. If anything was wrong, Daniel knew to press the button and help would be attending to him in an instant. He was in a hospital after all. The elevator bell rung out as Daniel reached the floor above his. He exited the empty elevator and walked slowly down the hallway, occasionally swinging his lightsaber to activate the light inside. The hospital seemed eerily empty, but perhaps people were holed up in their rooms with loved ones, visiting on this very special day. The gleaming white walls now seemed to be the promise for the outside world. Daniel would get to enjoy snow, have snowball fights, and build angels. Daniel wandered around the upper level. He noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. He turned slowly to see who could be roaming the empty hallways with him. He missed the figure as it rounded the corner, but he saw enough of the head level to the figure that had appeared to him. Daniel hobbled as fast as he could, discarding the lightsaber so he could move as efficiently as possible. Making his way around the corner, he saw the figure disappear into a room not far from where he stood. Daniel found himself walking toward the room, but with no conscious thought to do it. It was almost as if he was being drawn towards it, much like a magnet would draw a metal. Standing next to the room, the death rattle signifying a breath being drawn was emitted from the bed. What looked like a skeleton lay in the bed, the hospital garments hanging loosely off the bones. The grotesque body immediately made Daniel feel uneasy, and he wanted nothing more than to go back to the safety and comfort of his parents. Before he could take a step, the familiar glow caught Daniel's attention. Standing in the corner of the room, was the owner of the halo-looking light, shrouded in shadows. Ignoring the tortured breathing from the living corpse, Daniel took a step into the room, being drawn in by the figure. He did not remember moving, but once again his feet had a mind of their own. Stepping into the shadows, Daniel could feel the immense presence of the figure. It opened its mouth to speak, the pungent aroma of death and fear filling the room.
You who asked me to save you, I played my part.
It croaked to Daniel.
Now you must play your part.
It continued. I don't understand. Daniel stammered with fear. God is good. I will be a good boy and go to church. Is that what you want?
Be careful when you go into the darkness. You never know what will answer you, my child.
The figure whispered to Daniel.
Now you are.
Daniel felt the tears stream down his cheek, unsure of what to do. He closed his eyes to try and stop the tears. He opened his eyes and the figure was gone. Daniel stood at a bedside, but he was not sure whose bed it was, or how he had walked to it unaware. He heard the rattle of the breath once more, and felt a chill pass over him. The rattle breath was not heard again, and Daniel looked up towards the person in the bed. His gaze was met by the most vibrant red sheets he had ever seen. The once all-white room now had a deep crimson centerpiece on the bed. The skeleton man had been shredded to the bone, with said bone and sinew full on display. Blood pooled around the neck and abdomen of the victim, throat slit and blood bubbling. There was no rattle, just the gasps for breath being restricted by the blood filling his lungs. Daniel stepped back in shock, almost slipping in the pool of blood accumulating at his feet. Distraught, Daniel raised his hand to press his panic button, almost impaling himself in the process, a bloodied scalpel clutched firmly in his hand. Mind racing and feeling dizzy, Daniel burst into tears. He was not scared or fearful. He just felt as if he wasn't himself. Daniel knew he would just have to wash his hands and get away from here. No one would believe a little boy who received a heart transplant would be capable of committing crime, let alone the same crime as his donor. Well, would they even consider the fact that the young boy received a killer's heart? The blood and dead man before him didn't disturb Daniel after the thought of not being himself passed over him. He just felt a bit hungry after murdering the man. Daniel would go and ask his parents to get him some food now. He was in the mood for steak with pineapple and fries. One thing the Hallmark movies and joyful Christmas movies don't show is that there aren't any Christmas miracles. There are only deals made, and the entities that conduct deals always find a way to have the last laugh. Be careful who you call out into the dark in desperation. Whatever answers you won't have your best interest in mind.
That's right.
I love visiting my grandma. She always makes the food that I like, in large quantities, and spoils me. Near the hustle and bustle of college life, it's nice to go
usually have a big Christmas dinner together with the whole family. However, as the years go by and the young ones start growing up, fewer and fewer people show up. Last year, everybody already made plans, forgetting about the whole family. I don't blame them. I often forget how these visits mean a lot, especially ever since Grandpa died. That's why when I talked on the phone with her, she asked me if I had plans. I lied to her and told her I didn't. Well, she immediately jumped at the opportunity to finally invite me, going so far as to offer me to sleep over at her place. She said there's one room which hasn't been used in years and I could stay in there. I immediately said yes and agreed to stay over, realizing how happy that would make me. I cancelled the plans I made with my friends, telling them something else came up. Although they were bummed about it, their drinking party wouldn't stop because of me. It was the last Christmas I would ever spend with them. On Christmas Eve, I arrived at my grandma's place, and she greeted me like she always does, with a tight hug and lots of kissing. I barely even stepped inside when she started offering me food. She had already made what could only be described as an all-you-can-eat buffet. We dug in, once we were done, and she showed me where I could sleep. It was a cozy little bed, which apparently used to be my mum's room when she was little. Grandma told me not to leave my room during Christmas night in order to avoid disrupting Santa and his work. She said that if I really needed to use the bathroom, I could, but to be extremely quiet and not to go downstairs. On the nightstand, she left a list of things I should do before I go to bed to ensure I got a good present. I decided to play along and abide by the rules. I told her I'd read it before bed and do everything necessary, and she seemed content with that. She wished me good night and left the room. I was pretty tired from the trip there and the enormous dinner I ate, so I laid down on my bed and Tree fell asleep within minutes. I woke a few hours later. I glanced at my watch and realized it was 3:01 a.m. I got up to grab a glass of water downstairs from the kitchen and groggily walked through the dark. To avoid any loud noise or turning on the lights, to wake Grandma. I went downstairs and turned on the kitchen light, gulping down a glass of water. I glanced towards the living room with the Christmas tree, and something caught my attention in the middle of the decoration light. It was a small plate, with a tiny paper that said, "For Santa." I reckon it was cookies and milk. When I got closer, I realized the plate was empty. Red liquid was in it, and right next to the plate was a small bucket. Obviously, I found this weird, but figured that Grandma may have just forgotten to put it away or something. I turned off the kitchen lights and returned to my room, just then remembering the list my grandma gave me. I grabbed it off my nightstand and started reading. Dear James, thank you for visiting me for Christmas. You made your grandma really happy. Now, Christmas is a little different in this house than what you're probably used to. It's very important that we follow these rules on the list. Why? Make sure to close your windows and ensure they are closed properly. These old windows don't work properly sometimes, so if you feel like cold air is coming in, let me know. 2. Don't put any wood in the fireplace after 9 p.m. Santa will be really angry if it's scalding in the chimney or if there's still smoke. 3. You didn't forget about milk and cookies, did you? I stopped reading and chuckled at the list. Grandma clearly wanted me to follow the basic rules for Santa like I was a kid. But again, I decided to oblige. I continued reading the list. In this household, we don't use milk and cookies. We use raw meat and bread. I already left the bucket by the Christmas tree, and there's a raw piece of chicken I put on the plate. Santa sure loves his diet. 4. By the sound of scratching and knocking on your window, ignore it. Your room's on the second floor. There's no way to reach up to it. In fact, it's best not to look there. And if you see someone beckoning you, pretend they're not there. They may try to open the window from the outside. This is why it's so important to keep the windows closed. 5. You may hear growling coming from the kitchen. It's okay, because Santa never comes upstairs, and since I already left the chicken for him, that should satisfy him. Now, By this point, I was sure Grandma was just messing with me. That wasn't until I heard the sound of 3 gentle knocks on the window behind me. I froze in place, staring at the list, but practically staring through it. 3 more gentle knocks ensued, but I did my best not to give away that I'd heard them. Once again, there were 3 more knocks, and then the sound of scratching started. First gently, and then louder, as if a rat was trying to bite through the wall. It lasted for around a minute until it completely stopped. Only when it did I gather enough courage to slightly shift my position. That was a mistake, though, because when I looked down to the floor, the light which was cast in from the window, I saw the unmistakable shadow in the form of a humanoid silhouette stretched across. I couldn't tell for sure, but it looked like whoever was there held both his hands on the window and stared directly towards me. I decided the best thing to do was continue reading the list to try and distract myself. 6. If someone walks into your room while you're sleeping and you happen to wake up, pretend that you're still asleep. In the worst case scenario, the person will sit on the edge of your bed and observe you, so do your best not to let them know you're awake. If you feel their breath on your neck and it gets progressively closer, it means they realized you're awake. 7. You may hear me calling you from downstairs. Don't listen to it. I will under no circumstances go downstairs during the night. 8. Last and most important rule. If you get up to go to the bathroom, never, ever, ever turn on any lights in the house. He has trouble noticing you in the dark, but if you turn on the lights, he'll be able to follow you wherever you go, and then not even locking your door will help. Follow these simple rules, and in the morning, you can open your Christmas presents. Love, Grandma. The scratching and knocking had already stopped by the time I was done reading, and the shadow from the window was gone. I got into bed and covered myself over my head, shivering, and not from the cold. Sometime during the night I heard my door open, but did my best to ignore the footsteps and low growling noise. Well, I either passed out or fell asleep sometime later, but all I know is I woke up to the sound coming downstairs from the kitchen. I shot up, looking around the room at the window, rubbing my temples and thinking about the nightmare I'd had. I left my room and immediately heard my grandma's voice calling me from downstairs to come and open the present. I told her I was coming when I suddenly felt a grip on my wrist. I turned around and saw my grandmother staring at me wide-eyed. She leaned in and whispered in my ear with a trembling voice, "You turned on the lights, didn't you?"
Oops.
A few years ago, I went to visit an old friend for Christmas. Happenstance had it that we were both alone around the holidays, so instead of spending it alone like a couple of old spinsters, we decided to have a very drunk Christmas, just the two of us. So after a Christmas dinner of fried chicken and waffles and a lot of wine, we both hit the hay with plans to nurse our hangovers all day the next day. Being the good friend that she was, she let me take her big double bed while she took the smaller, lumpier single one in her spare bedroom. Then, in the middle of the night, I found myself waking up with a distinct feeling that there was someone in the room with me. I don't know if I'd heard the door creak or a footstep on the carpet, but I rolled over in bed, then sat up to look at the door. I was expecting to see my friend, and although I only caught a glimpse of the face in the doorway thanks to how dark it was, I saw enough to know that it definitely wasn't my friend. Out of pure instinct, I cried out something like, "Who are you?" I was startled but not frightened, and I assumed that it was all just some kind of innocent mistake, that some male stranger was just lurking there in the dark hallway. And that was all just wishful thinking, I guess. And as the man burst into the room and attempted to restrain me, I began to scream. But then suddenly, as the man was pulling me out of bed and forcing me to the ground, he seemed to experience this sudden realization. He'd obviously assumed that since I was sleeping in my friend's bed, that I was her. And when the penny dropped, he started demanding to know where she was. I was in no fit to answer him, though. All I did was scream and cry and beg him not to hurt me. And the next thing I remember was the room's light flicking on. I opened my eyes to see my friend standing in the doorway, gun in her hand, and she's pointing it at the stranger while screaming, "Get off of her, Todd! Get off of her now!" 1,000 different thoughts go rushing through my head, and I guess it was just more wishful thinking, but I figured if my friend actually knew this guy, then things would be okay. I know how dumb that sounds in retrospect, but I was exhausted, still kind of drunk and more terrified than I'd ever been in my whole life. All I wanted was for this living nightmare to end, but the reality was, we had quite a way to go first. The creep, whose name was apparently Todd, started telling my friend that she didn't have the guts to shoot him, but she just kept saying, "Trying." Todd then told my friend that if she didn't put the gun down, he'd hurt me, which caused my friend to start screaming, "Don't you dare!" And the whole time I was just frozen with fear. I'd never experienced anything so terrifying in my life. I couldn't see any way out of the situation that didn't get me hurt, either by Todd's hand or my friend's straight bullets. I begged them both to resolve the situation, more blubbers and begs than anything coherent, at least up until Todd clamped a hand over my mouth and repeated his accusation. It was obvious that the pair had some kind of history, and that's what gave me the most hope that things would end peacefully. But then, almost out of nowhere, Todd let go of me, jumped up to his feet, and brushed my hair. I heard 2 deafening shots, and at first, I thought my friend had totally missed because Todd just fell into her and took her down in the hallway. It was only when she easily struggled out from under him and he started to groan that I realized she'd actually hit him. My ears were still ringing, and I was still frozen with fear at that point. It was all just too much for me. But when my friend barked at me to get up and follow her, I did just that, adrenaline and all. I had stepped over Todd's body to do so, and I thought that he was going to reach up and grab my ankle like it was some dumb horror movie or something, but that didn't happen. He just laid there groaning, begging us to call 911. My friend did so, but her priority was telling the cops that she was about to kill a man if he got up and started attacking her again. The EMTs showing up in a timely fashion was just pure luck on Todd's part, and he ended up surviving his injuries, and my friend avoided both criminal and civil cases in the year or so that followed, but the story of how he came to be there, bleeding on her bedroom floor, is a long and convoluted one, and I'll try to keep it as condensed as possible, but here goes. My friend was a divorcee, and around 18 months before that Christmas night, she'd met this charming bachelor named Todd. Obviously, she didn't realize what a monster he was at the time, but as the months went on, the relationship got worse and worse. My friend says it was like a frog in a pot of boiling water. Dropping it at boiling point, the frog tries to jump right back out, but lower the frog in when the water is tepid, then heat it up real slow so it barely notices, and by the time it's at boiling point, it's too late to do anything about it. The whole reason she was alone that Christmas was because she'd split up with Todd and was trying to move on. But Todd wasn't willing to, and the prospect of spending Christmas without the woman he'd once controlled was obviously too much for him. And that's how he ended up breaking in during the middle of the night, and by some miracle, it was me in her bed instead of her. Sure, what happened sucked really, really hard, and I wish it never had to happen, but like I said, it was kind of a Christmas miracle that I'd been there that night. If Todd had the chance to get the drop on her like that, if she hadn't been able to get to her gun, God knows what kind of awful things would have happened that night. I guess that makes me sound like bait in a way, as that's basically what I was that night. But she had no way of knowing he'd actually try and hurt her like that. He was a psycho, and an aggressive one at that, but I guess sometimes you don't know if someone has the capacity to kill or not, until it's far too late to do anything about it. Both of our situations have improved dramatically, but we still talk about it every day. And at some point in the future, we plan to hold a joint Christmas together with all of our families in tow. Things are looking much brighter, but will never forget the night when, by some miracle of happenstance, we ended up saving each other's lives.
I'm living very rural, in a small village with maybe 10 to 15 houses, but close to the highway. You can drive there within maybe 5 minutes, and also about 10 minutes away from the town. If you cross the street, it just takes you about 10 minutes walk to reach the forest. First Christmas Day. In the afternoon, my partner and I decided to go for a little digestive walk, as we were really stuffed from all the food. It was about 1700 hours, and already dark when we left. We had a big and bright LED flashlight with us. I also took my camera and my flash. I love taking pictures of nature at night. We decided to walk on a little country road towards the forest and then turn right, following a small graveled cycle track close to the forest border, which connects our village and the next. About 15 to 20 minutes walk between the villages. In the middle part of the track, you have to walk through a small bit of forest. It's rather dark, and the trees are very high and quite dense. When we entered, I saw our flashlight reflecting on something and recognized a car being parked there on the side of the track, close to the trees. And this struck me as odd, as cars are not allowed to drive there and the path is very narrow and hidden, so I was a bit cautious. My partner pointed the light inside of the car and it seemed to be empty. I also noticed the windows were frozen, so it must have been parked there for quite a while. A bit in front of the car, I spotted a tree with an intriguing structure, and I asked my partner to point the flashlight towards it so I could focus better and photograph it with my flash. After I took a few images, my partner said, there's someone standing behind us in the middle of the road. He's looking at us. Nobody was following us the whole way. I kept looking around and behind us occasionally because at this time in the evening and close to the border of the forest, there's boars sometimes. And it's mating season, so, they're more aggressive than usual. But, indeed, there was a man standing behind us, staying just out of the flashlight's reach. He wasn't saying anything, just standing there and facing us. And at first, I thought he might be startled, as it, may seem a bit weird if somebody's just taking photos around your car. I mean, it wasn't even legal to drive on the path with the car, but, I decided to get up and confront him from a distance, explaining to him that I was just taking the photos of the tree. He didn't react, and still just stood there. I went on to ask him if he needed some light, and he replied that this wasn't necessary. It was odd, but I was still calm, sure about there being a normal explanation for his behavior. Nonetheless, my partner and I decided to just get out and followed the path leading to the next village. That was about 5 to 7 minutes until we reached it. I remembered the letters on his license plate. Not the numbers, unfortunately, but I googled those, and it turned out that he was from a city about 6 hours away from our village. Mind you, the country I live in is very strict on its lockdown right now, so you're only allowed to travel, even by car, if you have very urgent reasoning. After we reached the first lantern of the next village, we looked back and observed the car driving a bit out of the forest, turning around, and going back inside. I was able to see that he parked there again and turned the lights off. He didn't leave the forest. We went home on a much longer way than initially intended, as I really didn't want to go back there for obvious reasons. Our flashlight battery died on the way, and my phone battery was low, so I didn't want to call the police at that point, but I did call them as soon as I arrived home, and I gave them all the details. Huge regret that I didn't memorize the whole license plate, but it was just really surprising. I mean, I also seriously didn't even think about it, and it only just occurred to me as really strange when I thought about the frozen windows and that he could impossibly have been walking behind us that time, and him having no light, not responding. He just did seem to be sneaking up on us when I had sat down to take that photo. I think I was really lucky to have my partner and the camera and the bright light with me. I don't want to imagine what could have happened if I had been alone.
They came before Christmas, beneath the luminous moonlight. Their stories were told on Halloween night. From the earth to their home, where they rested their heads, the singing of carols was disturbing the dead. Up from the ground, then into the night, arose the ghosts of the past, a frightening sight. The children all ran to hide in their beds, holding tight to the bedsheets, covering their heads. And still one had wandered, one child without fear. She opened the door to see who was knocking out there. Her mother had gasped as father held tight behind the skirt of dear mother before the figures in sight. They came in great numbers, their reason unclear. They came without warning to give them a scare. Yet the young heart was laughing as she reached out with the tears. For Uncle Ned and the family, once again, are all here. Soon the town people all slowly emerged. They opened their doorways to see what they heard. There was laughter and joy in the town's village square, and all sang out loudly as though no one cared. The dead and the living, once again all unite. A merry, scary Christmas to all, and to all, sleepless night. 'Twas the eve of the Krampus, and black as the night. Santa's dark helper was up to a fright. The stockings were hung with ill-fated hope, for Santa's great list marked these children nope. So down swept the Krampus from razor-cold wind, to whip at the wicked and sentence the sin. Upon his hunched back and basket was perched, laden with switches and branches of birch. His hooves were cloven, his horns like a goat, all covered with blackened and matted fur coat. He slithers and slinks, smelling of dung. He sniffs at the air and uncoils his tongue. As long as your arms and red as your blood, dripping saliva, a venomous flood. He scatters through windows and cracks under doors. He crawls down the chimneys and claws up through floors. He stalks the impertinent, bullies and thieves. He finds all the children that Santa's sleigh leaves, the ones who are naughty or who disobey. He scoops from their beds and he carries away those who are foul and cause parents grief, those that deny any Santa belief. He pulls at their ears and drowns them in ink. He uses a pitchfork with hellfire stink. He hands them each off to the elves of the mad, the Eulos Vena, the impish Yule lads. Ghost stubby, door slammer, skier gobbler, window peeper, meat hook and pot scamper, take them to the reaper. Foul liquor, doorway sniffer, gully gawk, sausage swiper. It's high time these children pay tithe to the piper. Spoon licker, candle stealer, and last sheepcoat clod. Tonight without mercy, we shall spare no rod. He'll take his birch branches and with them he'll beat, and hang their young corpses up by their small feet. He'll swing them around and choke them with chain. He'll wake them back up and do it again. And when he is done, he'll send their damned souls to do painful penance by miming hot coal, found in Hades' depths to serve as a warning, stuffed in a stocking to find Christmas morning. Absconding in darkness from which forged his heart, he growls and he cackles, his toothy grin parts. Saints Nick and I listen, your lies will be caught. So Merry Christmas to all, or else Krampus snatch. There is snow on the ground, and the valleys are cold, and a midnight profound blackly squats o'er the world. But a light on the hilltops, half-seen hints of feastings unhallowed and old. There is death in the clouds, there is fear in the night, for the dead in their shrouds hail the sun's turning flight, and chant wild in the woods as they dance round a Yule altar, fungus and white. To no gale of earth's kind sways the forest of oak, with the sick boughs entwined by the mad mistletoe's choke. For these powers are the powers of the dark, from the graves of the lost druid folk. And mayest thou to such deeds be an abbot and priest, singing cannibal breeds at each devil-wrought feast. Into all the incredulous world showing dimly the sign of the beast.
think that dog's broken.
This happened in the year 1989 when I was 9 years old. I lived in a middle-class neighborhood in Forest, West Virginia. It was a Mayberry-like neighborhood. Most everyone knew each other. No crime. Lots of families. Not everyone locked their doors at night. There were lots of kids my age in the neighborhood. But the two on my street were my closest friends, Mitchell and Chase. The three of us were sort of a clique. Whenever a new kid moved into the neighborhood, we liked to go see him together to see what he was like and decide if he was cool or not. That year, a new family moved into a house near the end of the street. They had just one child, a boy named Parker. We invited him out to play a few times. He seemed cool, so before long, he was almost one of the crew. Parker's mom was attractive, blonde, slim, always smiling. However,
Parker's mom has got it going on.
Kids, he rarely spoke to us and mostly just acknowledged us with eye rolls and grunts. He also didn't come outside much. He worked nights, so we didn't see him often during the week. And on the weekends, he was mostly banging around in his garage. One Saturday afternoon in the fall, Mitch and Chase were both away for some reason, so I went over to Parker's house alone to see if he wanted to play. He said his parents weren't home and invited me inside. That was a really strange experience for me. At 9, my parents never left me alone. They would call a babysitter over if they were going to be gone for even an hour. I asked Parker why he was home alone. I made no secret that I was weirded out about it, but he seemed totally fine with it, like it happened all the time. So that put me at ease. We watched TV for a few minutes. Then abruptly, Parker got off the couch and said, "Hey, you want to see something cool?" "Sure."
Let's see a
I
dead
said.
body.
He led me down to the basement, pointed out a tool chest against the wall. "They're in here." Parker opened up the bottom cupboard drawer of the tool chest, revealing a huge stack of Playboys. There had to have been 50 or 60 issues in there. I had no idea what I was even looking at. I had never seen a naked woman before. The closest I had come was seeing the scantily clad Tanya Roberts in the movie The Beastmaker. I remember watching that movie and being vaguely intrigued by the female form. But what I saw in the Playboys were sort of repulsive. It wasn't necessarily the images of the naked women that churned my stomach, but the dank and musty smell of the basement, the dim lights, the crinkled, stiff, flaky feel of the magazine pages, as if the moisture of the basement was slowly turning them to pulp. It just felt wrong and gross, and I wanted to leave. Still, I just couldn't stop looking. I'd flip through one magazine, toss it back, then flip through another one. Somehow, I had this strange notion that I was getting something valuable for free, so I needed to cram as much into my brain as I could. Finally, Parker said, "We better get out of here. My mom will be home soon. You can tear some pictures out and take them home if you want." I ripped out one of the centerfolds and stuffed it into my pocket. I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't want it for any self-gratification purpose. I just had an idea that I could use it to impress Mitchell and Chase later on. When I got home, I stuffed the balled-up centerfold in the back corner of my closet, under some toys.
Oh.
Despite not having a deep understanding of what it was, I was certain that if my mom found it, I'd be in big trouble. I went to sleep like normal that evening, but awoke abruptly in the middle of the night to a rough hand shaking my shoulder. I immediately knew something was wrong because neither of my parents would have woken me up so firmly. Plus, there was a terrible smell, a rank combination of alcohol and motor oil. I opened up my eyes, and with the aid of my bedside nightlight, recognized Parker's dad standing over me. I wanted to cry out, to scream for my dad, but the man glared down at me with so much hatred, so much fury. I was paralyzed. I was certain that if I did cry out, he'd twist my head off my neck. "You stole from me, you little jerk," he said in this low voice, low enough not to wake my parents in the other room. But in the quiet of my room, the words rang clear as a bell. His use of the F word was what really struck me. No adult had ever used the F word on me. Combined with his tone, expression, and body language, I The word just cut me to the bone. I want it back, he said. Numbly, my heart hammering, I quietly and obediently went to my closet and dug out the balled-up centerfold from beneath a pile of Ninja Turtles. I held it out to him, and he snatched it. At this point, he went on a low, whispery rant at me, including a lecture about thievery and personal property. I don't remember all of it, but it went along the lines of, "I'll tell your parents, I'll call the cops, you'll go to juvie, yada yada." But he said two phrases I distinctly remember. One of them was, "Don't ever come into my house again. Don't ever step foot in my yard again." And the other was something that was so strange and said with so much sincerity that it burned into my memory and still haunts me to this day. "Don't you ever look at this stuff again." As he clenched his fist around the balled-up centerfold. "It will turn you into something you don't want to be." He then turned and walked silently out of my room. I was so creeped out at how silently he slipped away. Our floors were carpeted, and he literally made no sound as he disappeared down the hall into the darkness, like some malicious Santa Claus. It was like he had lots of previous practice at sneaking around, which I found even more disturbing. When I thought back on the incident during the following years, it was that sneaking which haunted me the most of all, even more than that lecture and the threats. How quietly and stealthily he moved, like the Grinch in that cartoon, but not with that big cartoony stride. Like I would never be safe from him no matter where I went in life. Like any time I went to sleep, he would just appear there without a sound, and I'd never hear him coming.
The holiday season was always the busiest time of year for us postal workers, of course. People shifting gifts, cards going out. Our workload doubled in December at the very least. But after the bizarre incident I had, delivering packages a few days before Christmas several years back, I started to dread those festive months. Even now, I get anxious doing my route when the holidays roll around. I'd worked for the post office in my hometown for over a decade when this went down. I really enjoyed it for the most part. Sure, the job could be stressful, especially during holiday crunch, but I liked the feeling of providing an important service, being out and about, delivering letters and parcels. It suited my tendencies as a creature of habit. I even had my route down to a science, knowing exactly how long each block would take. In 2015, the week before Christmas, was an absolute madhouse, as usual. Every day my truck was packed floor to ceiling with boxes and overflowing bags of mail. The packages were especially out of control. It seemed like every individual in the town was getting online gifts shipped from retailers. By December 23rd, I was exhausted from the non-stop influx. My route that day was crammed with over 300 packages needing delivery, all locked and loaded in the back of my truck. As I set out, light snow started to fall, adding an extra challenge. I knew this was going to be a long slog. Taking my time despite being worn out, I methodically worked my way down each street, dropping off boxes and envelopes at every address. The neighborhood I was in had a lot of cute older homes decked out for the holidays, with lights and inflatables. It helped to brighten the dreary weather we were having. About 2 hours in, I pulled up to a yellow 2-story house on Walnut Street that had an unusually large pile of boxes waiting on the porch. I parked and gathered the things I would be delivering. As I arranged them on the welcome mat, I noticed the door was cracked about an inch. Through the gap, there was only darkness inside. Feeling uneasy, I rang the bell and knocked, calling out a greeting. No response, no movement from within. I checked the shipping labels, verifying this was indeed the correct address they were delivered to. Glancing around behind me, the whole block seemed oddly still and quiet. When I peered back through the door crack, it was pitch dark. Not a single light on in there. A prickle of dread crept up my spine. I knew something wasn't right here. My instinct was to call the police. but without enough evidence of anything actually wrong happening, besides a dark house and open door and piled packages, I didn't know if they would even respond. I went back to my truck and deliberated what to do. Starting to drive away didn't sit right with me. What if someone inside was hurt? I decided I had to check to be sure. Taking a deep breath, I slowly pushed the front door all the way open and looked around. I called out who I was, that I was there to deliver packages from the USPS. No reply came back. Turning on my phone flashlight, I waved the beam around over everything. The front rooms were orderly, if sparsely furnished. A fine layer of dust-coated surfaces hinted no one had been there in a while. I took tentative steps down the hallway, checking each room as I went. Bedrooms and kitchen were just as neatly abandoned, but no sign of who belonged there or where they'd gone. It was like the occupants had simply vanished without taking anything. The further I explored each empty room, the more ominous the atmosphere felt. Disturbingly, there was also no holiday decor or anything to suggest people who lived here had been planning to celebrate, which might have been the case considering all the packages they'd had delivered. Just an empty shell of a suburban home. As I approached the closed door at the end of the hall, my dread peaked. I knew that if there was any evidence of what happened to the occupants, it would be behind that final barrier. Every instinct I had told me to turn back, but I'd come this far. I had to know. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed it open. The stench hit me first, decay and bodily waste. Resisting nausea, I shone my light into what looked like a child's room. It was empty, except for a small shape curled up in the corner. My heart dropped when the beam illuminated a young girl, motionless and facing the wall. I took a step closer, dreading but expecting the worst. That's when her head turned sharply towards me. Eyes wild, clouded white, blood around cracked lips. My light reflected off something clutched in her hand, torn flesh hanging from exposed bone. I recoiled in horror as a strangled, inhuman growl erupted from the girl. Every cell in my body screamed to run. I backpedaled just as she lunged, narrowly missing my wrist as I crashed through the doorway. The sound that came from her, part shriek, part gurgling snarl, assailed my ears as I fled down the hall. Bursting outside, I slammed the front door behind me. Through it came anguished cries as I half tumbled into my truck and sped off down the street. My mind was in shambles trying to process what I'd witnessed in that innocuous suburban home. I drove straight to the police station in shock. My report brought a swarm of vehicles onto Walnut Street, along with an ambulance. But when they entered the home, there was no sign of the girl having been there. Just an abandoned home, doors now locked and no clues left behind. With no proof besides my word, the cops wrote it off as holiday stress, or perhaps an encounter with a home intruder during a delivery. But I knew what I saw. Those soulless eyes staring back still haunt me to this day. I put in for a new route the next week, wanting no part of that neighborhood again. For a couple of years afterwards, around Christmas, families on Walnut Street reported sounds of anguished cries coming from inside the walls of the empty house each night. But by morning, silence returned. Eventually, the home would be demolished. An evil that dark leaves wounds beyond the physical. I still don't know what happened there, but some nights when I close my eyes, I feel like I can see that little girl's twisted face leering back from the darkness. Just remembering what was in that house is enough to make my blood run cold.
So I can't stick individual items in there. That's fucked up.
Today was the annual holiday potluck. My office doesn't really do parties, but every occasion gets a potluck. It's business as usual, except everyone brings food. We work while stuffing ourselves silly. Nothing like working through a stomachache, right? It's always a game of food poisoning roulette. Since I was the first one in, I was expected to do the basic setup. Dutifully, I cleared off the sorting table and got the coffee going, and I expected to spend the first 30 minutes of my shift in peace. But it wasn't to be. The phone started ringing. It's too early for this, I thought. I answered anyway, putting on my best customer service voice. At this hour, most customers hadn't even had their coffee yet, so answering the phone was a crapshoot. Fortunately, it was only Carol. "Thank God you answered. Can you let me in? My arms are full." She always bought enough baked goods for everyone to have seconds and thirds. It was one of the few things I looked forward to. "I'll be right over. Hold on." I hung up and hurried over to the employee entrance, yanked the door open, and found Carol standing there with a heaping sack of Tupperware in her arms. The scent of gingerbread hung around her like a warm Christmas perfume, sweet and inviting. "Let me help you with that." "You tried to get it all in one trip, huh?" I carefully grabbed a few containers, making sure not to tip them over, and walking with her inside. Carol smiled appreciatively, relieved she could finally set everything down. I took a peek at the goodies. As expected, gingerbread cookies. Gingerbread office workers, each one bigger than my hand and intricately detailed. "What do you think?" she asked, puffing out her chest with pride. "I made one for everyone at the office. After I passed these out, I'm out of here though. I'm not working today, but I wanted to make sure everyone got theirs." Wow. I admired her handiwork. It took me only a moment to realize that the gingerbread cookies were modeled after all of our co-workers. I looked eagerly for the one she'd made me, but didn't see it. "These must have taken you forever. The details are perfect. No one can top these." Suddenly, my crock pot of meatballs seemed a lot less exciting. Oh well, it wasn't a competition. As if I could beat Carol's Christmas cookies. By then my phone started to ring, so I hurried back to my desk. I watched Carol pass out her cookies with care, placing them on desks atop pretty poinsettia plates. "Are you going to be open on Christmas?" the customer asked the second I picked up. No hello, only a shrill inquiry. "No, but we will be open on the 26th, I answered. "What do you mean you won't be open on Christmas? What if I need help right away? I'll have to wait?" I gave my scripted answer to the angry customer, distracted and deadpan. By the time the call was done, Carol came over with a smile, bringing the very last cookie over to me. "I'd say it's too pretty to eat, except he was never really a looker, was he?" I looked down at the gingerbread man. It wasn't me. It was our boss, Dale. "This one's mine?" I asked tentatively, definitely confused. Maybe there was a mistake. "Of course! How many opportunities do you get to bite your boss's head off?" I wanted to give you the honor. If Carol sensed my disappointment, she didn't let on. I looked down at the cookie again. A dense gingerbread man in a cheap suit. Even though the suit had been made with glaze and frosting, I had that impression. Cheap, ill-fitting, and grey. A perfect replica of one of his 2 suits with a garnished Christmas tie. "As long as it doesn't taste like Dale," I laughed. To be honest, as perfectly made as the cookie was, I didn't find it appetizing. Well, it did smell amazing, but there was something off-putting about eating a cookie shaped like someone, especially Dale. Then again, it would be just as weird to eat one that looked like me. Cookie cannibalism. "You didn't give him one that looked like me, right?" I shudder. Now that would be creepy. Dale was a piece of work, but I had to tolerate him if I wanted to keep my job. "Of course not," Carol assured me. "Could you do me a favor? Wait until everyone else gets here before you eat it. I want everyone to see. I wish I could see the looks on their faces. You'll tell me, won't you?" Sure. I slid the gingerbread away from me. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I was going to eat it or not, but I didn't want to hurt her feelings. Maybe if I scraped the decorations off first. That, however, seemed equally rude. "When you eat gingerbread cookies, are you the kind of person that goes for the head, or the arms, or the legs first? Or maybe you pull off the decorations one by one?" she asked, suddenly. Carol wasn't looking at me when she asked.
That's
She was
just
looking towards Dale's
creepy.
office. What a weird question, especially coming from her. When she saw the look on my face, Carol laughed and patted my shoulder. Sorry, I was just having a funny thought. There's a little sadist in everyone, isn't there? Excuse me? Grabbing her empty Tupperware, Carol gave me a wink, wished me a Merry Christmas, and left, leaving me alone in the office. I kept eyeing the gingerbread Dale, still feeling a bit weird about it. Weird, but also hungry. The cookies smelled divine, which was odd considering I'd never been a fan of gingerbread. About 10 minutes later, the rest of my co-workers trickled in. They complained about how tired they were, morning traffic and the holidays. Of course, the belly aching became exclamations of delight when they discovered the cookies set neatly on their desks. Everyone started showing one another their cookies and taking pictures, marveling at the perfect detail. Patty's cookie had her trademark beehive updo and pearls. Mark's cookie was bearded with square glasses, and Betty had electric blue eyeshadow and dimples. Though the outfits weren't an exact match, the resemblances were uncanny. Eventually the clamour died down as everyone sat at their desks, all except Patty, who scurried over to my desk with a wide smile. "I didn't see yours," she said, showing me hers for the second time. She carried her plate proudly in both hands, like she was presenting a piece of art. To be fair, Carol's work really was exquisite. I just didn't like Patty. Patty's eyes moved to the plate I'd set away from me. My cookie wasn't like everyone else's, which suddenly seemed like a problem. "Oh, it looks like Dale. Is it yours?" She scrunched her face at me, somehow managing to keep the smile. I didn't like her insinuation. "Yeah, it's mine." Did she really think I'd scoffed down a cookie and stole another one off my boss's desk? Really? "Why doesn't it look like you then?" Oh yeah, the insinuation was there. A bitter anger spread across my tongue, but I fought to keep my voice level and my face flat. It was weird that I was the only one with a cookie that looked like someone else, but I didn't make them, it wasn't up to me. Carol thought it would be fun. Carol? But wasn't she fired yesterday? Patty's expression scrunched up even more. Her hands moved up her pearls, fidgeting with the long strand. Sometimes I wonder if she wore pearls just so that she would clutch them. No. Wouldn't I have a memo if she was? I turned my attention back to work. I hoped Patty would get the hint and go away, but she stood there for a long moment, sucking in a deep, dramatic breath. She picked her plate off my desk, staring hard at the gingerbread patty. "Didn't you make these?" she asked slowly. "No, I brought the meatballs. Why would you think I made them?" I answered, not looking up, pretending to read an email. Patty was being nosy, as usual. I'd never liked that.
That's why you don't eat cookies from coworkers.
If I said that, she would so I'd probably get written up for not being a team player, like a lot of offices around the world. This one was toxic. "I'm not sure if this is okay. I'll be right back," Patty said, unaware of my rude thoughts. I looked up when she said that, unable to help myself. She didn't explain, pivoting towards Dale's office. To tell me, or Carol, I honestly wasn't sure. Either way, it was a headache for me. She reappeared in the doorway with Dale a moment later. They both made a beeline straight for my desk, their expressions a lot more serious than a cookie called for. Great. I pretended not to notice, busying myself with a stack of fresh paperwork. Before they reached me, there was a loud cracking sound and a scream. Every head in the room whipped in my direction of the sound to find Robert, tears running down his face. All I could see were his eyes poking up from his workstation, expression twisted and red. "My arm!" he screamed. "Oh my God, it won't move!" A couple of co-workers ran over to see what happened. I reached for my phone instead, ready to dial 911 if an ambulance was needed. Patty and Dale changed course, but everyone looked confused. How on earth had Robert hurt his arm while sitting at his
Voodoo
desk?
cookies.
Carpal tunnel? Now's your chance. came an errant thought. My eyes slid towards the gingerbread Dale. It looked perfectly palatable on that pretty poinsettia plate. Hurry before they confiscate it. Now wasn't the time to worry about cookies, but my tongue tingled with anticipation and my teeth itched with the urge. Just a bite. It was a strange urge, almost like it wasn't my own, but very compelling. The gingerbread man was heavier than I expected. I lifted it to my lips and bit off one of the feet. It crunched, in stereo, unusually loud, and the foot snapped off and began melting in my tongue. Delicious. A rush of delight washed over me, brought on by a flood of favor that drowned out Dale's cursing screams. He'd fallen rocking back and forth on the floor. He must have twisted his ankle in his haste to check on Robert. How unlucky. 2 injuries in one day. A choir of "Oh my gods" rang out through the office, but I set down my phone so that I could hold up the gingerbread Dale in both hands. Without even thinking, I took another bite, nibbling up the leg, before switching to the other foot. The screaming kept getting louder, filling the room. The gingerbread had such a rich and complex flavor. Gingerbread, cinnamon, allspice, cloves, and something else. It was earthy. Or maybe was it the soft texture, soft and velvety, yet dense and crunchy. Wow, so much screaming. All over carpal tunnel and a sprained ankle. Annoyed, I glanced around the room to find almost everyone was screaming. The ones who weren't screaming were chewing with blissed out looks on their bloody faces or slumped over their desks. Confused, I touched my own wet mouth and looked down at my red fingers. I wasn't in any pain. Had Carol put glass in the batter or something? Where was the blood coming from? Why was everyone still eating? Because they couldn't help themselves. I couldn't help myself either. Without realizing it, I'd eaten half of the Dale cookie and found myself going in for another bite. Horrified, I dropped the cookie. The gingerbread snapped in half as it hit the floor. Dale curled up on the carpet and suddenly was still on the carpet. Patty was right next to him on the floor, but she didn't seem to notice, chewing frantically with glazed eyes, gingerbread crumbs and blood running down her chin. When only her mouth was empty, did she resume screaming again. She rolled and started eating the cookie off the carpet. The spell the cookie cast on me had broken with my boss's spine. He was dead, and with each quieted scream, a co-worker joined him in death. I was the last one standing, the last one screaming. Soon, I was standing in perfect silence. No more screams, no more chewing. Only then was I able to move. I grabbed my keys and ran out the office. Maybe I should have called the police, but I didn't know what I was going to tell them. That Carol's Christmas cookies had killed everyone but me? That I chewed my boss to death with a voodoo gingerbread man? I couldn't come up with a logical explanation in this state of my pure panic. Even though my voice had broken, my thoughts kept screaming. I ran through the snowy parking lot and found my car. I'm not sure why I ran. No one was chasing me. There was no one who could. Before I could jump into my car and drive away, I noticed the little red gift bag sitting on the hood of my car. Written in glitter were the words, "Merry Christmas," from Carol. I was terrified, but looked inside the bag anyway. As I feared, there was a cookie. My heart thudded in terror, but I felt compelled to examine it. In spite of my dread, I started to salivate, clenching my teeth together. Even after what I witnessed, I wanted to eat it. The cookie wasn't me. It was Carol. Carol down to the outfit she'd worn that very morning, except for the "sorry" piped across her sweater in red. I swallowed the bloody spit in my mouth, reached back into the gift bag, and there was a Christmas card inside. Still holding the gingerbread Carol, I opened it up. A key was taped inside along with a simple message. "Merry Christmas. There's a gingerbread office in my apartment. If you smash it, everyone will think the roof collapsed. That should explain all the broken bones. Don't worry, no one will find me. You were always kind to me, that's why I spared you. I hope you do me one more kindness, and make it quick. Love, Carol. I closed the card, tucking it back in the envelope, and sitting in my car. I looked down at the cookie still in my hand. My tongue tingled. My teeth itched. I didn't want to do it, but I had to. I bit off Carol's gingerbread head. It tasted like gingerbread and death.
Okay, gross and creepy.
This happened 20 years ago. I was driving back home with my girlfriend at the time. It was Christmas Eve, and my mother's family used to hold a large celebration at my aunt's house in Estacada. This was my girlfriend's first time meeting with my extended family, but she got on quite well with them. We spent the majority of the afternoon and evening talking, playing poker, opening presents, and drinking an assortment of adult beverages. My girlfriend had been quite inebriated by the time we had to leave, therefore, I would be driving us home. It was around 11 p.m. or so, and I was driving my girlfriend's car along Highway 211. Now, this stretch of road is surrounded by farms and dense patches of forest. There are parts of it that are completely unlit, but nothing to fear. I grew up in this area, so I knew this road like the back of my hand. The both of us were just driving.
Just out of curiosity, I wonder if those
making the most of our moment together.
LAR.
There's a portion of the highway that descends down an enormous hill before crossing Deep Creek. Surrounding both sides of the road is a thick forest. The only thing that we could see was the area directly in front of our headlights.
It does.
I drove down the hill, crossed the bridge, then back uphill, through more forest. It was when the highway begins to flatten out again that it happened. Something sprints across the road so quickly, I nearly hit whatever it was. I slam on the brakes. I turn to my girlfriend. Hey, did you just see that? She confirmed that she had, but couldn't make out what it was. Maybe it was a coyote. They're a fairly common sight around this area, but something felt off about this entire situation. Whatever it was ran out in front of the car, then disappeared into the woods. Coyotes usually don't dart out in front of cars like that. So, for some reason, I decided to check it out. I turned the car around and switch on the high beams to illuminate the forest. I then step out of the car and began walking towards the woods. I don't see anything, but as I drew closer to the tree line, it feels like perhaps I had made a grave mistake. My heart was pounding, and the hairs on the back of my neck were now standing at full attention. I don't see anything unusual in the trees. Then suddenly, the car horn blasts. I hurry back to the car and ask my girlfriend what was going on. She didn't say anything. Instead, she pointed to a spot about 50 feet from where I was standing. I look over in that direction, and that's when I saw it. Without a doubt, this was the thing that ran in front of our car. It appeared to be a man, completely naked. His skin was covered in mud, and in one of his hands, he was holding a hatchet. He looked back at us, and then he smiled, then waved, just before turning around and walking back into the forest. Needless to say, we got the hell out of there. Once we were safely on the road again,
man. Really
my
like the
girlfriend
gun.
explained what had just happened. While I was trying to look for the man in the direction that he initially vanished in, he circled around and came out from another spot in the forest beyond the car's headlights. my girlfriend had seen something out of the corner of her eye, and that's when she spotted him. Before she honked the horn, he was walking toward me, his hatchet raised, as if making to strike me. We called the authorities once we safely got back home, but they never found anybody. The officer we spoke to explained his theory. The man was looking to ambush unsuspecting travelers. We all agreed that my girlfriend's quick thinking saved my life that night, as it let my potential murderer know that I wasn't alone out there. I moved back into that area recently, so now I drive on that highway often. There hasn't been any naked hatchet man sightings yet, but I can tell you that I'm definitely extra vigilant now, especially whenever I'm near Deep Creek.
Mommy, what are you doing? I'm brining the turkey. What's brining? I soak the turkey in salt water and... Why? Hey, I said, tightening the strings on my apron. Why don't you go play with the Starman toy I got you? I don't want to play with it anymore. Kids these days lose interest in a new toy in an hour. Want to watch Mommy take out the Christmas cookies? I pulled the tray out of the oven. Heat nipped at my fingers. The cookie Jackson made was burned at the edges and terribly misshapen. Your cookie turned out great, see? Can I eat it now? He asked, his grimy little hand shooting for it. I thought it was for Santa. Well, it was, but I'm hungry. And if everyone else is feeding Santa cookies, he doesn't really need mine, right? Smart kid. I led him to the dining room with the cookie and a tall glass of milk. Here you go, honey. He sat down. I glanced out the window. Christmas lights from the house across the street twinkled back in the falling dusk. I patted him on the shoulder and began to walk away. Mommy! Ugh, what now? Yes, Jackson? I hear jingling of Santa's reindeer. That's nice, I said. Probably just that old man next door walking his corgi, but whatever. I'm not going to rain on his parade. I'm going to listen to the reindeer. Thank God. Finally, something to keep him busy. I returned to the kitchen and frowned at the turkey.
I'm gonna go make a honey badger builder real quick,
It
okay?
looked so pale and slimy.
Wait, where my
My mother would be here tomorrow, and she was so particular about it. Don't overcook it, it'll be too dry. And don't put too much salt. Nobody likes a salty turkey. And don't burn it. Goodness, don't burn it. Her voice echoed in my head. Dave made such a perfect, wonderful turkey last year. The way he seasoned it up, it was exquisite. Yeah, well, then I caught Dave seasoning someone else's turkey, so to speak. Mommy, I hear them, he shouted. That's great, I called back. Dave's attempts to reconcile were, to say the least, lacking. Sometimes he'd leave me a voicemail, just saying, I love you, then hanging up. Other times, he'd text me a photo of his hand wearing the wedding ring. No caption, nothing else in the picture, just his hand. The ring was so stupid looking anyway, silver encrusted with a ton of tiny garnets, because red is the color of love. Yeah, red is also the color I saw when I found them. But Mommy, I hear them, the jingling and the footsteps. That's great, honey. Listen, listen. I sighed and rinsed the slime off my hands. Okay, Jackson, I'm coming, I said, stepping into the dining room. I listened. Jingle, jingle. It froze. My heart began to pound. Santa's here, see? He squealed. Jingle, jingle. It wasn't the jingling of bells or a leash. It was the jingling of keys. as someone tried the lock. I grabbed Jackson's arm and dragged him out of the dining room. Mommy, what are you doing? We're gonna sit here and wait for Santa to come down the chimney. See? I said, my voice quavering. I eyed the back door. Could we make a run for it? Thump. Thump. He's on the roof! Jackson squealed, grinning. Thump. Thump. I hugged Jackson, holding him as close as I could. Thump. I screamed. Jackson broke free from my arms and ran toward the chimney. Then I saw it. A small box wrapped in black paper had fallen in from the fireplace. Jackson, no! It was too late. He picked it up, grinning. Then he frowned. It's not mine. He shoved it into my lap. It's for you, Mommy. Hands shaking, I picked it up. The note read, "You changed the locks." My heart pounding, I lifted the lid of the box. A ring, encrusted with 1,000 tiny garnets.
"1 hour until midnight," John shouted as he ran through the living room. I glanced towards the small closet in the hallway. The door had been removed and propped up against the opposite wall as usual, and the mistletoe had been hung up in the center of the doorway. The closet was empty, and there was no light coming from inside. I held on to my glass of water, nervous. I never drank at the annual holiday party. The things we were about to see were bad enough sober, and I couldn't even imagine what it would be like if I were drunk. I looked over at Mel, who was smoking a joint, as she did every year. I'm not sure how she managed to get through the events of the night, but maybe being high helped her process what she saw. John ran back through the living room, stopping to make sure all of the windows were locked and all of the curtains were shut. He walked over to the front door, rattling the doorknob and pulling on the door to make sure that it too was locked before making his way into the kitchen. The rest of us, Ben, Elma, Mel, and I, sat around the living room in silence. Even though we had done this every year for the last 3 years, it wasn't something we could easily get used to. The horrors that we would witness tonight wouldn't be anything like the horrors from last year or the year before. We took over this ritual from our parents, who had passed it on to us when we turned 18. Ever since then, we have made sure that every year on Christmas Eve, we gather at John's house to make sure that we keep all of the holiday horrors away from the rest of you. The drugs and the food are only here to distract us, although it hardly ever works. We all gather on the day before Christmas Eve, a few minutes before midnight, and we stay inside John's house until midnight on Christmas night. It doesn't always start at the same time, but never before 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve. So we always make sure that we are inside the house and that all of the exits are locked tight before the fun starts. I use the word fun very loosely here. I set my glass of water down as Mel passed by me, letting us know she was going to pee before it all started. She came back fairly quickly and plopped back down on the couch, sighing. Mel was always annoyed that we had to do this. She didn't seem as affected by it as the rest of us, and would usually spend most of the month of December complaining about the holiday party. "John!" Ben shouted suddenly. "It's starting!" I looked back at the closet. Ben was right. It was starting, and standing in the threshold under the mistletoe was a creature whose top half was a reindeer, with the bottom half of a nude human male. It stood there, towards us. Its head had a big hole where its left eye should have been, as if it had been shot there, and there was dried blood all over its face. Its left antler was broken in half, and I could see some bugs crawling around the wound in its face. We just stood there, watching it as it watched us. It retreated back into the closet, before it got down on all fours and charged towards us. I still flinched even though I knew it couldn't make it more than a few feet away from the closet. I remember asking my parents once why we had to make sure all the exits were locked, even though most of the monsters couldn't get more than a few feet away from the mistletoe. They didn't give me a direct answer, only making sure that everything was locked guaranteed that nothing would get out. It continued to charge towards us, ramming into the invisible barriers each time. Then, just as it had randomly appeared, the creature randomly disappeared, and there was a few minutes of empty silence. No one said a word, but we all watched as the next creature appeared. This one was human, but there was something wrong with him, as usual. The man had been flattened down to resemble the shape of a gingerbread man. He had large rotting gumdrops that were meant to be gingerbread buttons sewed down his front. His mouth had been pulled back at the corners with some sort of metal hoops that pierced through his skin in order to give him a permanent smile. He waddled from side to side as he attempted to balance on his flattened feet. As he tried to walk out of the closet, his arms got stuck in the doorway, and he ran into it over and over, slamming himself into it harder and harder each time until there was a sickening crunching noise and his arms flopped backwards. He finally waddled through the doorway, and this time he made it out further than the first creature had, and began waddling towards us. I took a few steps back and continued to waddle towards the living room. Suddenly, a branch pierced through his chest from the back, and he was violently pulled back into the closet where he disappeared. That was immediately followed by dozens of branches that snaked their way around the floor of the house, climbing up the walls as they made their way around the house. The branches were covered in the sharpest pine needles I had ever seen, with a few random broken ornaments hanging off them. I jumped up onto a couch as the branches made their way into the living room, and everyone else followed my lead as we watched the branches weave in and out of the floorboards.
I don't know why I bothered trying to pick that up. You can't sell any of that fucking shit.
Had wrapped around the legs of the chair she was on, and she was being pulled towards the closet. John attempted to reach out for her as she was past him, but the branches began to snake up and intertwine until they then created a sort of protective dome around the chair, trapping Alma inside. She continued to yell as I tried to figure out a way to get to her without the branches getting to me, but it seemed impossible. It was like the branches had a mind of their own, and were making sure that none of us could help Alma. We watched as she was dragged into the closet along with the chairs, before the branches finally retreated. What was that? They've never taken any of us before, Ben said. No one replied as we continued to watch the closet. Suddenly, Alma leaped out and ran out, but was then stopped a few feet away from the doorway. What? She shouted, now panicked. Let me out! John leaped off the coffee table and ran over, grabbing a hold of Alma's hand and attempting to pull her away from the doorway, but he couldn't. Don't leave me here! Please help me! Alma sobbed. Ben ran over and tried to help John, but something was holding Alma back and stopping them from pulling her away. Ow! Alma shouted suddenly. I ran over as Mel followed. What happened? I asked. I don't know. Did we pull too hard? John asked Alma. Ow! Alma shouted yet again, louder this time. Alma, what's wrong? I asked. It hurts! She shouted as she fell to her knees. We watched as she continued to shout in pain, and then we realized what was happening. Her skin was being peeled off in one large chunk. Her biceps had been exposed as the skin continued to peel from the back to the front until everything, including her face, came off. Alma continued to scream the whole time, even after her skin was off. Her skin began crawling towards us as she screamed and cried in the background, and it all started to make sense why John's parents had told him to find a remote area to host the parties at. We began to back away as her skin continued to crawl towards us. I soon realized that it was heading towards John specifically, and he backed into a wall as it continued to snake towards him, climbing up his body. It was at this point that I realized that Alma had stopped screaming, and I turned just in time to see her limp body being dragged back into the closet. It looked like she was dead. I started to get anxious then. None of the things we witnessed had ever affected us this much. Usually some of us would walk away with some scratches, but nothing this permanent. I took a deep breath as I tried to ignore the voice in the brain that was screaming at me to get out of the house as soon as possible, but I knew that I couldn't. I couldn't let all of these things out into the world. I turned back to look at John as Alma's skin began wrapping itself around his torso until it then tightened and formed a weird skin sweater all around him. John started to gag, and I looked away as I felt the urge to vomit. John began freaking out, and I looked back to see him attempting to peel the skin sweater off of his body. Every time he pulled part of it off, it began to bleed, until his hands and legs were covered in blood. He started to cry, scratching at Alma's skin as he tried to desperately peel it off. It did come off eventually, and John kicked it aside as he ran into the kitchen. I heard the folks open as he continued crying. Oh God! I turned to the sound of Ben's voice to see small elves walking out of the closet. They were dressed in typical human outfits, but they were severely deformed, with different sized heads, arms, and legs. We watched as they all headed toward the pile of Alma's skin. They began to pick it up as they tore off pieces of it with their teeth, and then ate it until it was all gone. Then they got on the floor and licked up all the blood before returning back into the closet. There's only 5 minutes left until midnight, Ben said, breaking the silence. Do you think it's over then? I asked. No, Mel replied. I looked over to see that she was pointing at the closet. I could hear footsteps coming from the inside. Do you feel that? John asked. I turned, not noticing that he had come back from the kitchen. We stood still as I began to notice that the house was getting cold. It continued to drop in temperature until my teeth were now chattering. The footsteps continued, even though nothing appeared. I rubbed my arms as I tried to warm up, and began to notice a thin layer of ice appearing on every item in the house. For the next few minutes, the house continued to grow colder and colder, until I was sure we were going to die. I could feel my heartbeat slow down as my fingers turned blue. My eyes had started to burn from the cold, and I could no longer move. Then, just when I thought it was all over, it was gone, and the house warmed up in the blink of an eye. Is it over? I asked. Yeah, it's midnight, Ben replied. Where's Alma? John asked. I carefully walked over to the closet, peering inside. It was empty. There was no sign of Alma anywhere. This has never happened before, Ben said. She's dead, and there's nothing we can do about it, Mel replied curtly. She began to gather her stuff, and we watched as she threw open the front door and then left, slamming the door shut behind her. What do we tell her parents? John asked. I don't know. I shrugged. I should get going too, Ben said suddenly.
The line of duty.
To cry, and I stepped out of his way as he left the house. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes as I then excused myself as I ran upstairs and shut the bathroom door behind me. I splashed cold water on my face as I tried to make sense of what had happened. I wondered why this time had been different. As I racked my brain for reasons, I felt a sudden chill as I noticed it was abnormally cold in the bathroom. I turned around as I heard a car start and stood there, staring at the open bathroom window. My heart began to hammer against my chest as my thoughts ran 1,000,000 miles a minute. I walked over to the window and glanced down just in time to see Alma's car backing out of the driveway. Confused, I stuck my head out of the window and squinted as I tried to make out the driver. As the car turned out into the street, I got a direct view into the driver's seat, where I saw a skinned, blistering red Alma drive off down the road.
Mrs. Claus sat in her rocker, a half-completed sweater resting on her lap. The alarm clock on the small table beside her rang its shrill alarm through the warm air of the house, announcing that it was now 1 a.m. She reached for it, hitting the button on top with a light ting and silencing the sound. She cranked the dial back another hour so that it would ring at 2 a.m. This was how we kept track of Santa's journey on Christmas Eve. How are those cookies looking? Chandrell opened the oven door and peered inside. The chocolate chip cookies need another few minutes. She stood and looked at the counter behind her, touching a finger to one of the cooling gingerbread men. But the gingerbread men are ready for decoration. I looked up from my piping. The sugar cookies are almost done too. Mrs. Claus beamed at us before continuing her knitting. Good, good. You girls are such good little elves. The kitchen counters were covered with cooling racks of sugar cookies decorated with red and green frosting, pinwheel cookies with chocolate and coconut layers, and almond shortbread
Ew,
cookies
coconut.
with powdered sugar. Several pies cooled in the window, the chilled glass absorbing their heat to create a moist fog that blurred the snowy wonderland outside. I had made apple and pumpkin pies as well as some meat pies with beef left over from the cows we had in the summer. Meat pie wasn't something we normally had at the Christmas feast, but it had been Horth's favorite and I wanted to honor him, to feel like he was included in the celebration. My heart stung at his memory and my eyes watered. I wanted to fall to the floor and cry. But it was Christmas and I had to put on a happy face for the younger elves. I swallowed my pain down and forced myself to smile as I worked. I would be able to cry later in the quiet safety of the barn, away from the observant eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Claus. Once the cookies were finished baking, Chandrell started to roast the Christmas ham. The boys, who were now busying themselves with the stables, had slaughtered the pig earlier that week. Fresh potatoes and corn harvested at the end of the fall and root vegetables from the cellar would complete the feast. Santa always came back on Christmas hungry, even after eating the treats left by little boys and girls all around the world. Once he returned, we'd all celebrate the success of the holiday with him. It would be joyful to have everyone enjoy the sweet and savory treats created by me and Chandrell. This year there were 12 of us elves. Chandrell and I were the eldest. At 19, Chandrell was the oldest elf I had ever known. I'd always joked that it had to be her baking skills that kept her alive so long. I was the second eldest at 16. Until Thanksgiving, it had been Horth who had been the second eldest. He had been 17. Horth and I had been very close. Our love ran deep and constant like the river that bordered the North Pole on the south. Being one of the two eldest female elves came with a lot of privileges and responsibilities. We were not only expected to take care of the younger elves, but to help Mrs. Claus with running the house, which meant also the barn and the cellar. We were the only ones that she would entrust to protect the food storages, since some of the younger elves would be less able to fight temptation during times when food was scarce. After Chandrell and me, there was Myron, who was 14. Then there was Erola, who had just turned 12, and Zaltarish, who was 11. Kristen was 9, and twins Azorin and Bifarden were 8. Plufin was 7, and Alec was 4. Then there was sweet Quaya, who was the second youngest at 1 year old. And finally there was precious little Nim, who was only 6 months old. She was to spend the holiday tucked tight in her crib, drunk on breast milk and dreaming of sugar plums. I had a special bond with Nim because she was the first elf harvested from me. After years of fearing that I wouldn't be able to contribute new elves to the pole, Nim finally came along. My little miracle. When Santa had punished Horth, I worried he would take his anger out on Nim as well. I begged him to spare her, that it was only me who was a threat to the joyful life at the North Pole. I will always be thankful to Mrs. Claus for saving our lives that night, even if her motives were only driven by concern of our small number. Her frantic cries warned Santa that losing 2 adult elves would be unwise in the harsh winter months, and even losing 1 infant would make the future difficult. At Mrs. Claus's pleading, he decided to show us both mercy that day, only locking us in the shed for a week as penance for my failings. See, the North Pole is a wonderland of celebration and joy, but also of discipline and reverence. We elves have few rules we must follow, but disobedience is not an option. Rule number 1. Do your chores. The eldest female elves looked after the home and the food reserves in the barn and cellar. We baked, cooked, pickled, cleaned, and did all the sewing. The eldest male elves looked after the animals and performed the butchery. Sometimes, under Santa's supervision, the boys would be allowed to travel north toward the mountains to hunt rabbits and deer. Chandrell had always envied their trips away. Neither of us had ever traveled past the tree line. Orith would tell me about the animals and the views that they saw during those trips. We'd sneak to the barn late at night and lie together in the hay. He'd tell me about how rocky and steep the mountains grew as you approached them, and how beautiful the sun was setting over the pole. After their 10th year, elves were expected to help look after the crops and contribute to the harvests. It was tough work for such small bodies, but we all had to do our part. Orith had been so good about helping the little ones with their more difficult chores after he had finished all of his. When they weren't in the fields, they either took care of the younger elves or assisted older elves in the more detailed tasks. This also helped them learn the jobs that they would soon be expected to perform. The youngest elves were in charge of the easier chores, such as taking care of the chickens and collecting eggs or helping with the gardening. When all
What
the
the
elves did their
fuck?
chores, the North Pole ran smoothly.
He
a well-oiled
climbing out a window or something?
Even this past year, with only 12 of us, we were all able to survive. And it was indeed lucky that Chandrell and Byron were both ripe with the next generation of elves, promising that our numbers would grow again. Rule number 2. Always be joyful. Mrs. Claus told us that a smile is all you need in this world, that it is a conduit for joy. When we felt bad things, she'd shush us. Santa does not like it when elves cry, she'd warn. But sometimes it was hard, especially for the little ones. We'd remind them to try and be joyful, even when they had stubborn tongues. But still, the tears would flow down their faces. They'd sniffle and nod, and we'd smile at them, rewarding their joy with cookies and candy. What I never revealed was that it was difficult to be joyful sometimes, even as an older elf. And so I had to pretend.
Ow.
When Mr. Claus would see my unjoyfulness seeping through my smiling face, he'd tell me to be more like the other elf girls. To be more like Chandrell or Mrs. Claus. Mrs. Claus, with those icy blue eyes, crinkled permanently by a wide, toothy smile. Mr. and Mrs. Claus said that elves were always joyful, so I used to worry that I was defective. But then I started going to the barn at night with Orith, and he told me that he wasn't joyful sometimes too. I told him about how I was often not joyful. He looked me deep in the eyes and told me he felt the same. And that oddly made being joyful easier. Rule number 3. Only Santa may leave the pool. The exception being when he would take the other boys hunting. Otherwise, only Santa was able to come and go. And he didn't leave only on Christmas Eve, but he would leave the pole once or twice a month. I once asked Mrs. Claus what Santa did when he left, and she explained that one of the things that we couldn't do at the North Pole. Despite her unfaltering smile, she'd sympathize with us, the girl elves, on those nights. These were the nights when Santa would visit in our room. Most of us wouldn't be able to sleep those nights, not when we knew what was coming. He'd waken the few that could early in the morning, our thin door banging against the wall. The sound would always vibrate through my bones as a sour scent permeated the room, making the warm air heavy over my mouth, forever forced into a smile. He'd pick one or two of the girl elves and carry us out to the shed where he would ready us for harvesting new elves. It wasn't at all like when Orith and I would go to the barn. That was soft and painless. It hurt when Santa sewed us. I was lucky, though. Chandrell was his favorite, so I was often left alone. There was an unspoken fourth rule of the pool, that only Santa may harvest his elves. We were supposed to be pure, but Orith and I loved each other. We loved each other so much that our bodies ached to be together. And then Mr. Claus found us. He had been so proud of me, too. So proud that I had finally provided fruit for him and Mrs. Claus. It was then that he took forth to the shed. That was the last time I saw my love. His face twisted in fear and pain as Santa dragged him through the cold, dead leaves. I cried for him, openly. Mrs. Claus allowed it, even though it was not joy. She had always been much kinder than Santa. The alarm rang at 6 a.m. Mrs. Claus stopped her knitting and stood at the window, looking out at the winterscape around us. Worry furrowed her brow, slightly wrinkling her otherwise joyful face. Santa Claus had never been this late getting home before. At 11 a.m., Mrs. Claus let us eat some of the feast that we had prepared so we wouldn't have to go to bed without eating. I couldn't sleep. Instead, I listened to her walk back and forth by the front windows, waiting for him. At 3 p.m., the other girl elves and I joined her in the living room. At this point, she was curled up on her rocking chair. She wasn't crying, which I was surprised by. Despite rule number 2, I understand the hurt that happens when someone you love doesn't come back. Yet instead, Mrs. Claus rocked back and forth, her eyes glazed, staring out into nothing. She was unresponsive, her lips drawn tight, making her grin look dehydrated and skeletal. By the time 5 p.m. hit, we abandoned her to feed the younger elves more of the Christmas feast which now lay cold on the table. At 8 p.m., Chandrell called out for me to join her at the window. I hugged Nim close to my chest as I walked over to see. Chandrell pointed, and I immediately saw the shadowy figure which had just emerged from the tree lines. Mrs. Claus jumped from her chair, pushing us aside to look. "Oh, thank God! He's back!" she cried, the practiced smile of joy stretching her face wide again. We continued to look over her shoulder as another shadowy figure appeared, followed by another. Soon, several shadows were walking towards the house. Mrs. Claus's face went pale, and for the first time, her smile wavered. It felt as if ice was running down my spine. She ran to the back of the house and came barreling back moments later with a large shotgun. She brandished the weapon in front of her as she ran out of the door wearing nothing but her housecoat and slippers. There was a loud bang, and she fell into the snow, which quickly turned red around her. We were too stunned to react. Within seconds, strange men were around us, touching us and asking us questions in short barks. Chandrell smiled widely at them, asking them if they wanted some cookies or Christmas cheer. Nim and I were the only ones who cried. I haven't seen any other elves since. The men let me keep Nim though, which I appreciate. They gave me a cup of water and a cup of some warm brown liquid I assumed was hot cocoa, but it was bitter and earthy. I spit it out and the men drank it. They asked me a lot of questions, many of which I didn't understand. It was like they were speaking a different language. They asked me who my mother and father are, but I don't know what those words mean. I asked if I could go back to the North Pole, but the men only clenched their jaws without answering. Their features were sharp and their flesh was not snowy white. They were not elves. They all looked different. It was difficult to keep them straight. They were all odd-looking, and each of them looked old, much older than Mrs. Claus. They looked like they were Santa's age. I am alone now. This place is too bright, too cold, too metallic. The light hurts my eyes and the coldness gnaws at my bones. Tears bite at my cheeks. I try to smile, but it is hard to even pretend to feel joy here. The warmth of Nim on my chest is the only comfort I have. She squirms and I look down at her and try again to smile. She looks up at me and her large, wet eyes search my features before lighting up with recognition. She smiles at me and my heart lightens. I see Horth's smile in hers, and for the first time since he died, my smile feels real.
That's a very strange story.
I remember it like yesterday. Just 8, maybe 10, staring at the dark sky and trying to spot Santa Claus. My mother was holding me in her lap, pointing every little shadow that passed in front of the moon. We lived in a small town, away from the world, with only 2 neighbors around us. Her knee bounced in the cold. I remember making roaring noises, pretending I was a dragon as I blew hot vapor out of my mouth. She always giggled at me when I did silly things like this. I loved making her giggle. Snow absolutely covered the ground, and being the wild child that I was, I began kicking it into the air. Little snowflakes stuck in my hair. My mother clapped. "If only your father was here," she'd say with wet eyes. The truth was, they weren't together. My brother lived with him, and I with my mother. They agreed to always have the 2 of us together for holidays, but my father had yet to follow up on that promise. Running up to her, yelling into the night, and waking up at the full moon was enough for me. I missed my brother, but not more than I wanted to see Santa. When you're young, the important things don't seem as important after all. "Mom, do you think Santa will bring me what I wished for?" I pestered her constantly with this question. Her red cheeks pulled up, her eyes closed. "Oh dear, I'm not sure. How good have you been?" she joked. It always made me reflect. "I've been really good, I swear. All my teachers loved me." Her arms were strong like any single mom's arms would be. I loved being held, baby. Not that night. I had to watch. I wiggled out of her arms just past midnight and ran out towards the moon again. "Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. The neighbor kids just down the street heard me. "Merry Christmas!" they hollered one after another. "Ho, ho, ho! Hee, hee, hee!" I watched them kick hacky sacks at each other, laughing and enjoying themselves. I'm so jealous. I wanted to be surrounded by other kids, playing and being childish. And my brother, at that moment, started crying. My mother noticed my stillness. She walked over to me, took both my shoulders in hand. "You know, you want to go play and stuff? I can ask Cindy," she told me. I wiped away my tears with a huff. As I came to a decision, suddenly another voice joined us. "Ho, ho, ho!" It was deep and rough. "Merry Christmas, little girl." I thought, Santa! Finally, he'd arrived. My eyes searched everywhere for the source of the noise. A tall figure dressed in red and white walked towards us. I was so excited. "Santa!" I exclaimed. "Did you bring it?" Closer and closer it stepped. The smell of copper and booze filled the air. "I brought it, all right," he replied. My mother took me under the arms and lifted me up. I was confused as she stepped away from the Santa of Christmas. He had my presents. "Go away!" she screamed. Her voice was shaking. This scared me. My mother was never scared. Her voice was always clear. I looked at her. Her eyes were jittering around me. Breath stuttered out of her mouth. "Mom?" I questioned. She held out her hand towards him as if just her will would force him away. "You need to leave here, now!" I glanced as Santa still walking towards us, but I noticed some new things about him. As he came into the luminance of our porch light, his limp became obvious, as well as the blood on his clothes. His dark, scraggly beard, gaunt cheeks, and wild eyes. My little heart beat so fast I could hear it in my ears. "I'm only here to bring cheer," the man said, and then chuckled to himself. It was slow, deep. Shivers tingled up and down my spine. He was only 10 feet away. He was taller than my mother by 3 heads. I noticed his teeth were black and brown. He came closer and then stopped. My mother held her breath. I was too young to understand. This standoff meant he intended to hurt us. I was old enough to be terrified. My mother ran. He followed. I had to have been heavy because she was wheezing with effort. She just needed to get inside our little house and we'd be safe. I screamed. My mother fell forward, turning her body so that she wouldn't land on top of me. Santa had a hold of her ankle. Still, her priority was saving me. She threw me off of her towards the house. I landed about a foot away, and when I sat up, she was telling me what to do. "Run! Get inside the house now!" she bellowed. I stood up. Santa began struggling with her clothes, trying to pull her towards him so that he could do whatever it was he intended. "Get inside! Call 911!" she ordered. 911! Go! Just then, Santa punched my mother in the face. Once, twice. She stopped moving. Blood dripping out of her nose and eyebrows.
Wow. These are some very creepy Christmas stories.
Sam chuckled and twirled over his beard. I panicked and ran towards the house. Of course, he was much faster than me. He cut off the path between me and the door and began breathing quickly. I looked towards the kids from before and noticed they were all looking in our direction. I ran towards them as fast as I could. I only knew Cindy. She always brought my mother food when she was working too late to cook me dinner. It was her husband that ran towards me, however, urging me to run faster. "He hurt Mom! Help!" I begged. The man's irregular stomps were getting closer behind me, and I could feel snow hitting the back of my legs. Cindy's husband was only a few feet away. I ran right up to him, expecting him to lift me up, but instead, he shoved me into a snowbank. My face was cold, wet. I stood up as fast as I could in my panic. Cindy's husband was fighting with his Santa, but despite him being much bigger, Santa was winning. As they fought, my mother woke up and was running towards me. I only noticed her when she started kicking Santa as hard as she could. It had almost no effect on him. She shoved, she pulled, she hit him. He didn't react at all. Cindy was screaming at the entrance of her home. "Call the cops! Go!" She must have been talking to the kids. Santa wrapped his hands around her husband's neck. I wanted to help, so I ran over and I hit Santa too. My little fist pounded at his fur outfit and tore at his hair. His hat fell into the snow as I wailed, and I noticed he barely had any hair. Something happened. My mother tried desperately to pull him off. "Stop it! Don't hurt him!" she begged. Santa ignored her all the same. Cindy's husband passed out. Santa released his neck and then pulled something out of his coat. I watched as he punched that poor man in the gut over and over again. My mother fell backwards. She stared in horror because she had seen living sepulchres at such a young age. Blood poured over into the snow, causing steam to rise. My mother covered her mouth, then grabbed me. It hurt how tightly she gripped my arm and swung me over her shoulder. As she ran, I watched Santa finish stabbing Cindy's husband and look over at us. It was dark. Now I'm older, I think maybe he was actually watching Cindy because he walked towards their house and began kicking at their door. My mother threw me into our house. I landed on my back, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Her hair was wild. The white Christmas sweater she'd been wearing stained its blood. She didn't know. So he called 911. 911, you can use the phone. Please just do it. Oh, she was trying to calm the voice was left. She ran into the kitchen and locked the back door, but she locked every window in the house. I told the operator that Santa was hurting me. I told him our address. He told me to stay on the line, and so that's what I did. The long, coiled cord made it easy for me to watch my mother. "What's all that noise?" he asked me at some point. "Mom's putting all of our furniture in front of the windows," I replied. She dragged our beds, bookcases, entertainment center, even the refrigerator into any room with a window. Suddenly she stopped. Stomach-flipping screams came from outside, in the direction of Cindy's house. Mom walked over to the only window she'd left partially uncovered. Her hand covered her mouth. She took the phone from me. "He's killing them! Send someone, please!" screamed into the receiver. I heard the man respond on the other end, screaming and sobbing. My mother dropped the phone, grabbed onto me, and held me in her arms. This was a mistake. We lived in the country, too far away from anyone else. It took the police hours to arrive at our house. Sometimes I wonder if maybe my mother had stayed on the phone and have arrived faster. After Santa was done with Cindy's family, he began kicking and arguing. My mother, being a single woman, had reinforced those doors the second my father left. It saved our lives. He broke the windows, tapped on the exterior of our home, and beat his fists against the furniture my mother had moved. My mother prayed, sobbed. To this day, I still feel guilt for peeing in the water. I was so scared. Santa was he was supposed to make them happy. Even the sound of the police sirens couldn't deter our pursuer. He began ramming his body against the door, anything to get to us. When the police approached him, he didn't stop. Even as they tased him, he continued. Now that I'm older, I make the sound I heard that night. Gunshots. I'd heard them before in the distance as someone shot a raccoon or some other small animal. Never this close. I covered my ears. The man who attacked us was Charles Stricker. My neighbor was the only victim of that night. Just as last. He was a drunk and addicted to multiple substances. He'd come home that evening high off his rocker and drunk. His wife kicked him out and told him, "Don't come back until you've sobered up." He came across armed, happy family, and little kids playing in the snow. I guess he snapped. He killed 7 people that night. Cindy, her husband, Stephen, and their son Peter. He also killed a sleeping family of 4, one of our other neighbors. Because they didn't feel the need to lock their doors at night. Demetrius and Cynthia, their twin babies. Henrietta, Emma. They were only 2 years old. To this day, my mother won't talk about them. She doesn't put up lights or a Christmas tree. She doesn't tell people happy holidays. Or even get on social media for the whole month. One of my neighbors did survive the attack. His youngest son, Harvey. I speak to him every now and again. Embarrassing. Sometimes he doesn't answer me. I heard it's because he keeps trying to remove himself from the world, and each time he ends up in a behavioral world. I would send him along to my Christmas. As for me, whenever it's this time of year, I avoid the mall. Seeing some of the stuff like Santa sends me into panic. Blackouts at school. Santa's hurting me to visit. It's quite embarrassing. I also have trouble living alone. Start to swirl deeper and deeper into a paranoid frenzy once snow sticks to the ground. I barely drop a hole living in it. Can't live in the country.
The following is a set of instructions on how to perform the snowman ritual. This is a peace and prosperity ritual to be performed during the winter months in order to obtain favor and protection throughout the coming year, and will take 3 days to complete fully. The earliest written accounts of this ritual date back to the 4th century CE in Greater Scythia, now Ukraine and southernmost Russia. This translation has adapted the original materials used and the wording of the incantations to be more accessible for modern societies. Despite these changes, recent attempts suggest that the correctly performed ritual is still very effective. Tradition dictates that this ritual be performed in the days between Christmas Eve, or the winter solstice, and New Year's Day, but in theory, it should be effective during any cold period where there is sufficient snowfall. This ritual works best for farmers and homeowners who keep livestock or pets. Urban apartment dwellers can attempt it, but will have a much harder time ensuring that the ritual is not interrupted or disturbed during the 3-day duration. Warning: for your own safety, please read the entire document before attempting the ritual. You will need snow coverage of at least 3 inches, with temperatures near or below freezing over the 3-day period. 2 tree branches or wooden sticks, preferably forked at one end. String or rubber bands. Plant material, such as dead leaves or dried grass. Vegetable oil, such as canola or olive oil. Animal material, such as a strip of leather, clump of fur, cluster of feathers, etc. Animal blood, such as cow or pig's blood. This can be purchased at your local butcher shop or supermarket. Scissors, a sterilized needle, a lock of your hair, a drop of your blood. Instructions. At the edge of your property, build a snowman. It must be at least as tall as you are, so be sure to set aside the time and energy necessary, or enlist family members to help you. Ensure that the front of the snowman is facing away from your house. Use the tree branches on either side to form the snowman's arms, but do not give it a face. That will remain. At sundown, take the plant material, vegetable oil, and a string of rubber bands out of the snowman. Facing the snowman, you should be looking at your house over its shoulder. Secure the plant materials to its left hand, your right hand with a string of rubber bands. Dip your fingers into the vegetable oil and press the finger into the left side of its face, your right side. This is the snowman's left eye. As you do this, recite the following. Snowman, snowman, see my land, hollowed soil on which we stand. Snowman, snowman, bless my home, guide me back if I ever roam. Afterwards, return to
Timbermum?
lock the doors,
Hello.
curtains, and go to bed before
Welcome.
midnight. If you wake in the night and hear shuffling noise in the snow, do not open your curtains. The snowman is moving about, judging if
Need to make one spot.
your land and home will be safe for the next year, and you will be sure to return from any long journey you take. If you wake in the morning and the snowman is on a different part of your land, take heed of it. Whatever it is near will be affected by some calamity within the following year. If you wake in the morning and the snow is not melted, but the snowman is gone, move. The next day at sundown,
That'll work.
take the animal material, the animal blood, and the string or rubber bands out of the snowman. Facing the snowman, you should be looking at your house over its shoulder. Secure the animal materials to its right hand, your left hand, with the string or rubber bands. Dip your finger in the blood and press the finger into its right side of the face, your left side.
It's going.
Snowman's right eye. As you do this, recite the following. Snowman, snowman.
Just doing a little organizing with my inventory.
Snowman, snowman, bless my flock. Grow them grass from thorn and rock. Afterwards, return to your house, lock the door, draw the curtains, and go to bed before midnight. If you wake in the night and hear a shuffling noise in your house, do not open the bedroom door. The snowman is moving about, judging if the animals in your care are worthy. If you wake in the morning and the snowman has returned to its original position,
How is your day going?
your pets will be healthy for the next year, and any livestock you own will thrive. If you wake in the morning and there is an inexplicable puddle of water or something your pet owns, like your dog's bed or your bird's cage, take heed of it. You should probably look into pet insurance for the next year. If you wake in the morning and the snow is not melted, but the snowman is gone, say goodbye to him when you can. I'm so sorry. The next day at sundown, take the scissors and the needle to the snowman. Facing the snowman, you should be looking at your house over its shoulder. Use the needle to draw a drop of blood from your fingertip and draw it in a straight line across the snowman's face.
Late start.
Forming a groove in the
Happens.
This is the snowman's mouth. Using scissors, clip a lock
It
of hair and
happens.
stuff it into the groove in its mouth, ensuring the hair does not fall out. And as you do this, recite the following. Snowman, snowman, see my breath, drawing ever into death. Snowman, snowman, bless my heart, judge me holy. Afterwards, return to your house, lock the door, draw the curtains, Congratulations. The snowman will have returned to its original position, having judged you worthy. You can expect good health and good fortune in the following year. Warning. To date, there
Oh,
are
sleepy, sleepy.
Take from that what you will. The next day before sunset, preferably when the sun is highest, go over to the snowman. Approach it only from behind. Do not walk around to face it. Demolish the snowman completely. Break the tree branches as many times as possible. Scatter the snow around the yard as evenly as you can. Make sure that no trace of it remains. Say absolutely nothing. Once the snowman is demolished, the ritual is complete. Enjoy your year of peace and prosperity.
Use a weapon, for when the days grow short and your luck runs thin, you may find yourself looking anxiously for the next deep snowfall. If so, I pray that the snowman may judge you whole, this year and every year after.
Weird, old tradition.
I have my hands full with a rat's nest of tangled Christmas lights when the receptionist, Katie, poked her head into the garage. Circle up, boys. It's time to draw straws. It's a little late in the season for the Dumonts, I said. My team stopped their work, setting down storage totes, giant plastic candy canes, and came to crowd around the little coffee bar I built in our garage bay. Katie held up a cup full of wooden stirring sticks. Come on, don't be shy. She went around the group, all bundled up in paint-spattered workwear, letting each employee take one. Marco sucked his teeth. Looks like I'm on the naughty list this year. Chris, the first official victim of the Dumont house, elbowed Marco in his ribs. Nice knowing you, bud. A year after Chris's concussion, another employee broke his back at the very same property. We've been pulling straws for jobs over there ever since. Should be too. Who else has it? Katie asked. That'd be me. I held up my stick, markless and black talon. Every year I took part in Dumont's lawn to show of faith in my staff. This was the first time I'd actually go out and took a job. Hey boss, if you don't make it, I'll take great care of you. I promise. As Chris flashed a wide smile. Alright, smartass. You can finish untangling while I'm gone. I'd motioned back at the mess of wires and bolts I was doing. I've entertained enough of your superstition today. Admittedly, I did feel a bit uneasy heading over to the job. Roofers aren't exactly known for leaving luck and curses, but the boys certainly had a lead on the field. Most visits to the Dumont house involved at least one close call. If I were there, if there was even a scrap of evidence the job site could save me, I would have ditched the claim. Even Chris told me he long suspected the fear around the house was self-fulfilling prophecy. Of course, that didn't explain everything. I heard it happened in 1929. Marco broke the silence from his passenger seat. The owner lost everything in the crash. The bank was foreclosed. Poor bastard decided to hang himself in the fantasy tank to resale value. Family found him swinging there on Christmas morning. Is that the version going around these days? I asked. Why? What did you hear? I bit my lip. I knew I shouldn't indulge, but I heard it was an accident. Back in the 70s. Didn't feel quite right to decorate while the kid was over in Saigon. But when he shipped back last minute, they rushed to decorate the whole place. The dad took off the roof. He broke his neck. That was real tragic. I don't know. Me personally. If I fell off the roof on accident, I wouldn't want to hang around, haunting the place forever. Specifically, if that was the job site. No offense. Yeah, none taken. I'd hope you could find something better to do with your afterlife. I turned into the horseshoe driveway and pulled in front of the old Victoria. The house wasn't huge. So much is tall. The turret rose above the wraparound porch from the left side, easily stretching 3 or 4 stories before coming to a point. Hey man, you think we'll need to get a bigger ladder for that? Marco asked. Yeah, no doubt, probably. He grinned. This is going to look amazing. I'm glad I got you all in the Christmas spirit. I grabbed the clipboard propped against the center console, then hopped out of the truck. Marco beat me to the bed and was already unloading our equipment. I'll get us to set up out here, boss. You go take care of the easy stuff inside. He cracked a smile. The doorbell sounded like something an old cathedral used to call the town mass on Sunday morning. I almost felt bad for disturbing the ancient-looking man that eventually answered. He looked as though he'd been tall once, but shrank with age. I could count the wispy white hairs that remained atop his head. Are you Mr. Dumont? I asked. Yes. He spoke with a soft voice that still had some strength to it. I'm Chuck from Pinner Painters and Holiday Decorators. He still seemed confused. You called to hire us for your Christmas lights, right? A look of recognition crept across his face. Oh, okay, how lovely. This is what I was doing. I held out a clipboard at the sketches of what I pointed out at that shop. squinted at the page, nodding in a silent approval. There's a smile lit up his face. He handed it back to me. It's beautiful, but you can leave the top of it. He tapped the clipboard with his bony finger. That's so high up, I wouldn't want you boys to hurt yourselves. Oh, nonsense. Did he know about the rumors too? It's no trouble at all. That was a lie. But leaving the upper floor of the house unlit would make the whole thing look sloppy. I wasn't putting my name on something like that. We'll get started right away, sir. The man caught my wrist as I turned back to the porch. Just be careful out there, alright? Of course, sir. Thank you. I made it 2 steps out of the front door before Marco called me. Hey, Chuck. It sounded like he was around the side of the house. Yeah? I started walking around the porch. The wood felt spongy beneath my boots. Hey, bring the A-frame ladder, would you? What for? Just come. I didn't have to look far. The ladder had been popped open and set up right beside the edge of the porch. I leaned out from beneath the awning to grab it. Whoa, Chuck, what are you doing? It was Marco, and he was above me. Aren't you? I stopped mid-sentence to poke my head around the side of the building. The side yard was empty, save for creeping woods. I stepped out from under the porch and spotted Marco, sitting with his legs dangling over the edge of the roof. What are you doing up there? You told me to go up and look for the place where we could hide the wires. He pointed up at the turret. You know, you pulled that ladder about half a second before I stepped down on it. It could have killed me. I'm sorry, I thought you were calling me from around the back of the house. Marco didn't answer. He just shot me this confused look, like he wasn't sure if I was messing with him. Had we both been hearing things? Hey man, just come down and we'll get started, I said. We put the incident out of mind while we laid out our materials. But the second we set up the tall ladder, I got the nagging feeling something wasn't quite right. We planted the base out in the yard and carefully lowered the rubber grip of the feet against the siding at the top of the turret. You sure you don't want to do this bit first? Marco asked. Absolutely. Knock out the tricky stuff while we're still fresh. You know, more daylight. I reasoned. Before the ghost knows we're here. Marco cocked an eyebrow. Oh, knock it off. If you're so brave, why don't you go up there? He held out the green wire, lined with large, bright colored bulbs. I snatched the cord from his hand. You better hold the ladder tight, big baby. With everything wrung I claimed, my confidence shrank a little. The ladder seemed to bounce in time with my steps, flexing under my weight over the long span. Of course, I knew this was limited. I lost count of the number of homes I painted. Why did this feel so different? Halfway to the top, my hands began to shake from anticipation. I was actually expecting something terrible to happen. I wiped my sweaty palms on my work jacket and pressed upward. Near the top of the turret, I passed the home's highest window. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the gap between the curtains. Dumont was probably taking a peek at our progress. I ignored the window, set to break. We'd already attacked back in the shop. All I had to do was pop windows on the edge of the roof. 3, 4, 5. I counted off under my breath. It didn't take long to reach as far as I could in either direction. With the size of the turret, we'd probably need to reposition the handle at times. This would be timeless. Over the top of the gutter, there was a small lift with a gradual slope before the roof angled sharply upward. If I looped the long safety lines around the spire, I could walk my way around and fix all of the lights in only a minute or two. The ladder jerked backward, putting me several feet away from the safety of the roof. I clung to the rails, swore, and leaned my body way forward. My position didn't change. The ladder slowly moved farther away from the building. Marco! My voice shook with fear. I didn't want to look down, though. I could feel my center of gravity close to the point of no return. When the ladder stood vertically, the fall would be inevitable. Oh shit, hang on. Marco's voice called out. But why did it sound so far away? I chanced to glance at the ground and saw my assistant pointing back toward me from the truck. Was he out of his mind? He left the ladder unattended. He was fired, no question about it. I would fire him for this, if I survived. The top of the ladder jumped back toward the building, almost shaking me loose in the process. I was still out in the open air. As I pulled myself against the bars, my gaze fell on the ground once more. There was another man below me, digging in his heels as he tried to pull the ladder back toward the house. I knew right away this wasn't Marco. The man wore blue coveralls and a dandelion yellow ball cap, stained with flecks of paint.
I've got you. Don't move.
As soon as Marco took hold of the side rails, the stranger started to climb up the underside, adding his weight to mine and pulling me closer to the house. I swung within the range of the dangling strands of lights. I reached out, wrapped a cord around my wrist, and started to tug. Every pull seemed to be just what we needed. The gutters inched closer. The plastic snapped as 1, 2, 3 clips broke free. I wrestled with the wire and tugged again, closer. Another clip pushed off. Help! Marco yelled. Was he moving himself? I was so close to the side of the house. The window. Was that open before? Hey, Chuck, I'm slipping. Getting down alive. Doing something risky. Marco, I let go of the lights and shuffled toward the window. I lifted my foot off the window. Extended my leg. Touching the sill of the tip of the toe. I could make it. I shuffled farther, reaching my left hand off the ladder and grabbing the upper edge of the window frame. Almost. My second foot couldn't reach the window, not while I was still held onto the ladder. I gritted my teeth and I let go of the rung. The rooted wood gave a little. My hands scrambled for something sturdier to grab, settling on the curtain rod. Once my fingers wrapped around the wood, I pulled myself into the room. Without my weight, the ladder sprang away from the side, toppled backwards, and came crashing down, right through the truck's front windshield. Chuck! I stuck my head out the window. Fine. The hell was so important you needed to go back to the truck? You told me you anchored in and sent me back to the truck for the motors. No, I didn't. He looked up at me with genuine confusion. But I heard you. Was he for real? I thought back to the voice that I heard from the side yard. He must have been hearing things. And this time, they had almost gotten me killed. Where'd the other guy go? I asked. Who? Again, real confusion. Tangle, I'll be right there. The musty room smelled like it hadn't been aired out for decades.
Going to lurk. I'm hopping on some Daisy myself. There's some people. The server I play on now. I'll leave a tab up. Where you go? Oh, that's quite nice of you, Timber Mum. Appreciate it. Enjoy your Daisy.
Hey man, it feels like something is blocking the door. Can you get up here, please? I remember taking 5 minutes just to convince the widower to let him up to the fourth floor. Marco removed the boarded up that was keeping him inside the bed.
Ah!
The bed, maybe, and lower yourself down. He suggested through the door. Please, just don't make me open it. It took us threatening that man to call the police to get him to the cave.
Ow!
I stayed in the back, more I stood by. A pool of sunlight filtering through the window shifted, revealing a dark stain on the carpet. A pointed corner of the dresser bore a similar mark, though it was much harder to make out in the dark room. My mind raced. Could that be blood? It was either that or wine. Judging by the boards on the door, I guess there was a good chance someone really had died in the room. When the door finally opened, I pushed past Dumont, grabbed Marco by the front of his jacket, and pulled his face within inches of mine. I should shove him out of that window. I have wit. You don't just leave someone like that. Chuck, you sent me back to the truck. I thought you were safe. You could have used your eyes if it hadn't been for the other guy. What other guy? Dumont pushed us apart with a degree of strength that didn't match his frail frame. This isn't his fault. It's mine.
Zeno sense.
He led us down the hall to a black and white wedding photograph. Didn't take much imagination to see that this man was younger Dumont. The woman could have been a movie star. She had a gorgeous heart-shaped face, framed by long curly hair. That's Mary, Dumont said. She's always a pretty girl. Always told so. Well, that can do things to a young lady's head. Do you know what I mean? Do I ever? Marco muttered. I just nodded. Mary fancied herself the center of attention. Always assumed people were looking at her, even when maybe they weren't. I know plenty about that, but I bit my tongue. Billy was a family friend, a roofer, and he came by to fix a leak up in the turret. I guess Mary forgot or didn't know she was changing. Must have seen Billy through the curtains and got startled. He trailed off and motioned back to the room. She bled out before we went to get help. Now I understand.
Got an audio tape in the background. Yeah, something like that.
He let out a labored sigh. I'm certain Billy wasn't leering or anything like that, but I can say the same for Mary. She always had a vengeful streak. I don't follow. Billy came back to finish the job for free. He wouldn't take my money and wouldn't hear anything else. His way of showing how sorry he was, I suppose. I left to grab these guys' lunch. When I got back, he swallowed hard. I'll never forget how Billy looked, laying on the pavement. Men on the ground swore they saw someone lean out the window and push him. I thought back to the man on the ladder. I don't suppose Billy was wearing a yellow cap and overalls when he died, was he? Dumont's eyes widened. How'd you know? I think he just saved my life. I refused the man's money and politely explained that we could no longer service his home. Yes, I expected as much. There was a resigned kind of sadness in his voice when we left him in the foyer. We loaded up our gear before heading to the property line to wait for our tow. Neither of us wanted to stand any closer to that house than we had to. When the truck finally arrived, I looked back up at the window one last time. The sash was still up.
Just got back from the bar, huh?
Free to dance in the December breeze. Someone was standing there, staring down at me. A woman with golden hair, stained black on one side, matted against her head. I blinked. The window was closed, and she was gone.
Yeah. Well, it helps out at this time of night. Plus, you'd be surprised how many spooky stories there are for, like, the holiday season and shit.
Christmas of 1965, before man had landed on the moon.
It's pretty cool.
The wall had fallen, before many things, good and bad. For me, it was the last time that I knew innocence. Before the creeping shadow.
Well, it's not like you're going to get the best entertainment around during the holiday season.
Before. It was the Advent calendar. That thing which I had.
Yep, we've heard about Krampus tonight. There's been some creepy poem stuff too. So
I was 9 years old, and while the parents in my neighborhood would have had no fears for their children in the past, allowing them to play freely in the icy December streets, those days were lost like breath on a mirror. If snow had fallen, there would have been no joy. No snowball fights in the darkened evenings. No sledges sliding carefree down the fields nearby. Children could not be children. Though the young may have felt apprehension in the dark, it was the parents who were the most fearful, terrified of the ultimate loss, a pain they could never extinguish. For the previous 3 Christmases, without fail, the worst had happened. A child had gone missing. While I was very young, I remember it all as though it were yesterday. The suburb where we lived had become the most somber of places. Such a tragedy can do that, slowly draining away
wow.
hope or happiness.
Yeah, well, if there's a place you need ammo, you go to the military areas and you'll be fully stocked by the time you leave.
The first to disappear was Tommy Graham. He was 11 years old, and although I had seen him around, I didn't really know him personally. I remember my mother crying about it. Just the thought of something terrible happening to a child distressed her. And the pain that the parents must have been going through was often on her lips. That Christmas, my dad held on to me tighter than he had ever done before. And I could tell that they were affected terribly by the disappearance, just as the rest of the community had been. The following year, another
Then again, somebody probably came through here and took all the guns.
and she was only 4 years old. Tiny and fragile.
You're my only follow online at the moment. Did it really surprise you at this time of year?
And by New Year, it was the commonly held view that, like Tommy, the year before, little Cheryl would never be found.
Yeah, see, and there's like barely anything in these tents.
Had been scared by the vanishing children.
I'm gonna say somebody came through here and took everything else. Anything of value.
That children were not always safe.
Somebody beat me to it.
Bigger and stronger than us could have unspeakable
I have come here to chew
Especially at
bubblegum
this time of
and
night.
kick ass, and I'm all out of bubble.
Stories of the Pied Piper and the Boogeyman.
The Pied Piper? I think he meant the Pied Piper.
Was far more gut-wrenching, far more real than any tall tale. Despite this impact, it was not until the third child disappeared that I was truly heartbroken. His name was Finn, and he was one of my friends. A close one at that. We lived on the same street, playing football in a field by his house.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. All right,
Enjoy your lurk.
I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Just an empty seat at the ceiling, a vacant desk in the classroom. I remember his blue eyes and blonde hair more than anything for some reason. That and his happy-go-lucky nature. I missed him then, and even now I wish that it were not true. Like the others, Finn had been snatched from his bed as he slept on that most peaceful of nights, Christmas Eve. His parents had tucked him in, hanging his stocking over the fireplace, kissing his forehead, whispering a Merry Christmas as he fell asleep. They woke, expecting to hear the excited scampering footsteps of their son rushing down the stairs to see what Santa had brought, what wrapped secret boxes he had left by the tree. And instead, were confronted with an empty bed,
I hate that fucking.
loss of their only child,
Ugh.
and an open window sucking in the
The Daisy devs need to be kicked right in the fucking mouth. Changing that so you can't access anything that's inside of something inside your inventory, like a protector case. Ugh, so shitty.
The hope was always there that somehow, somewhere, the three children would be found, unharmed and ready to come home. That year, on the 28th of November 1965, all hope was extinguished. In an old sewage pipe across town, the crumpled, fragile bodies of Tommy, Cheryl, and dear Finn were found, stuffed unceremoniously into a corroded pipe in an old sewer, rotting in the waters below. The pain was palpable, the families inconsolable, and for all of us who knew any of the victims, it was to be a bleak and shadow-ridden Christmas. 3 days later, the month turned. Eyes moved towards Christmas, and the shaking fear that something cruel and callous lived amongst us all. 3 children in 3 years. Now, into the 4th. What would happen that Christmas Eve? Which family would be broken? Which child torn from its comfy, warm bed, dreaming of Santa, only to be killed and discarded like a piece of fetid waste? My parents were nervous, and who could blame them? I sensed the change in atmosphere around the streets where I usually played. Families pulling their children in earlier and earlier before the dark came. At night, On more than one occasion, I heard hampering echoing from an unseen source. No doubt windows being nailed shut to prevent any more children being snatched as they slept. On the 1st of December, my dad hung our Christmas lights outside along the gutter of our roof. Little beads of glowing color piercing through each cold winter night. We tried to continue on as normal and think of happier times. As always, he asked me to help. "You're my wingman, kiddo," he'd say from behind his bright red scarf, clambering up a set of wooden ladders to the roof above. He had flown for the Air Force before I was born, and still used the lexicon of those days in the military. But I didn't mind. It made me feel special. In previous years, I had been too small, too young to be of any real use in decorating the outside of our home. But my dad always included me. I think he just liked to do things with me, to have some father-son time. Standing at the bottom of the ladders, looking up at him, whistling Christmas songs out loud, made me feel part of the accomplishment, part of the yearly celebrations. That December was different, however. It was the first time I was big enough to go up the ladders with him, to look out at the old street below and see the occasional blink from a weathered set of lights clinging to a neighbor's fence or home. My mom was terrified. She had visions of us both falling to our death, but my dad always seemed sure of himself. Not arrogant, just confident, and cheerfully reminding us all that things would be okay. Looking back, I think that's what I loved about him the most when I was a kid. The fact that he had it all in hand and did everything to reassure his family and friends. I never felt in danger up on those ladders. Always loved, always safe. Always. Before we came down, I remember looking at the rooftops, poking out in regimented lines from the streets around. I noticed that the world seemed different from up there, and that to me, there appeared to be fewer Christmas lights than ever before. That night, I knew what was coming. My mom tucked me into my bed as my dad finished hanging some paper ring decorations from my bedroom ceiling. I always felt that those decorations protected me somehow. I would stir in the night, scared of the dark, and yet at Christmas time, I believed that somehow those pieces of colored paper, that blinking Christmas tree in the other room, that those symbols, those pieces of goodwill would keep whatever monstrosities hid in the dark at bay. My mom kissed me on the forehead and left the room. And there was my dad, standing in the corner with his hands behind his back, smiling. "Well, wingman, you know what time it is," he said as we both began to chuckle. "Let me see, Dad, please," I yelled, excited. From behind his back, I leapt for joy across the room and hugged him and diving back under the covers. Sitting down on the bed, Dad ruffled my hair with his fingers, watching me curiously. He knew I loved getting an advent calendar each Christmas, and I had worried that I wouldn't get one this year, as he had told me that most of the shops were sold out of them. But Dad being Dad, he had spent hours driving around until he found one, and made sure that on the night of December the 1st, the first night of the Advent, there it was. The calendar was beautiful, handmade with carefully crafted drawings on its front and back. The lines and sketched colors lovingly showed a Christmas street full of lights, with houses covered in snow, and the windows beaming with a warm yellow glow, waiting for the night Santa would arrive. What I loved about each year's Advent calendar, the good ones at least, was that they told us
The Advent calendars. I remember doing that for 1 year.
night upon night, revealing a picture, building until that magical climax of Christmas. I loved the anticipation of the holidays, and the Advent calendar symbolized the hopes that Christmas held. Not just presents, although as a child that was a big part of it, but spending time with my family, seeing my grandparents who usually lived in another part of the country, and getting to eat all the chocolates and turkey I could cram into my mouth, getting to be away from the boredom of school, getting to play with new toys, getting to have fun with my friends. It was the thought of friends which brought me down for a moment. There I was holding an advent calendar, each cardboard door numbered from 1 to 24, from the 1st of December until Christmas Eve, the same night that 1 year previous, my dear friend Finn had been taken, murdered, and left to rot down a sewer. I began to cry, and almost instinctively my dad seemed to know what was upsetting me. He asked about Finn, and when he mentioned his name, I sobbed deeper than I had since his death. My poor friend who would never again go on those carefree days out with me and Dad, or walk alongside me to school laughing and playing. It was then that my father explained to me something about death, words which have always stayed with me. You know something, kiddo? As long as you keep the memory of the people you've lost in your mind and in your heart, they'll always be alive. They'll always be with you. So Finn is right here, he said, pointing to my chest gently. With those words, I felt a soothing comfort wash over me, and all cried out, my dad tucked me into bed, kissed me on the head, and said goodnight, knowing to leave my bedroom door open slightly, to let some light from the hall keep my room from the dark. He had left the advent calendar sitting nearby, its closed windows facing me from my nightstand. And yet I was exhausted, and so my thoughts drifted from what lay behind those cardboard doors to sleep, and hopefully to a more rested state of mind. But that did not occur. I woke in the night from a horrendous dream about my friend Finn, little 4-year-old Cheryl, and 11-year-old Tommy Graham, crushed down a sewer pipe, the water running over their bodies into their mouths, which once spoke and laughed and smiled, only then to be rendered silent by an unseen, brutal hand. In the darkness, Finn's voice cried out, garbled and drowned. A word came forth and clung to me like no other. Run. I leapt out from my bed, soaked in sweat, ready to cry out for my mom and dad. But then something strange caught my attention, shaking me to the core. I looked to the advent calendar, to the drawings of cozy houses covered in snow, their windows beaming out into the cold December night, sitting there waiting almost as I had left it. Yet something was amiss, something which I had no memory of. The first advent door had been opened, the cardboard left ajar like the one to my room. Stepping forward, the sweat dripped from my hand as I pulled the door back to reveal what secrets the calendar had in store for me. In what little light there was, I squinted, my mind slowly piecing together the picture behind door number 1. As my eyes adjusted, I recoiled in horror at the sight and screamed for my family. Within seconds, the light was on and my dad appeared, picking me up, consoling me as he put me back into bed. I pointed feverishly over to the calendar, telling him that something awful hid behind the door. Of course, he looked and smiled reassuringly. It's just a happy Christmas scene, kiddo, he said, handing it to me. Looking closely, I could see that the picture had changed slightly. It depicted an old stone bridge covered in snow. Children played on top of it happily. Yes, it appeared quite harmless, quite serene. My father left, and soon I was drifting back to sleep. Yet my mind hazed over with 2 thoughts: of Finn screaming, "Run," in my dream, and what I could have sworn I had seen in that first little calendar door. The bridge was there, but underneath in the dark, eyes looked out to the children playing gleefully above. Eyes which seemed racked with rage and hate. The next day at school went quickly, but on my way home I dragged my feet over the bitter frozen concrete paths and pavements, thinking of Finn and how he had always walked with me. As my house came into view, I smiled for a moment at the lights Dad and I had hung on the roof. They warmed my spirits. But when I entered my room, my soul was chilled, stagnant once more. The next Advent calendar door had been opened. This time I knew. I had not been there to do such a thing in my sleep, as I had assumed must have happened the night before. No. Someone had opened it.
Morning, Will.
I touched the yellow number 2 of the cardboard door, a number which should have promised a treat or happy picture, reminding me that Christmas was near. I hesitated and then looked behind it. Another street scene played out before me. This time a small boy pulled a red sled behind him as the other children threw snowballs at each other, grinning wide and happy. At first I sighed with relief that the picture had no hidden intruder, no eyes staring out in the darkness in contempt. But just as I sat the calendar back down onto my nightstand, I saw it. The faint outline of a person looking out towards me, almost invisible, yet hiding within that Christmas scene in plain view, sitting there on the boy's red sled. I closed my eyes and rubbed them, fearful as they might reaffirm the figure's presence once more when opened. But just as the darkened eyes had disappeared from under the bridge on the 1st of December, the faint outline of the unseen pretender had moved on from the picture. I knew that no one would believe me, and even worse, I barely believed it myself. My 9-year-old mind could not comprehend such strange and ominous occurrences. Yet I was not so removed from the idea of horrid things scuttling around in the dark, creatures which even parents could not protect you from. The figure had moved on. I was certain of it, and I knew that it must have traveled and hid behind the door for the 3rd of December. The next morning I told myself that I would not open any of the closed doors from the Advent calendar. I promised myself. Yet someone, something, was doing it for me. That night I awoke in the darkness once more. The same dream playing out. Poor Finn muffled and drowned by the putrid sewage water, crying out in the dark. Crying out, and yet warning, pleading. "Run," he said. "Run." Again I leapt from my bed, and once more the calendar door for that day had been opened by an unseen force. There in the dark I looked, compelled by the fear of not looking, the terror of not knowing what was to come. For in that 3rd picture it became clear to me. Something was on its way. Something unspeakable was plotting and slowly but surely
Dun,
drawing
dun,
closer. Behind that door
dun.
lay another Christmas scene. Families skating on a beautiful iced lake, and under that transparent barrier between the cold air and the icy water, there was a shape. Darkened, indefinite, but malevolent. A blurred form under the ice. Eyes staring up in disgust at the families who happily skated above. I screamed again, and yet the results were all too familiar. My mom and dad arrived, tired, yet never annoyed at their child for waking them in the night. Mom put me back into bed, and as she did so, I explained frantically to them both that something was appearing in the Advent calendar, that each door held proof of something which meant to do me harm, yet there was no evidence of it, only 3 open doors showing happiness and fun at Christmas. Dad said I was having bad dreams, and that he and Mom would sit with me for a while until I fell asleep. I heard them whispering about work in the morning, but they were more concerned about me than losing a few hours of rest. The next day, again, I tried to ignore the Advent calendar, tried desperately to avoid its doors, and again I failed. In the night I awoke to the same hideous dream, and yet this time, the calendar was not open. The door with a yellow number 4 remained closed. I hoped that whatever
Did
strange
somebody
feeling
say
those
waffles?
pictures had left,
No.
that
I
could
have
forget
brain
the hateful,
damage.
haunting eyes, and that I could return to simply enjoying the anticipation
waffles.
of Christmas. But just as I nodded back to sleep, happier than I had been since they had first found Finn's body, I heard something. The sound of a thumb or finger pulling at cardboard. I opened my eyes and stared in utter disbelief as the fourth door was pulled open by an invisible hand in the dark. It is strange that I did not scream, but since then I have heard people say that when you are as scared as you could possibly be, that you cannot move, nor can you cry out for help. I opened my mouth.
Sleep paralysis.
A paralysis of fear which was overpowering. There I lay in the night, staring wide-eyed at the fourth door, wondering what disturbing depiction it would reveal, and even more so, terrified that whatever had opened it still lurked nearby.
Death to Negan on the
The horrid
holidays.
revelations ceased, but I cannot. Some nights the dreams of Finn yelling at me to run came.
Oh,
They
cat ears.
did not.
I have to take them.
The only constant was that at some point,
Always
a
have
calendar
to
door
take the
would
cat
open,
ears.
whether in the morning or at night. Each door would show a happy scene, and each time something hideous, which only I could see, would be
And a
momentarily present.
cucumber.
One door showed a group of carolers cheerfully singing at night, warmed by the glow of an open window. And at the rear there stood an outline, something watching, something waiting, something moving on relentlessly to Christmas Eve.
Krampus.
Another picture showed a small girl, no older than poor Cheryl, who had been killed, placing presents into a stocking, and yet for a moment there was the faintest impression of a hand reaching out from the stocking towards the girl. By the 20th, the horrific pictures had intensified, as too had the dreams. Finn now screamed my name, his voice echoing up through a drain, pleading with me to get away. And as those nightly terrors revealed themselves, the pictures had taken on more weight, more immediacy, for I was certain that they now showed the street where I lived. My dad found me crying that night, and when he asked me what was wrong, I told him I believed that there was something evil coming, something horrendous which had snatched a child each of the previous 3 Christmas Eves. The same evil
Hammer,
which had taken
I ended up
that
with
hidden
quite
horror which on Christmas Eve
the holiday
would come for me.
schedule.
Dad reassured
Through
me that
New
this was
Year,
not the
I
case,
took today
that I was
off.
imagining
Plans
things.
got canceled.
When he looked at the pictures on the
Tomorrow,
calendar,
then
he just
off
saw
till the
nondescript
2nd.
streets, anonymous faces,
Huh?
nothing which suggested the place where we
Damn
lived.
autocorrect.
But I saw differently. The drawings clearly showed house by house.
Well, I understand the whole damn autocorrect.
Each day, fleeting glimpses of a faint figure waiting to gorge itself once more. My dad offered to throw the advent calendar away if it was upsetting me so much, but I pleaded with him not to. I needed to know. I had to see what was coming, what was on its way to snatch me from my family, as it had done to the other children. The 21st, 22nd, and 23rd of December were torturous. While I should have been excited for Christmas Day,
Shotgun.
I was terrified.
Everybody's got one.
The calendar door on the 21st, opened by something unseen while I slept, showed a house come into view, one with glowing lights hung around the roof gutter, and the faint outline of something terrible approaching nearby. I was certain that the house was mine, and that the light which beamed outward into the snowy landscape was from my family. Though as I peered out into the night from my window, there was no snow in reality, just a biting wind and a frost which covered everything like a shroud. I could not see a figure out there, but I felt it, somewhere close, just waiting for Christmas Eve. On the 22nd, the figure drew closer to our home as the snow fell around it in the advent calendar. And on the 23rd, the prowler had reached the gate to our garden. That night, I had such a terrible vision. In my dream, I found myself lying in the dark. I could not see, and all that surrounded me was the empty coldness of winter. Pain coursed through my body, and the sound of running water pushed over it, forcing me deeper into an abandoned drain. Putting out my hand instinctively, my fingers touched the frozen mouth of another child. Slowly it moved against my hand, and its stagnant lips whispered as if weakened. Run. Run. Get away. I did not wake screaming, nor did I leap from my bed as I had the other nights like an animal fleeing from a predator. There I lay in the silence of the night, and in that stillness, I cried. The paper, chains, and decorations my family had hung from my room's ceiling proved no protection from the pain or from the thoughts of the 3 children, how they had been taken, and how I would be next. And then the day had come. Christmas Eve. I was frightened, but a distance took me, one which slowed my words and left me dispassionate about the festive season, about my family. I wish I had not been that way.
Festivus for the rest of us. We've taken Sunday off too. It ended up with 5 days off. Well, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
A strain which no 9-year-old should have had to bear. My dad knew I wasn't my usual self, as I normally relished Christmas Eve like most children, excited and completely enthused for what would come. But there I was outside in the cold, helping him fix part of the lights which had come unhooked in the wind. I watched my dad on the ladders once more, the wind rattling everything around, the slates on the roof, the trees, the gutter. I thought about how Finn's family, or little Cheryl's, or even Tommy Graham's, would have been preparing for Christmas Day like we were, happily unaware of the loss they were about to undergo. At least I knew. I have foresight. Each hideous picture hinting at that faint figure coming closer and closer to my home, to my open window as I slept waiting for Christmas morning, to snatch me from my bed, to slaughter me, discarding my body down a sewer pipe, used and forgotten. As the wind howled and the lights chinked and jingled together, I looked back at the gate to our garden, to where I had last seen my future attacker. I could see nothing, just an empty street on the quietest night of the year. But in that absence, I could feel eyes bearing into me. My dad climbed down the ladder, whistling merrily to himself, and as I looked up at him, I simply asked, matter-of-factly, if he would nail my window shut. He didn't ask why. He knew many parents had done the same, and so we went inside as the evening rolled in, carried by the promise of frost from the outskirts of the city. Dad got his toolbox out and drove a large series of nails into the frame of the window. Once I was confident that there was no way to open it, I thanked him and asked if he would do one more thing for me. Only one. To sit next to my bed all night and look over me until morning. Unlike the other nights, he did not tell me that there was no monstrosity out there, nor did he say that the world was a safe place, for that would have been a lie. He placed his hand gently on my shoulder and said, "If you need me, I'll sit right here until it's time to open the presents." And sit there he did. My mother came in to kiss me on the head before returning back to the kitchen, where she was preparing things for dinner the next day. I so wanted to see it. Presents meant nothing to me by that night. All I cared about was being there at the family table, laughing with Gramps and Gran, and knowing that the nightmare of December 1965 was over. I fell asleep as my dad sat by the bed, reading his book. It must have been 2 or 3 in the morning when I woke. I was unsure of the precise time, but what I knew was that my dad was standing at my window, looking down, out to the street below. I whispered to him and asked what was wrong, but his reply was hesitant. Nothing, kiddo. Go back to sleep. Then I heard it, certain and labored. The sound of footsteps slowly walking up our garden path outside, shambling forward towards our home. The sound frightened me, and my thoughts immediately turned to the Advent calendar, to the faint outlined figure which had haunted me. From what little light there was, I could see that the door for Christmas Eve was sealed shut, yet to be opened. The footsteps continued, one after the other, slowly, steadily. My dad stared intently outside as I asked if he could see anyone out there, but he just shook his head in disbelief. The footsteps ceased, and silence covered everything like the frost outside. Suddenly it was broken by 3 loud booming knocks. It was at our door. I cried out in terror and started sobbing.
It was Krampus.
Like Finn and the others. I howled in utter despair as the tears slid down my cheek. Nonsense. It must just be our neighbor or something, my dad said unconvincingly. No, Dad, it's here. It's here to take me away. I screamed as I handed the calendar to him. Open the last door. Open it and you'll see. Christmas Eve. Each Christmas Eve it takes a child. And if you open, you'll see it. I promise you'll see it. 3 more loud knocks echoed out, and for the first time in my life, I saw fear flicker across my dad's face, as I could hear my mom stirring from her room, shouting through, asking what was going on. 3 knocks once more, this time more pronounced. Please, Dad, look at the door, open it, and you'll believe me. It's here for me. My dad's hand trembled as it held the calendar tightly. Slowly, he opened the last door to see what was shown. God, no! He yelled out, and with that we heard the most hideous of sounds, one which was laced with dread. A click of a lock, the turning of a handle, and the front door opening to the cold. Then, footsteps climbing stairs, looking, seeking, and then slowly coming down the hall towards my room. Dad, please. Please help me. I pleaded as the nightmarish thing in our house drew closer. He looked at me, trying his best to hide his fear, but I could see it etched into his face, into his soul. Listen to me, son. As soon as I go out there, I need you to grab all your things, anything heavy, and barricade your door. Don't let anyone in this room unless it's me or your mother. I believe in that moment he saw the utter despair in my eyes, and before he left the room, as the footsteps reached the room next to mine, he spoke gently, patted me on the head. It'll be okay, he said. Then he was gone. I did as he said, and as soon as he left the room, I moved my nightstand, my chair, my books, anything I could against the door, sobbing as I did, sobbing my eyes out, praying that my parents were safe. At first I heard nothing throughout the house. Then suddenly violent shouting erupted. A struggle quickly followed with what sounded like furniture being thrown and glass smashed. And then the worst of it, my mother screaming. She cried and yelled and agonized. And finally I could not bear it anymore. I could not leave her alone. Clearing the things away from my door, I opened it and wandered down the darkened hall. A cold, icy air blew through the house. The front door lay open. Decorations swung in the frozen breeze. And outside knelt my mother, alone, terrified, screaming into the night. Losing a parent is hard for a child, and to do so on Christmas Eve harder still. Yet the torture of that night cuts deeper than most. Few can know my true pain. Over the years, I have tried to understand it more clearly. Understand what my life was before and what it is now, to little avail. I cannot give solid explanations, nor can I say that my anger will ever truly diminish. I have tried to live as best as I can, putting the mystery out of my mind each year. Each year, that is, until Christmas, when the memories flood back like a comforting blanket, seen torn away by a silent hand from the dark. My own children, now grown up, have asked me why I become a little distant at this time of year. And to that I have given no real answer. All I can say is this. I do know two things. The first is that no one ever saw or heard from my dad again. My mother remembered
Oh, that's
until she
creepy.
died about what had come into our house that night. What took her husband?
Bang!
And who can blame her?
Looney Boy, thank you for the biddies.
What that last door of the advent calendar contained, and what had frightened my dad so badly. It was a drawing like the others. A happy Christmas scene. One with one horrid addition. It showed a boy sleeping soundly in his bed on Christmas Eve. A child who looked uncannily like my poor friend Finn, unaware that his life would soon be over, and that he was being watched through the frosted window by his killer, whose face looked remarkably like that of my father's.
Sacrifices must be made. I know I can't sell that one, so throw it away. Slip sliding away. Yeah.
Hiking in Colorado through some old train tunnels with a friend, not far off from a fairly populated area. The train tunnels were fascinating, blasted out the mountain with some quite long, requiring headlamps, but definitely wouldn't want to be there alone. We eventually dead-ended, so backtracking the way we came. As we exited one tunnel, there was a severed deer head in the middle of the path that wasn't there the first time we walked through. Not a recent kill, but still fully fleshed. On our way into the area, there were some tents that were clearly used by homeless individuals, maybe 150 yards off the path. We took it as a clear sign we weren't welcome and needed to leave immediately. I always try to be on high alert, but this is not only because I'm often in the woods, but then I'm also often by myself. And people are known to do some pretty dumb things out here. I want to be out here to keep them safe. For the most part, this is routine. People, though, for the most part, are generally well behaved when they're out camping, but sometimes things can get weird. On this occasion, it started off as normal. I was by myself, patrolling the campsite during the night, not really expecting anything to happen. I was looking up at the sky and I saw something that caught my attention. But whatever it was
A potato!
first. I assumed it was maybe some sort of animal or bird, but as I watched, it became clear that it wasn't an animal at all. This was some sort of hideous creature, probably not an animal I've ever seen before. It was tall and gaunt, long arms and a very thin frame. I could make out some sort of hair, but it was too dark to determine this thing's color. It had a long snout like that of a wolf or a dog, eyes that glowed dimly green. Its legs were incredibly long, and so the stride was almost comical as it walked away. I was terrified beyond belief by its sight, but I didn't want to show myself until it came closer. Even though this thing seemed to be headed towards the campsite, I couldn't leave everybody at my side going. I waited until about 10 feet from the camp before I stood up from my hiding place, firing a shot into the air. It stopped dead in its tracks, as if it were confused as to what I was doing. I think it also realized there were humans at this campsite now, and we were all very vulnerable. It paused for a moment before it turned and ran back the way it came, towards the tree line. I fired another shot, but this one missed. I was too panicked to gain progress, and I got away with whatever mischief it had in mind.
Getting sleepy. Getting to be that time of night.
That thing, whatever I shot at,
And dodge.
I never went out patrolling alone at night ever again after this. I was packing supplies into a shelter on the long trail. I was 10 or 11. I got $10 for each time I did it. I am coming back out and I hear a dog barking. I think cool. Someone is hiking with their dog. Then I hear another dog bark and another until there were about 20 different voices, and I felt the hairs on the back of my
Leather
neck go stiff.
pants.
They could not have been much more than a couple 100 yards away.
6 slots in it? Yeah, I don't fucking...
So I climbed
Ew.
a tree I could get to. I was up about 20 feet when this pack of wild dogs
Terrible.
arrived and proceeded to circle the tree, occasionally following my scent up the tree trunk. Then they decided to try and wake me up. Only one person knew I was packing, and he wasn't going to be home until 10:30 at night. So we waited. All I had was a buck knife and a wrist rocket, so I made the wait as painful as possible. When I ran out of rocks, I used pine cones, small green ones. I may have peed on them a few times too. It was dark when they decided to leave. I walked home after collecting a handful of stones, met my dad on the road going home, never so glad to crawl into bed. My dad was a professional land surveyor, and I would work for him on weekends or during the summer. We were doing some work in a large conservation area, and had parked the truck in a wide path that was supposed to be only open to environmental police and such, but there was obviously illegal dumping. We were going back to the truck for lunch, and when we stepped out onto the path near the truck, it was surrounded by at least half a dozen bikers who had broken the driver's side line and thrown all the gear out looking for stuff to steal. We were about 50 feet from them, and it felt like hours of silence when one of them said to the others, he saw us and they could identify us. I was 11 or 12, I don't really remember, but I was old enough to know what he was insinuating. My dad stepped in front of me, made a gesture with his hand that was holding his machete, a common tool for land surveyors, and said, "We didn't see anything, we're just working." Now I know for a fact my dad was capable of hurting people, even his own kids, and he could scrap. After a long pause, they backed away, got on their bikes and left. My dad had us pack up one of the children with expensive gear, stakes, and proper ground, stayed and drones out in the wrong direction. I've never seen him that reckless with a truck before or after. If we got to a nearby convenience store, my body and mind completely drained of adrenaline, and I lost it. I couldn't even stay. I couldn't believe those people were going to kill us just because we caught them breaking into our car, but they absolutely were. My dad was a shit person. He was abusive, mentally ill. But there were a few times he showed he didn't hate me, and that was one of them. My ranking was Staff Sergeant E6, and I was in charge of the Security Firewatch platoon. We handled perimeter defense on the flight line and security at the Squadron Operations Center. We also managed the odd green sheet patrol on base after dark, looking for would-be intruders. This part of my story occurred back in the 1960s. I served with the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing at the Yuvin Air Base in Thailand. At the time, I was a replacement airman fresh from the USA and not long in country. The squadron to which I was assigned had just turned over almost all of its aircraft to the 388th TFW, which took our F-4DS, including my platoon's aircraft, and sent us back to the USA. My unit only had 5 F-4CS left in the country, so I was not going anywhere soon. I had some time on my hands. We were on the flight line about midnight, minding our own business when an airman came screaming out of the night, heading toward us from across the flight line. I thought he was a fire marshal or an airman on fire watch, checking to see if anybody was out by the flight line. I couldn't understand why he needed to run though. He ran up to us and was gasping for breath. He told us that we had been on fire watch during the flight line, and he saw something out over the end of the runway 129. He said it was a bright reddish-orange object that came in from the west, slowly across the field to the east. It hovered for a short time above an aircraft revetment area before slowly...
A news writer wrote a story about how deep-fried ice cream is making a comeback after disappearing from restaurants in the 90s. The first comment was, "Don't eat at Mexican restaurants, do you?" Followed by, "Guys, we found the lady that burnt the Marie Callender's pie several years ago."
Which was about 53 feet long.
Damn.
38 feet. He said the dome was about 20 feet in diameter, and it had some kind of windows.
Savages.
He said it had stayed there for a short time before slowly turning to the south and disappearing behind some trees.
Funny ass savages. Love it.
They told us to keep an eye out for anything suspicious, but there was nothing else until about an hour later. There was an airman on duty at the AGE hangar who had just relieved his replacement. He radioed flight control, and he thought there was a small fire inside the AGE hangar. At first, they did not believe him. There were no reports of any aircraft being in the area.
That's where I always found fried ice cream. Mexican restaurants.
Our fire watch airman was already there and said that he had seen the object in question, that it was hovering over the AGE hangar when he first saw it. He said it came out from behind the trees, it was hovering over building 7357 like before, and he saw it for a second time. There was definitely something strange going on. We entered the hangar and saw a glow in the corners. We pulled our fire extinguishers off of our Jeep and headed into the hangar. It was still too dark to make out much, but we could see a reddish orange glow. We could feel the intense heat even though we were only 50 feet away. The section chief was already repairing his extinguishers and managed to knock down the light. The fire was coming from a 12-foot deep vent in the floor, which was shielded by a steel grate. The fire marshal went over to the hot grate, and it became red hot when he touched it. We all stood there in disbelief. We would later learn that the fire marshal had already pulled up the two grate sidebars when he first saw the flame. We called flight control, and they sent coverall crews to help us with opening all the aircraft revetments to see if there were any fires in the adjacent aircraft. We found nothing that night, but it turned out to be a very eventful one for all of us. We never reported our lights in the sky sightings to anybody else that I know of. But the next morning, while eating breakfast, I informed my wife that there was a bright reddish-orange object in the sky heading toward Grand Forks AFB from the west. I never saw it, but she said it was very bright and that it appeared to be a trail of some kind behind it that was warping space and time. These were her words.
I can't ever remember it being gone. There's a Beto's restaurant chain here in Salt Lake. You can go there and get it.
20 years of active duty with 2 wars under my belt. I am also a former member of the U.S. Army Security Agency and was honorably discharged as an intercept operator.
Probably listless, tasteless chicken. Wait, that written by my sister?
The UFO community reads this and can shed some light on this very strange incident in my life.
Because she's terrible at cooking chicken.
My mom had gone through a pretty messy breakup at the time, but we made the most of it by doing what we did, like hiking. She introduced me to her friend.
She is a terrible chicken cook.
Which one was a female in the age group off top? It was a trail on the Blue Ridge but got there too late. During some points, we would all be split up, and sometimes I would be way back or way front. With this experience, I was way in front of everyone, even the dog. Off topic again. One part of the trip we had stopped and rested at an overlook. Then we went on our
Well,
We were about
I outed her. It's not really a secret that she's terrible with making chicken, but her chicken is so listless and so boring. It's just sad.
It walked on two legs, and I was too far in front of everyone for it to be them. Besides, I would have heard the dog.
Nothing, a little garlic and some seasonings.
I felt the sense of being watched
Don't
when I heard the leaves
fix.
crunching, I believe.
And if she makes the one particular chicken that she does, which is some kind of broiled nasty mess,
I've got more
you just kind of drown it in other flavors or toppings or something and just hope for the best. Or do what I do, let it cool off, put it in the fridge, save it, and then just, you know, shred it and add it to, you know, noodles. Cup of noodles.
Leave our house at 10 p.m. to get to work by 11 p.m. One night I got a frantic call from him when he arrived at work. He sounded almost hysterical. He said he was driving down the usual road to get to the highway and came up to what he thought was a cow sitting in the middle of the road like they do sometimes. He slammed his brakes on and honked his horn, annoyed that he was going to be late. He waited a bit and honked again, and the cow stood up. But he realized he was standing up in its hind legs. Then he realized maybe it was a coyote or a wolf. He then saw that it was making noise. The creature slammed its hands on the hood of the car and then bound off into the woods in 3 steps. I couldn't make out where it was, but my ex said he drove as fast as he possibly could to get out of the area and to the Wellwood Highway.
Okay, I don't see any blue light, but that shit was close.
When it calmed down a bit, we both tried to make out.
It did sound close, right? I mean,
Later, we talk about it once in a while. Maybe a dog man, maybe a drunken man wearing a mask. It wasn't until years later we came up with the possibility of a skinwalker. Maybe it was just some distortion of the darkness and headlights during late night driving. Maybe
sisters barbecued a roast for 4th of July several years ago. Ended up burning the outside because she put it on with too much coal and the vent open. Ooh. Yeah, charring the outside.
until now. A week leading up to this, I had a sleep paralysis where I've seen someone.
I mean, there's so many different ways to cook meats, and most people get it wrong, you know? Which is kind of a sad thing, because so many ways to do it.
I never had resentment to that statement because we're Navajos. In the following months,
Where's the Santa sleigh crash at?
I'm always in sleep paralysis moment.
So close.
I see a person's silhouette from both windows and began to panic because it's at both front and back doors. I called my parents and grandma, but get no answer.
Like a Pompeii victim. Oh, that's bad. No, that's very bad.
So I told her I'm going to go outside and fight her. She told me
Tastes like ash.
The incident took place in November 2012. The gas station was a lonely building just off the highway and was the only service station for miles around. It was around 3 a.m. and the attendant was going about his normal duties when the power suddenly went out, plunging into darkness. Using his phone as a makeshift light, the attendant made his way back to the backup gas generator and switched it on. The backup lighting came on, but only the parking lot and the hall to the register were lit up. The rest of the gas station remained in darkness. The attendant figured that the bad weather was probably to blame for the power outage. That was until he saw something moving at the edge of the darkness. He watched intently for several moments, eventually making out what looked to be 3 children riding bikes. Almost as soon as he saw them, 2 leaped from their bikes and made their way over to the gas station. They stopped at the doorway and stood staring at the attendant. Now a little unsettled, but still not overly concerned, he made his way to the door and opened it, asking the 2 children if they were okay, and stating it was late for such young kids to be roaming around near the highway. One of them, a young girl, asked him if she could use his phone. As he handed her his mobile phone, her eyes met him, and the attendant saw that they were solid black orbs. "No," the girl snapped. "I need the real one," motioning to use the landline phone in the gas station itself. At this point, fear finally overtook the attendant, and he pushed the door shut and locked it in one move, shouting as he did so that the girl should go home. The children stared at the attendant through the window for a moment longer before turning around, getting on their bikes, and riding off into the darkness. The following morning, the attendant told his boss of the ordeal and requested that he go through the security cameras. However, they had been off due to the power outage. It is not known if the power going out was connected to the black-eyed kid's arrival, or if it was just an unusual coincidence. I lived in Lac du Flambeau, Wisconsin in August 1994. 7 of us were joyriding in my dad's car, and I was driving. It was about 10 p.m. on a summer night. We came up to a stop sign and noticed that there were what we thought were kids playing on the swing sets at the grade school, which was about half a block away. I pulled up at the school, and whoever it was gone. I pulled up into the horseshoe drive all the way, and that's when we saw it. Hovering above the tree line, I could see the outline of
Camouflagey helmet.
There were 2 white lights at each end of the wingtips. Everybody started to scream and holler, "Go, go, go," and then the 3rd light lit up. Kind of. It opened almost like an eye pupil, like dilating. The light was an orange color. I floored the gas pedal, and we spun out of there quick. I didn't hear it make any noise because we had a little boombox in the car. We were listening to Metallica, and the song Green Hell was playing. Plus, everybody screaming and crying. We went to my friend's house, and she told her dad about it. He grabbed a flashlight, and we went back. He went into the woods and found nothing. He went home, and we all went to a local pizza place, told other friends about it, and drew pictures of what we saw. We all saw the same thing. It was getting late, and the pizza place was closing. So I went to start the car, and it was making a horrible noise. Like if you were to keep turning the ignition when the car was already running. Everybody took off running like it was going to explode. My friend's brother opened the hood and unhooked the battery. Had to leave the car there and walk home. I have never been so terrified walking home alone. When I got home, my dad wasn't home, but my mom was. I told her about it, and she didn't say anything. I heard my dad come in later that night, and he was angry, telling me I better go get his car. My mom told him that we had seen something, and he didn't believe any of it. I couldn't sleep all that night. In the next few days, I heard that there were other sightings. Not in the same place, but within a few mile radius. I guess that I should add that the school was on a lakefront, and that one of the other sightings was above a lake. I didn't have the best relationship with my uncle. It hadn't always been like this, though. I remember my childhood and how we'd spend a lot of time together. Sometime after I turned 6, though, he suddenly went dark and his visits nearly ended completely. He used to come around about once every 2 months, and then out of the blue, I was lucky to see him once every 10 years. He had nearly become a distant memory when I received a phone call from him asking for me to visit him. I was going to say no, but he then dropped the bombshell that he was dying. Years of smoking had caught up to him, and he didn't have much time left. He even
Oh, somebody beat me to this area.
My uncle lived on a ranch far removed from other people. I think his closest neighbors lived about 20 miles away from his patch of land. He seemed to enjoy it this way, and I had wondered about it before. I would soon find out why. I knocked on the door, and it opened to reveal the smiling face of my uncle. He was far removed from the memories I had of him, just barely recognizable, but that's what 10 years in cancer do to a person, I suppose. He invited me to sit down, and we exchanged a few pleasantries and general chit-chat. My uncle had brought out some snacks which I had enjoyed as a child. I honestly didn't like them as much now that I was older, but I didn't want to say that and just thanked him. It was after an hour that he got to the meat of the matter. "Now, nephew," he said. He actually used my name while talking, but I don't want to reveal it, so I'll just replace it with nephew for the sake of this, and I'll address him as simply uncle. "Are you still big on the whole saving the rainforest thing, all right?" Yeah, I still want to help protect the environment. I've started a project to help save a type of frog within South America. And there's this big..." My uncle raised up a hand. "Sorry, I would love to hear all about it. I did love your stories back when you were little. You had such a vivid imagination. Honestly, though, I never thought that you'd actually embarked on a journey to become a real environmentalist, but I'm glad you did. Nephew, I don't have a lot of time left, and so I want to get straight to the point." He took a deep breath. "Do you believe in monsters?" "Monsters?" I asked, confused. "Yes," my uncle said. "Monsters. They exist. You might not believe in them now, but you will once this is over." "I don't understand," I said. "Let me ask you another question. Do you believe that every species on Earth has a right to be protected?" he asked. "Well, yeah," I said. "And if you had the power to save one of them, would you?" "Why, yeah, I would," I said. My uncle relaxed a little. He then got up to get his rifle. "Do you know how to use one of these?" "Yeah, Dad taught me, but I've never actually used one of them in a dangerous situation before," I professed. "You probably won't need it, but take it anyway," he said. "I'll explain what this is about, but I need you to come with me somewhere." We then spent 15 minutes hauling supplies to the back of his truck. All in all, it was probably enough to last someone several months, and I was honestly confused as to why my uncle would need that much. While he drove me to our destination, he started talking again. "Do you believe in Bigfoot? Sasquatches?" he asked. "Bigfoot," I said and laughed. The town where I grew up had a Bigfoot sighting 10 years ago. It wasn't all too famous outside of it, though, and I doubt anyone outside of our town has even heard of it. "Well, you see, when you think of stories of 8 men or the like," my uncle continued, "you'll know that the Native Americans also had similar stories of seeing such creatures. That seems to tell me that they probably are real, but that leads to another question, of course. Why haven't we ever found one? It's said that at one point, the population...
Because they got Jello for bones, and when they die, they just liquefy.
Even 1/10 that amount of them around, only 1,000, we should still have found traces of them. Dead bodies, excreta. There should be videos of them migrating for food. But there aren't any, and all you can find is very bad, grainy footage occasionally." "So they're not real then?" I said with a shrug. My uncle shook his head. "There's an easy answer to that paradox. The reason we haven't found them was that they were hunted to near extinction by people like me." I was waiting for the laugh indicating that this was a joke, but it never came. "It was after my stint in the army I was looking for work, and I was an experienced hunter to boot, and so some suits from the feds came round to try and recruit me. They said that I had to hunt a kind of ape, and I needed the cash at the time, so I agreed," my uncle said. "I never really found out why it was that the government wanted them Some of the other hunters had their theories. Some said we were harvesting their organs. Others said that we were going to clone them to make super soldiers. Some people thought that the Bigfoot was actually more advanced than us and would threaten our position as the dominant species on this earth. I have a far simpler theory. We hunted them because we wanted their land. Bigfoot tends to be rather docile most of the time, but they are also very territorial. Some people must have died at one point because of them while encroaching on their land, and the government realized that they had to wipe them all out. Of course, this isn't the 1-800s, and if the public got wind of it, well, it would be bad, so the project was kept hidden. I was pretty good at it, my uncle said. I had a total of 339 confirmed kills. I never thought anything of it at first. I just thought I was hunting any other kind of animal, until one day. I was all alone tracking 2 of these creatures when one of them almost got the jump on me. I managed to kill it with a lucky shot, thank the gods.
Yep,
or else
gelatin
I would
is
be
made
dead
from
today.
bones.
The other one ran away and I went after it. I was able to finish it off 20 minutes later.
Years ago, I worked with a vegan chicken. At lunch, she was eating Jello when I finally got it through to her that the gelatin in Jello is made from bones. She had a mental breakdown. Oh, Will, you're such a savage.
I had heard roars and growls
I
before,
love it.
but never actual words. 2 syllables. Mama. It said them again and something else and began wailing. The way it said that, it kind of reminded me of you, nephew.
I hate to say it, but most of vegans are wind up being hypocrites.
You spoke your first words. You were so adorable back then. His smile vanished. It was then that
Because they try to practice it so that they don't eat anything that is contaminated by meat, comes in contact with meat, or anything like that. The only problem is everything that they eat is usually in some way connected to animals.
I had 2, he said, and then stopped. We had arrived at a small clearing. He handed me the rifle and got off the truck. There's something I haven't told you. There was a reason.
I'm vegan, but I eat eggs. How can you be a vegan if you eat eggs?
At first, we thought they had some
Eggs are like one of the biggest no-nos for vegans.
type of sound wave that travels for hundreds of miles. It's at a frequency humans can't hear, but once we used special equipment, we were able to detect it. That's why it's so hard to find them once you encounter one that one will contact every single other one in a 100-mile radius and tell them to run.
If you consume any kind of meat or meat byproduct, anything that's tainted by meat, you're not a vegan. You can be a vegetarian, but you can't be vegan. I don't understand the whole difference between it.
He played something on the flute, and nothing happened for 10 minutes, even though my neck kept turning at the slightest sound made by the forest. Every twig snapping or bird chirping nearly made me jump as the suspense dialed up to
I mean, I think it's great when people, you know, they eat healthy and consume no meat products and stuff like that. The ones that I don't like are the people that feel the need to shout it and rub it in your face and tell you that you're a horrible person and that you're a piece of shit for the mistreatment of every animal ever.
It had a strange way of walking and paused after taking 2 steps.
And it just, I don't get it. I mean, I understand that you feel a certain way about things, but you really don't have the right to impose your beliefs on anybody else.
But I'm
That's
dying.
just
I won't be
wrong.
for long. He then turned to me. I hope he'll keep taking care of you, but my time here is up. He began to cry, something I'd never thought he'd do. If you want to kill me, you can do it now. A chill went down my spine. I was the one who killed your parents. I think you know that, my uncle continued. You might as well take me out of my misery now. The thing raised a hairy fist, and I raised the rifle reflexively, but my uncle put up a hand to stop me. This is what I want. I hesitated, and that was a fatal mistake. Even if I wanted to, there was no way I would have reacted in time to save my uncle. But no killing blow came. Instead, the thing pointed a finger at my uncle and said, "Mama." Tears flowed down my uncle's face like a faucet. After all this time, I helped my uncle who was sobbing, so it was really me doing all the work, unload the supplies, and we drove off. What was that about? I asked him angrily. Were you really going to let it kill you? It's a he, my uncle corrected. And I have done so much wrong, nephew, throughout my life. Raising him was just a partial atonement for my sins. I know it isn't enough. I can't even walk into a church
Tried
and
dating a
confess my
vegan
sins to
chicken for
He then paused. I am sorry, though. I
a
didn't
few
want to drag you into
months.
this, but someone needs to keep supplying him with food. I
Tried
keep him
dating a
busy, but
vegan
if he goes
chick
out to
for a
forage
few
for food,
months.
he'll be found someday, and this place isn't big enough
Wasn't
for him
that
to live
bad
off
till
the land.
things got sexual and
Why
she
this
used
rifle,
her
though?
vegan lifestyle
Because,
as an
my uncle
excuse
said,
to not
I was worried that he might
give
try to kill you as
blowjobs,
revenge
but
instead of
wanted
me.
me to go down on her. I
Killed
told
some of his
her
family.
I was
Might
gonna
even consider
adopt
that
her
to be
vegan
treason, but
lifestyle
I
so I
wouldn't do
couldn't
it.
eat pussy.
Of course, I was completely wrong. I was thinking about what I would have done.
uh,
He's much better and bigger of a person than I am. It was then that I realized what my uncle had been talking about earlier, the monsters he spoke of. He wasn't talking about the Bigfoot I had just seen. He was talking about humans. Part of it must have been about himself. Most of it must have been about the other people who had organized the hunt for these creatures, who still walked the earth freely with no guilt in their souls. So what do I have to do? I asked. My uncle's eyes lit up a bit. Will you do it? Will you take care of him for me? My uncle said that he would leave his investments totaling $12 million hunting Bigfoot apparently paid very well as the ranch. It would be more than enough for me to keep the place running. I could even hire some helpers to work on the ranch, though he advised against it as some of them might talk. My uncle died 3 months later. I was with him when he passed away as he couldn't confess his darkest sin to the pastor. He confessed it to me instead. For the last 4 years, I've been running this place mostly smoothly. Something strange did happen the last time I went to supply him. Behind him, I saw 2 shadows. One was a bit shorter than him, and one was even shorter than me. It appeared that he had found himself a partner, and even a child. Where had they come from? Most likely he had signaled to her using the special call he had. The 2 of us didn't talk too much, but I did tell him I was happy for him. He smiled back and said, "Thank you, brother." For many of you who enjoy hunting for Bigfoots, not in the sense that my uncle did, of course, I just mean people who like searching for signs of Bigfoot, I have a message to pass on to you all. Don't bother, you'll never find them. They know to hide from humans. Many, if not all, of the sightings you hear about are just hoaxes. I even have the suspicion that many of the hoaxes are done by the government to discredit true sightings. But I know that I can't solve this problem alone. If people don't know what's happening, the few remaining ones will be killed, and I can't save a species like this. I need to get the word out to let the public know what the government's been doing behind your back, and we can't let them continue. I have devoted lots of time to saving these creatures, but I can't do it by myself. Already, I know many of you will dismiss this as a tall tale. But for those of you who do believe, remember, the best thing you can do for these creatures is simple. Leave them alone. In case you do find one or think you saw one in the area, maybe you could leave something to eat for them, but it's doubtful that they'll come back to that area. After all, even I wouldn't trust humans after what they've gone through. I ventured deep into the heart of the secluded Idaho forest on a solo hunt, determined to track down elusive stags that had long eluded my grasp. The dense woods were shrouded in a cloak of shadows, the sunlight struggling to pierce through the thick canopy above. The scent of damp earth and pine needles filled the air, a familiar and comforting presence that grounded me amidst the solitude. As I followed the path deeper into the woods, my senses sharpened, attuned to the rustling leaves and the subtle shifts in the wind. The anticipation of the hunt surged through my veins, mingling with a quiet reverence for the untamed beauty that surrounded me. Each step was deliberate, each sound carefully weighed against the backdrop of nature's symphony. And then, as if emerging from the depths of the forest itself, I saw a figure unlike anything I had encountered before.
Burr.
Tall and imposing.
Suddenly getting very cold in here.
My heart quickened, and I instinctively sought cover behind a nearby tree, my breathing shallow as I peered out. I turned to cast a cautious glance in its direction, my pulse pounding in my ears. The creature was closer now, just about 10 feet away. Its form was shrouded in darkness, an enigmatic silhouette that defied easy description. Its build was sturdy, slightly shorter than my own, and it moved with an unsettling grace that sent shivers down my spine. I strained my eyes to discern its features, but its necklace head remained obscured, devoid of any visible features that I could make out. It paused by the very tree I was using for cover, its head tilting upward as it sniffed the air, like a predator catching a scent on the breeze. The absence of visible eyes only heightened the eerie sensation that gripped me. Fear rooted me to the spot, my muscles refusing to obey my desperate pleas to flee. I watched transfixed as the creature's attention shifted away from me. With a casual nonchalance that sent a shiver down my spine, it turned and walked away, fading into the forest like a specter melting into the shadows. In a surge of both desperation and disbelief, I raised my rifle and aimed it at the retreating figure. The gunshot shattered the silence, the sharp report echoing through the woods. I watched as the bullet streaked toward the creature, impacting its dark form. But to my shock, the bullet seemed to bounce off its skin, falling harmlessly to the ground. The creature didn't flinch, didn't react. It was as if its very flesh was impervious to harm. A sense of bewilderment washed over me as the creature disappeared from sight. My thoughts were a jumble of confusion and wonder, grappling with the inexplicable encounter that had just unfolded before me. Slowly, I lowered my rifle, my hands trembling as I tried to make sense of what I had witnessed. Hours later, as I returned home to the waiting embrace of my wife, I found myself at a loss for words. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and warmth, and she asked the question that I had anticipated: "Did you hunt anything today?" But I remained silent, the memory of the enigmatic creature still vivid in my mind. I had ventured into the heart of the forest, seeking to conquer nature and claim my prize. Instead, I had come face to face with a mystery beyond my understanding, a reminder that the wild places of the world held secrets far stranger and more wondrous than I could ever have imagined. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to come forward with this story, seeing that the recent events in Japan are still fresh in everyone's memory. I have been a follower of your podcast. Naturally, your podcast was the one I thought of first when this incident happened, and I decided to write in and tell you what happened that night in early February. I was in Japan on business and had emailed a lifelong friend who was living in Japan and teaching English at a local school. He had insisted on my staying with him for the duration of my stay, saying it would help save me money and make my expense report look better when I turned it in. My friend, I will call him Tim for the sake of his reputation and career, was a lifelong bachelor and had a fairly large apartment all to himself and his cat. After several days of day-long meetings and group seminars, we decided to go out to get a bite to eat and take in the town. After a fairly large meal and hopping from one night spot to another, we decided to go toward the ocean and check out the moonlight reflecting off the waves. My friend stated that he wanted to check on a biology station that some of his graduate students had set up near a large power plant. As we approached the plant from the west, we walked along some paths and came to a simple metal box bolted into the ground. From this box, there were a myriad of weather vanes and other meteorological devices. My friend stated the school's science class students...
Yes! Hey! Whoa! Xenocians coming in with the raid.
The air around the plant was also being warmed and thus affecting weather and tidal patterns in the
Thank you for the
surrounding
raid.
It all sounded too complex, and in my slightly tipsy
Do
and tired
this
state,
for
I was
you.
only able to grasp the bare bones of the complex theory he laid out. He finished up and changed the subject to something more jovial when all of a sudden...
After your 1 hour.
At first, my mind thought it might be the sound of the distant waves crashing ashore when we heard it again, followed by an We looked around for the cause of the noise when we heard the sound again. The best way I can
I
describe
could have
it is
swore I
that
had a
bus
stack of
brakes
9 mil.
are in need of service, loud and ear-splitting.
Did I
We
get
both
rid of
began
it?
to look around when my friend's attention was drawn toward the plant
Had
by
too
another
drunk to
nearby
play,
vehicle.
huh?
A younger couple out for a walk were staring
You
at
know
the
what?
plant,
That's alright.
and the obvious fear in their voice showing
It's
itself.
okay to
I
get
looked along
lit
plant, and against the
during
lights
the
of
holiday
I
season.
thought I saw a figure silhouetted against the moonlight.
You're not the
The
first.
figure was large and black. From the distance I was at, it looked to be sitting on top of one of the squared-shaped buildings.
At least to do
It sat
good.
there for about 5 seconds. Then it unfurled a large set of what I could only describe as large black wings. The only reference I can compare them to is from the old John Travolta movie Michael, where the main character unfurls his wings and spreads them out to their full length. To say that this creature was large was an understatement. The creature then took flight and circled the plant at least 4 or 5 times. Some circuits he took at a fast pace.
All
Some he
good.
seemed to slow down. All the while he kept his attention on the row of square-shaped buildings that I later found out housed the reactors. The creature then came toward us, flying at least 25-30 feet off the ground. The younger couple who had noticed the creature first were now screaming and cowering, the man shielding the woman while shielding his head with a jacket. My friend and I looked in awe as this creature flew over us. That's when I noticed the 2 large red eyes. They seemed to glow from within and with a blood-red hue. They were unblinking in the 3-4 seconds we saw them. We knew they were looking straight at us. We knew this creature knew we could see it, and it made no attempt to disguise itself. The sick, intense, and overwhelming feeling of dread came over us. A feeling that we shouldn't be there was, to say the least, overwhelming. As quickly as it came, it flew away back
How
toward the
long am I
eventually melting into
finna
the
it
black night sky.
to be on?
And as it flew away from us, a loud whoop began
I'm at 6.5 hours now, so
This lasted a
I
second
might be
or
on
two before I heard the
probably
sound
about
of
another
shouting.
half an hour.
I turned to see my friend trying
I
to
am
take
getting a
pictures
bit
of the
tired,
but all he got was a
so
nighttime sky. We went
I don't
straight
know.
home,
We'll
and my
see.
friend bolted the door
Anywhere
and
from
drove
half
all
an hour
night.
to
He was
an
shaking
hour and a
and
half,
said that he could
maybe.
not believe what he saw. Could it have been a large, unknown species of bird? He kept mumbling to himself until I was able to calm him down and get him to relax and talk about what we had seen. Eventually, we both agreed that it must have been some sort of large bird, or maybe an optical illusion caused by the lights given off by the plant on the species of bird. We talked about it late into the night, till we both fell asleep on the couches and awoke the next morning to stiff necks and backs. My friend and I spent the last 2 days out and about and enjoying each other's company, till he drove me to the airport and we bid each other farewell and I came home. We spoke about it only once more in an email about a week before he was due to come to the U.S. for his sister's wedding. When I brought it up at the wedding rehearsal dinner, he was convinced that it had been an optical illusion. That was until the day before the wedding when he woke me out of a deep sleep with a frantic phone call telling me to turn on the TV.
Like 5 a.m. Probably just keep you tabbed up and go to bed.
And the near total destruction of the city of
That's okay too. Okay to do that.
On the day of the wedding, the news came of
You won't be the first doing that either.
Power plant. And as CNN broadcast the report, we were both aghast at the same power plant where we had seen the strange bird-like object not being shown on the television set. The Fukushima Daiichi was the exact same plant we had seen the strange bird-like creature circling. Was it pure coincidence, or was it the mythical Mothman doing his strange work of predicting disasters? I may never know.
Getting sleepy, yeah.
I don't think that either of us is going to forget.
Alright, night, man. Hope you have a good stream. Good night. Enjoy your rest.
I'm kind of an avid amateur photographer.
Make sure to drink a bunch of water before you go to bed. Be able to displace that water or displace your alcohol in your system.
The photo turned out to be pretty much a bust when
so that you don't wake up with massive hangover in the morning.
Beautiful night sky situation. But anyway, I parked my car and hiked a ways to get close to the geyser I wanted to photograph. Then I set up my tripod, adjusted all the settings, and waited for the eventual...
At least it doesn't hurt, and you should be at least somewhat hydrated when you wake up. Plus, it might help with your sleep. Might help with your sleep a little bit.
In front of me, I could hear rumbling and hissing from deep within the earth as the white dome geyser worked itself up for another inevitable eruption. An owl hooted somewhere above me, and I could even hear the distant howls of wolves.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
It almost hurt to look directly at it. And then behind me, loud and
enjoy your lurk, Sins.
Clearly coming right at me. Bear,
get some rest.
some hideous monster, born in the hell of a geyser's boiling mouth, spewed upon the land to wreak vengeance.
Sleep off the alcohol.
But I knew it was coming, and I knew it was close. The buffalo actually brushed against me as he went past. I was
get tired myself.
A huge bull, a mountain of fur and horns, shambling up out of the darkness, steam billowing from his nostrils in the cold, dry air. It felt like a close encounter with a freight train. He strode past like I didn't exist, seemed to tiptoe gently around my tripod, then stopped about 10 feet in front of me, and took a long, slow, very satisfying, steaming piss on the ground. Then he grunted and went on his way. And I stood there wondering how I was going to take a photo, if the geyser blew before my hands stopped shaking. My encounter occurred in Golconda, Illinois on June 15th, 1991 at approximately 2:30 a.m. That night I thought I dreamed about several aliens coming into a cabin I was staying in with my girlfriend. Early the following morning I awoke and described described to my girlfriend my strange dream. She went on to tell me that she had the same dream, and that she had been taken to a spacecraft out in the field that was near the cabin. In my dream, I was awoken by 3-5 alien grays. Their featureless faces were only illuminated by the reflections from their black eyes. I remember sitting up in bed, holding the covers up to my face so that only my eyes were exposed. They came towards me, and one seemed to be holding some strange jewel-encrusted wand. It was gold and had red and green crystals that may have been used to control the device. I think it was this device that was used by the aliens to disrupt my memory of the events. The next evening, my girlfriend woke me up very late at night, terrified. She said they were back, and she did not want to do with them. Immediately, I became aware of a very low-frequency humming that was coming from somewhere outside. Here is where it gets strange, since it was a waking memory, and I remember it as a waking memory. My actions at that point on seemed bizarre and irrational to me. I went out onto the porch to see if there was anything. There was a very bright light shining through the trees that separated the space around the cabin from a large overgrown field. It was at this point I think the aliens again used their minds, or my own brain was just going into shock over seeing such a bright light shining from this isolated field. We were miles and miles from anything. The cabin we were in had no electricity and no water, and the closest neighbor was several miles down a dirt road. It was like my rational mind kicked in to convince me that what I was seeing was not real. I thought it could be some kids on a TVS, or we were hearing the sound of a faraway generator, or that someone was simply playing a joke on us. From that point on, I can't remember much. I don't remember going back to the cabin. The next day, I woke up early in the morning and went out to the field to see if there was anything. Out where the bright light seemed to be emitted from, there were 8 concentric circles pressed into the grass and mud. These were not like crop circles, but appeared as if something had pressed into the ground. The outer circle was approximately 40 feet in diameter. This incident occurred on Wednesday 20, April 2016 at approximately 8:30 p.m. in Zygi, Cyprus. My 2 friends and I had just finished our meal and were out in the garden talking and drinking not alcohol. One of my friends had gone into the kitchen to refill their glass, whilst I and my other friend remained outside. After a moment of silence, my friend pointed out an unusually bright star moving across the sky, assuming it may have been a comet or something. After a brief moment, I looked up at it again to realize that it was stationary, around 75-100 feet above the tree line. I sat there, staring at this thing, just in complete shock. Every 15 seconds or so it would lower its altitude until it was only a couple of feet from the treetops. The weirdest part about this is that absolutely no noise had been emitted thus far. I tried to get out of my chair to hurry inside, but I felt an overwhelming feeling of paralysis, as did my friend. I turned to her and asked her what was going on, but she looked frozen in fear. After what felt like hours, something appeared from around the trees underneath the triangular craft. It was a humanoid figure with a head similar to that of an ant and skin like a crocodile. It had extremely small eyes in proportion to its head and long, thin appendages. It walked right up to the fence before sharply turning and sprinting into the darkness of the trees. After a brief moment of complete fear, dread, and anxiousness, the craft moved in a linear path towards the west, before becoming no longer visible. During this time, my friend who had gone to refill her glass watched the entire event through the window. She recalls, although neither me or my other friend do, that the creature had some sort of device in its hand, and that it held it up briefly before its disappearance. I do not know why it came to us, or to where we were, but I can tell you it is the first time I've ever witnessed this or heard of this happening in Cyprus. I am describing my first experience that I can remember here. I believe I was 15 years old. I had gone to bed that Saturday night, probably between the hours of 10 and 11 p.m. I lived in Cambridge, Ontario, Canada. My bedroom was on the top floor of our house in a turret. There was a single bed on either side of the room, which was in the shape of an octagon. I woke with a start and looked over at the other bed and saw my cat sleeping there. He always did. I then looked at the clock radio, which had been acting strangely over the past few weeks. It had been turning itself on and off all by itself, usually around the same time at night. Perhaps I had gotten so used to it, that's why I had woken. But the time on it said it was 12:15 a.m. I tried to roll over and go back to sleep. Suddenly, I found myself paralyzed on my back, unable to move. There was a tall being beside me to the left. The right side of my bed was up against the wall. This being was also a shadow, but its eyes glowed white. It began to communicate with me via ESP. I was somehow able to communicate back with it the same way. I do not remember everything. I do remember it asking me if I wanted to join it on its ship. Then suddenly the craft appeared by the window in greenish blue, and violet lights were flashing from a silver disc-like UFO that was being operated by others that were in the room with me. It hovered there for several minutes. During this period of time, the shadowy being took what was to me its index finger and touched me on my solar plexus. I then woke in a start. My cat was not on the other bed, and the clock radio said it was only midnight. I thought I had experienced a bad dream. The following morning, I went to get into the shower, and on my solar plexus was a marking. It remained there for a number of years and was very sensitive. It comes and goes now. When that spot on me is touched, I feel as if endorphins are being released. I have had other experiences since this one, such as sightings of strange things in the sky and being paralyzed in bed, seeing strange lights flash and shadows. However, none were quite like this. I also had some inorganic materials exit my body only several months ago, which I am not comfortable showing to a doctor.
What, he pooped out something?
I worked as a police officer in the town of Nacogdoches for around 8 years. I loved it there. A lot of people don't see why I enjoyed it so much, but that town had really brought me peace after many rough years. That peace was completely disrupted one day, though. There are many trails in Nacogdoches. Most of them are completely tucked away in thick trees and brush. It was my day off, and walking those trails was one of my favorite things to do. At the time, I had been divorced. I'm ashamed to admit that I wasn't a very good father in those years. I hadn't seen my children in years, and I had made very little effort to be part of their lives. It's a terrible thing to admit to, and I have many regrets, but that's the kind of man I was at the time. I had picked out my trail for the day. It was one that I hadn't walked yet, and I decided I'd go exploring. For some reason that day, my children were on my mind. I remember that it bothered me because it made me feel guilty. It was kind of a bummer to feel that guilt on my day off. In hindsight, I was probably thinking about them because some part of me knew that I was in imminent danger. The first thing I noticed was that the trail was very quiet. Seemed unusual. Normally, I'd come across at least one other person while on my walks. That day, I hadn't seen a single other soul. It didn't bother me too much, but it did tell me that I needed to be more vigilant.
Well, if I had a crowbar
I had stopped
or a screwdriver.
and I was leaning against the wooden rail that lined the trail when all of a sudden the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I hate that feeling so much. I don't really know why it happens to us, but it's never a good sign. I lowered my water bottle and listened carefully for any kinds of sound. I couldn't hear anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Suddenly, the space around me felt way too quiet. I looked toward the direction I was going as I contemplated whether or not I should carry on with the trail or head back towards my car. I made the logical decision to head back towards my car. It wasn't far enough to take long
Mosin.
to get to safety. As I walked,
I found a
and
Mosin.
it completely unsettled me. Then something stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a light thudding sound, and it was coming from high up in the trees. I stopped to look. I scanned the trees, but heard and saw nothing. I decided to stay where I was for just a moment and listen. Then I heard the thought again just to my left. It was as if something had landed in the tree. I looked up at the tree, which was covered in red and orange leaves. I focused hard on the leaves, searching for a large bird, or maybe a squirrel. Then, slow movement caught my eye. Something massive was stalking me. I couldn't see it clearly, but it had long limbs and it climbed through the branches sideways. It seemed to be keeping me in its sights as it moved gently through the leaves, barely rustling the branches. Then I saw part of its face. Two saucer-like eyes stared at me from between the branches. It seemed like minutes that we stared at each other. Not once did the creature blink. It seemed to be patiently waiting for me to look away. I was frozen with fear. I could hear nothing but the sound of my heart beating in my chest.
Quicker.
Then, seemingly out of nowhere, more hikers stumbled upon me. They were noisier than I was. They had a Bluetooth speaker that was pumping loud hip-hop music, and they were laughing and joking. It scared the creature away. It took off along the trees, moving faster than any animal I'd seen before. Those other hikers will never know that their obnoxious behavior had saved my life that day. All I remember thinking was that I was going to die without ever seeing my children grow up. As soon as I got back to my car, I phoned my kids. That experience changed my life for the better. Still, I never want to be that scared again.
Oh, I'm getting tired.
My friends and I decided to go for a cruise. We drove by my
Getting to be that time of the
We were
morning.
doing renovations and no one was living there. And she let out a guy's. Guy's look. Oh my God. The window. So I looked at the second-story window and the hair stood up on the back of my neck. It looked like an absolute giant of a man. Very tall, very broad, with wire-like, matty hair. The house had a light on, but it was dark. He stood there like a silhouette. A hulking, menacing silhouette. My friend in the front started praying out loud. The driver nearly crashed from all of the commotion and how loud we were. I instantly thought it was some squatter or homeless guy. Whatever, but they were convinced otherwise. I don't believe in the paranormal or anything like that, but seeing that thing gave me the chills like never before. I was instantly frozen with fear. We stopped at our friend Craig's house, and he instantly had to check it out. We were back at the house not 10 minutes later. Craig looked at me. Come on, let's go. What are you, crazy? Serious, just no, F that. He wouldn't let up, and I had to go with him to check this thing out. He said it was because no one else would, and because I was the second biggest. Now, Craig was 6'7" and 280 pounds. Just a mountain of a man. And we were only 18. I still didn't feel safe. I felt like a 6'2" little girl going in there. We walked up to the house, click, the door was open. It wasn't even locked. Bizarre. The stairs are at the front of the door. I'm slowly creeping up the stairs, trying to not make a sound. It is worthless as the mammoth behind me is stomping up the stairs. Or so it seemed. The guy we would have seen would have been to the left in one of the rooms. I went to the right toward the kitchen and told Craig he wanted to be here. Go check it out. It's pitch black. The hallway light wasn't working. The only light on is the one in the kitchen, where I am. He's walking down the hall, and all I hear is Jamie. I'm so tense it scares the shit out of me. I jump. What? Hand me your phone. I need the flash. I walk to him in the hallway, past the stairs, to give him my phone. He gets it, starts using the flash, and I walk away. I'm just turning my way into the kitchen when we hear boom, thump, 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 thunk, crash. Every hair on my body stood up. I whipped around and saw Craig in the hallway looking pale and frozen. I probably looked even worse, and we were both frozen for only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. What? Are you messing with me, Biss? More sounds? No, shut the F up, I hissed. Then dead silence. Both of us realized we had to get down those stairs. It's the only way. The same stairs we heard something tear down as fast as they could. We both ran at the same time, and I had to wrestle the mammoth that is Craig down the stairs to get down first. I scrambled my ass off of the door and just barreled out of there, not looking back. And that was that. Or so we thought. We got back to the car, and both probably looked like we had just seen the devil himself. What's wrong? It looked all good from here. My girlfriend, Anna asked. We explained what went down, and everyone in the car looked at each other and wouldn't say anything. What? What? I asked, no one answering. Just what the FAS spit it out, shouted Craig. Finally, Anna spoke up. She said they thought it was all good from the outside. She saw Craig and I using a flashlight in the room, and that was being a creep behind the door. They thought I was trying to imitate the thing we had seen. I'm not kidding at this point. I could feel my eyes tear up when she spoke those words. I was nowhere near the room. At any point, someone was in the room when he didn't even know it. And must have been the person who tore out the there and bolted down the stairs. He would have been right behind me as I passed the stairs. This was 2 years ago. Edit. Sorry for the length, but it's a true story, and I had never typed it up. 2 weeks later, the contractors found dead animals mutilated in the basement. Hearing that made me relive that nightmare and wonder what sick person we had stumbled upon. Chills. This happened in Ohio, about 15 miles north of Delaware, ruralish area. I'm being vague because I don't want to give too many personal details away. It was summer and my family was having a cookout. All the adults, including me, are inside talking while the kids were playing outside. We all heard a huge boom, to this day the loudest sound I think I've heard. And no shit, about 3 seconds later, we all kind of froze when we heard the boom. Felt the wavelength or whatever from it go through the house. This kicked us out of our shock and we ran outside to see if the kids were okay. What happened? It honestly sounded like what I would imagine a nuke or bomb would sound like. The kids were fine. Some were scared, some didn't hear it. UTF. And we didn't see anything in the sky or around the land that looked off. My boyfriend and I drove around like 2 miles out in each direction and saw nothing. I've checked news reports off and on, and nothing's been said about it since then. It was so scary, and the fact that nothing was said about it in the news is just so weird. There is no way it was just a gunshot. Some of my family tried to say it was after we all calmed down, or anything like that. It was something big, and it's going to drive me nuts for a long time if I don't figure out what it was. Many years ago, I spent nights with a lady friend. She had had trouble sleeping, so she started taking Ambien. One night, she woke up trying to unlock her apartment door with her car keys from the inside, went to the doctor, and got off the medication. In the meantime, she needed someone to stay with her until the meds wore off. So picture the two of us young adults snuggled up in a twin-sized bed in her apartment, and me not letting her all of 90 pounds. Get up and walk around while tripping balls on Ambien and Ambien withdrawals. I woke up in the middle of the night to a presence in the room, and there is a small child standing beside her side of the bed. I turn slightly and can see the same child standing behind me, opposite the first. Thoroughly creepy. No, then they disappear. Maybe I'm tripping too, right? Except I'm straight. Whatever, my mind is playing tricks on me. I woke up before her the next morning, started to get up, and found the sheets were tucked under the mattress clear up to our necks. So I laid there until she woke up and watched her, and I watched her struggle with the bed sheets. Now, I'm a light sleeper, and and we never slept with the bed sheets tucked under the bed. In fact, she was pretty anal about making sure the sheets were loose. So I asked her about the sheets, and she described, paraphrasing 10 years later, a boy of 7 or 8 years of age that visits her in the night, and, I quote, tucks me in. So far, he's been harmless. It was summer. It was hot. And I still shivered. Most people haven't heard of Worth County. That's because it's very small, and I'm one of the few police officers in that county. It's one of those places where people are a little too afraid to date each other because the chances that you're some kind of cousin is pretty big. Most days, things are very quiet, although I'll admit we have some issues with drugs. Some people who are in recovery like to come out to the smaller counties to recover, thinking that moving away from the big city will help them heal. What they don't consider is that there's nothing to do. That can often lead to their addiction worsening instead of them recovering. We have one problem citizen who's a severe alcoholic. He's a young man, mid-30s, but he's been through a lot. Every now and then he drinks himself into a stupor, and we get phone calls about all sorts of strange things that he's imagined in his head. For instance, one time he called us to tell us that his neighbor was spying on him. He could see him in the kitchen. When we arrived, we discovered that the drunkard had thought his neighbor's house was his own, and he was sitting in the neighbor's living room. Most of the time, we throw them in the drunk tank and let him sleep it off. I'll be honest, I'd be relieved if he ever moves away. Sure would make this place a little quieter. Anyway, one night I was working alone, as I often do. It's a small enough population that it's okay for that to happen. The man called in and said there was something scratching on his front door. He sounded different that night, though. He wasn't slurring as much as he usually did when he called in. Made me feel kind of uneasy. But as is my duty, I had to go out and check it out. The uneasy feeling didn't go away, though. And I called my colleague asking her for a huge favor. She agreed that she'd meet me there, even though it was her night off. I suppose as police officers, we never really get a night off. I arrived before my colleague, which was to be expected as she still had to put on her uniform. The first thing I noticed when I approached the house was that there were, in fact, scratch marks all over his front door. So I slowed my pace and checked out the surrounding area. I couldn't see anything. I was largely looking for eyes that reflected the light in my flashlight. There was nothing, so I continued toward the door. The scratch marks looked pretty deep, and I did consider for a moment that he used a knife or something to carve them into the wood. I knocked on the door, and the man yelled for me that it was unlocked. It wasn't until I stepped through the doorway that I considered that it, perhaps, was a trap. He was a wild enough character to do something like that, but it was too late. He was already approaching me. His eyes were wide, and he was completely pale. I asked him what had happened, and he told me that he heard a loud bang on his roof, and that something had been scratching on the door. At that point, my colleague arrived, and I filled her in on everything he told me. She kind of had an unsettling look in her eye, and she pulled me aside. "He's completely sober," she said. When I looked back at him, I realized she was correct. What's worse, he looked completely terrified. I was on my way back to talk to him some more when there was another bang on the roof. That's the same as last time. He said the color drained from his face. My colleague and I armed ourselves
You
and
said
walked
you
slowly out of the house.
scream.
It was pretty
I
dark
shot
outside.
you a
He
follow.
had very little lighting on the outside of his house, so we relied on our flashlights to help us
Sid's
see.
probably
We were
asleep
still
by
looking toward
now.
the roof when a loud thud
But
sounded behind us. We spun around
yeah,
just in
give
time to catch
give
the
him a
back of
follow.
large creature as it scampered away. I don't know what it was, but it was about the size of a bear. Only it was thin and had no fur on it at all. We didn't move. We were completely unprepared for a creature of that size. When we were certain that it was gone, we called in animal control to search the area. They didn't find any creature, but they did find footprints, which they wasted no time casting. When I asked them about it, they explained that they were completely stumped. They showed me the castings of the footprints. The creature had large tracks that looked more like hands than paws or feet. Each finger had the longest talons I'd ever seen. It was truly terrifying.
Just died on Daisy and looked over at chat.
I'm a female, and this occurred 2 years ago when I was 18. This takes place in Maine. Every summer, my family and I go up to camp in Dedham, Millsworth, Maine. It's about a 3-hour drive from my house. The camp itself is about an hour from the nearest town. I've been going to this camp my entire life. My family owns it and have never had an incident like this happen before. I was watching TV in the middle of the night. Both of my brothers and my parents had gone to bed. I heard a noise coming from the kitchen and realized that the dogs needed to go outside to do their business. So I took my brother's 2 pit bulls and my Affin Pinscher, tiny dog, outside after turning on the porch light. I walked around to the front yard and I let the dogs off leash. It's so incredibly dark in the woods in Maine that the porch light really only illuminated the porch and nothing else. So I tried to keep an eye on them. I was momentarily distracted when I saw a loon wild bird. On the lake, when I looked back, I saw that the pit bulls were both looking at something in the woods. I couldn't see what it was, but I assumed they'd seen a squirrel or a raccoon. It was then that I realized I didn't see Alfie anywhere. She's an awfully small dog, and she's completely black. I called for her a few times and heard some soft whimpering right where the dogs had been looking earlier. I took a couple steps in that direction and called for her again, worried that she may have gotten her paw
Pretty
stuck
sharp pain in the side of my head there.
Suddenly, I felt something moving behind me. I whipped around and looked down, and it was Alfie. She'd been staying close to me the whole time. I just hadn't seen her. So naturally, I was thinking, if Alfie is here, what if he's in the woods? I took another step forward, and the pit bulls began to growl. They were slowly advancing and were now on either side of me, looking right into the blackness of the woods. I quickly picked up Alfie and began to back
It
very
happens.
slowly.
It happens.
I'm not sure what I thought was there, but there are lots of animals in Maine, and I figured the dogs knew better than I did, since I couldn't see anything. Right as I turned around, I heard the most absolutely bone-chilling thing I've ever heard in my life. Coming from the direction of the woods, I heard someone call Alfie's name. It sounded almost as if it was trying to mimic me, but it was just all wrong. The voice sounded really distorted, and it almost seemed to wail. I freaked the F out and ran inside with the dogs. I have no idea what was out there in the woods. My camp is essentially a log cabin overlooking a lake, and our nearest neighbor, who is also family, lives at least a half mile in the opposite direction of where the thing was. What do you guys think? I was working early one morning on a Wednesday. At that time, I'd been a police officer for a little over 10 years. I was in a good mood that morning because I was expecting some potentially good news about an upcoming promotion. In fact, everyone was in a good mood that morning. I was eager to do my job and go home to my family. My day changed dramatically when the phone rang, though. It was an old friend of mine, and she had called me directly. She sounded exhausted and a little incoherent. When I asked her what was going on, she explained that she hadn't been sleeping. We'll call her Megan for this story. Megan told me that she'd been waking up every night from sounds coming from the basement of her house. At first she assumed it was rats or skunks or something, but then she said the previous night. The noises had gotten so loud that she was certain there was a person sleeping in her basement. Reports like that are never good to hear. It's a surprisingly common event where vagrants will break into someone's basement and live there for weeks on end, stealing from them and causing all kinds of damage. The real danger is if someone gains access to the main house. Megan lived alone at the time, so I immediately agreed to come over and take a look. I wanted to make sure that whatever was happening in her basement would come to an end. She asked me to come later as she was going to work. It sounds odd, but she wanted me to hear what she was hearing. She said that the sounds never happened in the daytime. So if I came over at night, then perhaps I could catch the person, if it even was a person, that was living in her basement. I agreed, but it left me feeling uneasy and concerned all day. That evening, she let me know when she was on her way home, and I went to meet her at her house. She offered to cook me dinner while we waited for the sounds to start back up. I was in an even better mood, as I had learned by that point that I'd gotten the promotion that I was after. So we had a little celebration. At around 10:30, I heard the first sound coming from downstairs. She stopped and told me to press my ear to the door. So I did. I could hear a fair amount of shuffling. It wasn't very clear what it was, but it was definitely too big to be a rat or a skunk. I told her that I was going to slowly open the door, but when I did, it made a loud sound and I could hear crashing in the basement. I ran down the stairs with my weapon drawn, but I stopped dead in my tracks when I switched the light on. What I found was what looked like a large nest of some kind. There were branches and feathers and dried leaves all piled together in the center of the room, and it stank like nothing I'd ever smelled before. The window was broken, so whoever it was had left. I told her to stay at my house for a few nights and then arranged for some trail cams to be put up in the basement so that we could catch whoever was down there and have sufficient evidence. After a few days, I went to retrieve the trail cams and watch the footage. She was sitting next to me at the time. What I saw completely blew my mind.
Okay, well, it's going on 4 o'clock in the morning, so I'm thinking I'm going to call it a day right here. As you guys might be able to tell, I'm starting to yawn a lot. So, let's see. Dirt's on. Keisha's still on. She'll probably be getting off fairly soon. She's doing some dark and darker. Don't normally get to raid her all that often, but let's go raid Fish. We'll raid her instead. We're gonna raid Fish. Go show her some love. We love Fish. He's quite hilarious. She's a fellow DayZ player, even though she's playing some. Yeah, Fish is a lot of fun. Go show her some love. If you haven't followed her, you should follow her. I've been watching her for years. I've played with her. I've run with her. She's a lot of fun to be around. I'll be on tomorrow. Love y'all. Peace out. Have a good night. I'm probably going to raid and then just lay down and go to sleep. But you guys remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye. I'll see you over there.